Good morning, everyone. My name is Ingrid Schroeder. For those who don't know me already, I'm the director here at the Architectural Association. This has been, I think, a long time coming for Francisco, and it's a great pleasure and an honor to welcome such a kind of cast of characters. As you were just mentioning, we're covering quite a lot today. I think there's something quite extraordinary about bringing this topic of mannerism back to the floor, particularly at the AA. And while I think the summary of today's events obviously mentions our digital futures, AI, its reliance on existing material as being somewhat self-referential, I think also for me that the idea around mannerism is about kicking at the rules, understanding what they are, and understanding how to digress from them, how to misuse them. And I think that has been an interesting tradition within the context of the AA. Today is going to be quite a varied conversation, from those who are kind of true historians of the subject to those who have experimented at the extreme ends and edges of the architectural imagination into the world of perhaps even the fever dream. That dreaming, I think, is also part of what we understand a digital future to be. And so, although we may be self-referential, the capacity to open up to a non-analog environment, a rule system that is not set down in an archive or a set of books or a set of drawings, is about the, I suppose, almost limitless amount of information that comes together, is connected in ways that are almost unfathomable. The kind of dream state of interconnection of objects, of knowledge, and of imagination. And I think today is a really interesting way of bringing the old and the new together to speculate about those futures. But it brings me to an interesting question about the purpose of a symposium. If original symposiums had a degree of sensuality and decadence, the symposium of today is one about an exchange of knowledge and information. And yet, perhaps in our digital present, that information is already available. So why do we come together? To what extent does a symposium of Mannerist act? I think by coincidence, we have a very good exhibition next door by two young designers who were part of Virgil Abloh's design studio. Started out as Alaska, and now YY. So please, over lunch, go and have a look at the exhibition. It's really their sort of office transplanted into the AA. But if I bring this kind of world of received knowledge, received information, working within and kicking against the bounds of received knowledge, I think perhaps the Virgil Abloh 3% rule applies here. So if we take what we already know and we already have and we shift that just by 3%, we find something unexpected. So I look forward to that 3%, maybe even more, and a wonderful day ahead. So I hand over to Francisco. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ingrid, for these words, and welcome to this symposium. What is mannerism? Because for a long time, mannerism was used as a term from our critics to describe everything that was contrived, that was affected, that was anti-natural, that was even indulgent in individual caprice. And I think that this long-standing critical bias has influenced the way in which we relate not only to the tradition of late Cinquecento art and its legacy, but also to the term itself that is always linked to this mistrust around it. And almost every book that is important relating to the recovery of mannerism in 20th century is always opening with this disclaimer saying that there is incredible mistrust, there is an incredible conceptual fog around the term and a lot of misunderstandings. And take, for instance, John Shearman, who tried to, in a way, find some clarity looking at the sources of the time, and he was looking at Vasari, of course, but also to Zuccaro, and he was saying, in the end, mannerism is really about something related to elegance, to grace, to sophistication. And at the same time, you have Anders Chastel, who also was very important in recovering mannerism. And at the same time, he's saying, okay, it is almost the opposite. What is important about, what is more revealing about this period is the rise of the deformed, the rise of the uncanny, the rise of the grotesque that he's going to also develop in other studies. So if we talk about style, we also have contradictions and we also have conflicting interpretations of it. We have Craig Hugh Smith, very important book. He said that we could speak about mannerism considering mostly formal preferences like the figura serpentinata, that is this way of organizing the paintings, or even the sprezzatura that is related to the idea of making the difficult effortless. And at the same time, we have Arnold Hauser saying, no, this is ridiculous. We cannot speak about mannerism in formal terms. It's a mindset that is related to a clash of ideals that goes from religion to science, to society, to economics, to politics, and it's going to be represented with very different cultural expressions from, let's say, Tintoretto, Il Greco, to Giordano Bruno, to even Elizabethan poetry. And the same thing happens with architecture. If we look at Manfredo Tafuri, who he devoted his first book to mannerism, he's saying that in a way mannerism is very much relying on a certain crisis, on a certain clash of principles and ideals that are going to be very specific and synchronic to the 16th century, while at the same time you have Colin Rose saying, no, it is a diachronic habit of mind, his own words, where you have a compositional system that has certain orthodoxy within which you become heretical. And this is an attitude of dissent that he found famously in Palladio, in Le Corbusier, and I would say in Peter Eisenman. And so it seems that, and that's the problem, that mannerism is both one thing and its opposite. And this is actually what Robert Venturi and Denise Scott Brown, they are going to embrace, and they're going to develop a motto around it that is both and, because it's both things. And probably complexity and contradiction, that is a book where all this discussion has started, is going to be fundamental to understand a contribution to what it is this mannerist attitude in contemporary times. It is interesting to note that during a long time, the draft of this book was entitled Mannerism in Architecture. So yes, there is a risk that we start to understand that all these different opposing positions are part of a same thread. And the problem is what happens with Gustav Erne Hock book. It's an interesting book, but at the end he's stretching the concept to the point of absurdity, because for him everything that is happening after the 16th century, from, let's say, in literature, from Góngora to James Joyce, in paintings from Goya to the Chirico and Picasso, everything is part of the same mannerist thread. So therefore, mannerism is everything, and there is no use of mannerism as a category, because mannerism could be whatever. So there is this fundamental risk, and probably this is why we have to be here together, because we have to discuss what is mannerism for us today, what it implies. And I would say, and let me propose a potential point of departure for our discussions, that mannerism is a practice that is deeply engaging with the precedent, with the traditions that are happening before, and it is a tradition or is a precedent that these artists or architects are even either inheriting, or they are in a way choosing, or sometimes they are not able to avoid. And what is important is not only that you are referring and working with these traditions and precedents, but that you are in a way also critiquing them. So you are introducing very particular raptors into it, so you can open it to new possibilities, new ambitions, new, let's say, expectations, and even new forms of joy. And I would say that I find that in recent architectural practice, there are trends that could be related to this idea that you are dealing with these traditions and you are critiquing them at the same time. But in the times of AI that we are living today, and Mario is going to talk about that later, probably this question is becoming more important because AI is working from the idea that you are learning from, or you are using the pre-existing in order to generate the new. And the question about how we relate to precedents and traditions, or how we resist them, is more important than ever today. But I will say that there is another reason why we can talk about mannerism. It is a time of raising uncertainty and probably authoritarian drift, and mannerism could offer a way to rely on a certain stable referential ground, but at the same time is able to offer its critique, to open it to something that is beyond its own realm. And in that way, it's not only opening it, but it's also resisting to new forms of overt or covert absolutism. And I think that we have to be more watchful than ever to this absolutism today. So I will leave Mario to introduce. Thank you so much.
I probably have to introduce myself. Mario Carpo. I teach history and theory in that school a few blocks north, which we generally don't mention. But first, before we start, we have to, thanks the AA for making this possible, and particularly the director, Ingrid, who just spoke. But particular thanks should go to the fantastic public program teams. Harriet and Molly, are they in the room? Oh, here they are, both of you, yes. So many thanks, because you are an excellent team. You did a great job. You made everything easy, which, when organizing a thing like this, is not easy at all. So congratulations and many thanks. It doesn't always happen. So I shall be very brief because we have a long day ahead. So let me just tell you in two words as how the idea of this conference came about. A long time ago, when I was a student, that was basically at the end of the Middle Ages on normal chronology, we had this idea, all of us, students and teachers, that architecture is a language. Imagine that, what a strange thing to say. And we thought that as a language, architecture worked the way that most languages work, based on a permanent dialectic between convention and invention, code and creativity, rules and the way we use rules. Every language has rules, grammar rules, for example, but every user of any language always transgresses those rules, tweaks them, bends them, breaks them. But this is the thing. When we break the rule of a language we are using, we can only break the rules up to a certain point. If we break rules intelligently and advisedly up to a certain point, the language works better. But if we break rules beyond that point, the language stops working because nobody will understand what we say. So at the basis of every language, there is this assumption that a language, every language, is calculated rule breaking, regulated rule breaking. Now, as this is a day on mannerism, you probably we probably all know that this is also a normal definition of mannerism, calculated rule breaking, which means that every language has mannerism hardwired into it. There is mannerism is inevitable in every use of every language. That may as well be true, but the thing is, never mind if this is true or not true, architects may not always be aware of it. So architects may not know it. They may know it and not say it, or they may know it and say it and claim it. They may want to spell out clear and loud that they want to play the mannerist game. So our degree of awareness of the game of mannerism, calculated rule breaking, changes over time. It ebbs and flows. And evidently, we are here today because we are at a time of enhanced mannerist awareness. We live in mannerist times. And I realized that something was going on when one day, almost 2 years ago, in that bookshop next door, I stumbled upon Francisco's book. I didn't know him. And in fact, I didn't know many of the architects he mentioned and describes. Many are his friends, and some are here today, and some will speak this afternoon. And I did know already back then that many of my friends, architects who work with artificial intelligence and computational designers, they all had been talking of mannerism for quite some time. And I do not need to remind you that these are two constituencies that are very much do not have very much in common. But they actually have pretty nothing in common, except that from different vantage points, and probably for different reasons, we are all discussing mannerism now. Why are we living in mannerist times? Why are these mannerist times? Well, if you ask me confidentially, between you and me and the trees and the square outside, I do have some ideas on this, but I'm not going to tell you now. Not at the start of the day, because first I want to listen to the speakers we invited. So we may reconvene at the end of the day and have a talk. So now I think we should start with the first speakers, which we have to introduce. And I think it's, we divided the bios. So you go first.
Our first speaker is going to be Andrew Leach, who is a professor of architectural history at the Queensland University of Technology and a professorial fellow at the School of Architecture, Design and Planning at the University of Sydney. He has held the Wallace Fellowship at the Harvard Center for Italian Renaissance Studies, Villa Itati. His books include Manfredo Tafuri, What is Architectural History? Crisis on Crisis, an Italian imprint on 20th century architecture, edited with Denise Costanzo. Current projects include studies on Romaldo Gurgola and Alexander Newman, research on the history of property, alienation in New South Wales, and an edition of the early writings of Manfredo Tafuri, prepared in collaboration with Luca Scanzi.
And the second speaker this morning, we introduced them all together so we don't have to interrupt between the speakers. The second speaker this morning is Lina Malfona, Associate Professor. Malfona, right? The accent is on the O, not Malfona, Malfona, yeah. Associate Professor in Architecture at the University of Pisa. She often also teaches at Cornell, both the Rome program and the campus in Ithaca. Her publications include essays on history, theory, and criticism of architecture. Among her most recent books are, well, guess what? The Mannerist Phase in Architecture, which is also the title of her talk, and La Condizione Manierista, which she published in Italian, an earlier version of the same topic. She recently edited the book Future or Eclipse of Criticism, just out of just printed, and it may or may not be in the bookshop next door, but if not, Lina has some copies here, it will be on the table. She's also an architect in practice and the founder of the architectural firm Malfona Petrini Architettura. This is speaker number 2. Then I have to introduce speaker number 3. If he shows up, because our first speaker, Peter Eisenman, needs no introduction. He's evidently one of the most influential architects, writers, theoreticians, and educators of our time. And he has a certain role in mannerism because, well, due to his he inherited that from his mentor, Colin Rowe, evidently, and is often cited, he has talked about mannerism, is often cited in Mannerist his books, so he's in Francisco's book, he's in Lina's book, and he has often been called a Mannerist himself, a claim, however, which he never made. The problem is that he had a problem with his 2 cats recently in the last 2 days, and so we don't know if we hope we manage to connect on Zoom from New York, which is going to be at 6:30 his time, if he wakes up. And if the 2 cats allows, we shall have him on screen. And then we thought we would have a moderator for this session who just called 1 hour ago to say that she felt sick, and so she will not be at the table, so we shall try to moderate in some other way at the end of it. Okay, so, yeah. First speaker.
Well, let me begin by thanking Francisco and Mario for constructing today's most intriguing program. And I'd like to reiterate my thanks to Molly and the AA team for their support of the event's logistics. In returning, as we are, to the question of mannerism's relationship to architectural design and thought, I think it's important to recall that the concept, in any precise sense, was only codified and absorbed into the lexicon of art historians little more than a century ago. It was then applied to architecture in print no earlier, so far as I know, than 1930. From the moment when Max Dvořák proposed it as a term that could explain the strained compositions of El Greco's 1586 depiction of the burial of the Count of Orgaz, or the seemingly more psychological poignant slaves of Michelangelo, art historians wondered how to codify it as a distinct stage between what Heinrich Wölfflin called the classic and the Baroque styles, and hence to what Owen Panofsky called the 60-year vacuum in which one became the other. Indeed, Panofsky used the term mannerism in 1930 to describe the compositional mess of a 16th century drawing by Beccafumi, here on the right, as read against the order of his earlier work, and also the capacity of Giorgio Vasari to slip into a medieval idiom in composing the frontispiece for his life of Cimabue, explicitly raising the question of how architecture might figure in an artistic development that had hitherto been read almost exclusively through the history of painting. Thereafter, it seemed everyone was suddenly anxious to say something on the topic, as evidenced in the subjects of public lectures, articles in the academic press, dissertations, and even from the mid-1930s book-length studies on Italian art and architecture, suggesting less that Panofsky started something all on his own than that he evidenced in writing something that was already being pondered in those places where pondering takes place, and that this was, at least informally, a debate of the later 1920s. Nonetheless, the way that Panofsky accounted for Vasari's capacity to compose with the materials of history within a tradition, but holding that tradition to account, speaks rather directly to both the parameters of today's discussion and to the broader discourse on a contemporary mannerism, or mannerism's projective implications for contemporary architecture, that has become rather public in the last few years, and which we are all, one way or another, caught up, since we are, after all, in the room together. Following Panofsky on Vasari or on Beccafumi, the Mannerist architect exhibits a clear command of architecture's rules. You'll hear some repetition across the course of the day, I suspect. a clear command of the rules which they seem ready to let go, but which they cannot yet relinquish, allowing those rules and the knowledge that undergirds them to be manipulated, degraded, deformed, or otherwise disrespected, rather than set aside entirely. Like Vasari, the Mannerist architect knows the rules they are bending because they are an insider. Their privilege allows them to use articles of faith to show they no longer have it, but are not yet ready to give up on the venture entire. Then, as now, we might say. In the end, one cannot turn to the deep knowledge base of a discipline to test a stressed orthodoxy when one is an outsider. We each enter this discussion with an idea of mannerism, whether it is the expressionist mannerism given voice by Dvořák, Aurélie Gombrich, or Nikolaus Pevsner, who had the artist as something of a mirror of a society in trouble, and their work likewise. Or, perhaps more familiarly, the ironic, ambiguous mannerism to which Denise Scott Brown and Robert Venturi, each in their own way, turned in the 1950s and 60s. There are many ways in which our basic assumptions have been formed over the last century around the path taken by the classical tradition in painting, sculpture, and architecture, and other departments of culture and the arts, from the 15th to the 18th centuries, into which mannerism is or is not made to figure depending on whether it is or is not in style, so to speak. As the 1930s, in which Panofsky wrote, gave way to the decades that followed, mannerism's historical specificities, its geography, its genealogies, its literature, gave way to much more wide-ranging assessments of the state of the world, as Francisco has alluded to already. Or perhaps better, the state of a world for which central and northern Italy was a central measure. Persistent measure. This one starting point, also central but persistent, this one starting point for how we can ponder a contemporary mannerism bound to the response of some architects, some here today, to the shape of the world around and after the global financial crisis of 2008, or perhaps even after the crisis posed by COVID. But to do this as an involuntary index of the world's anxieties, a decision to reach deep into the toolkit history affords, to regard any sense of normalcy and constancy somewhat askance, or to feel keenly the challenge to architecture and its habits to which moments of profound social, economic, and technological change give rise, these are mannerisms that have their own modern histories, sometimes intersecting, sometimes quite distinct. And these histories are as dense, as varied as they are varied in their contours. Between 1930, when Panofsky first called a work of architecture, albeit a drawing, Mannerist, to 1967, the proliferation of ideas of a Mannerist architecture had gotten so out of hand, again as Francisco has already noted, so far out of hand that the senior figures of Italian art history in that year convened a study course on the subject at the Centro Internazionale di Studi di Architettura, Andrea Palladio, in Vicenza. The program responded, two-week program, responded in part to a creeping scope to the term that had, for instance, in Manfredo Tafuri's book on the subject, published a year earlier, and which defined the long 16th century as a Mannerist century in every possible sense, in which all forms of architectural production and thought, from broken orders to treatises to novel geometrical experiments, and from the scale of the drawing to that of the extra-urban territory, were all gathered up as being, one way or another, Mannerist. On this occasion in 1967, or at least within this program, it's a two-week occasion, so it's rather varied. But during this program, the scholar Eugenio Battisti offered a phased history of architectural mannerism and its historiography, entitled in English, The Concept of Mannerism in Architecture. To his mind, this history could be organized around 9 discrete steps, in which the tension between the production of architecture, informed by projective principles or historical measures, alongside the production of critical historiography in its various forms, including its proto-forms, which is to say the production of stuff and the production of the sense-making of the stuff. And we can, I think, readily extend his 9 steps to understand the historicity of today's events, And so I'd like to begin by rehearsing the lily pads onto which this particular frog hops. Sorry, that was my introduction for that. So step one, the historical era of mannerism proper, in which architects arguably attended to the principle of Maniera in terms parallel to the uptake of the same by painters, and in which the production of an intellectual tradition, Palladio, Serlio, and so forth, served further to foment some distance from the codified forms of classicism against which this phase was considered. This is the 16th century phenomenon, first read in the 20th century as a stylistic development within patterns of progress and decay over the centuries, separating the medieval world from the modern. This is followed by the first backlash. Here's Bellori, informed by derisory 17th century historiography and coinciding with the rise, in Italy especially, of Baroque taste. Avant les lettres, this criticism of mannerism, not named as such, as we know, for another 2 centuries, served to give this era of misguided artistic production its edges and to identify its defining characteristics, albeit in the negative. Then follows the recurrence of sorts of the ghosts of mannerism in the advent of Rococo and its impact on the neoclassical, what Wiley Cypher has called a neo-mannerist condition, in which the initial judgment of a 17th century mannerism is set aside as it is explored for what it conveys and contains. Herein, the reservations fostered among architects of the 17th century towards the amongst architects of the 16th century towards the regularity of what was once called the High Renaissance, is recalled as the classical tradition is taken forwards. Battisti casts as a next step, then, the mobilization of questions once posed solely in Italy and its immediate neighbors into those new territories, for classical architecture at least, that witnessed the spread of neoclassicism, a Polish case shown here. The technical rigor of Palladio's planning turned to other ends, for instance, or the question of composition in its Polish and Russian echoes, and in the decorative regimes that played off against the structures realized in these decades, exposing their fragility. This offers a recurrence of the transmissibility of ideas, models, and disciplinary regulations that gave rise to Italy's northern mannerisms in the 16th and early 17th centuries, through the distance between Rome or Florence and the northern regions to which many architects traveled in the wake of the sack of Rome or the siege of Florence. With the re-evaluation of mannerism as a style in the early 20th century, now named as such, Manierismos became formalized as a development within the classical tradition and subject to significant academic attention as it was systematically brought into the scientific literature of the history of art. This takes general lines of judgment like Jakob Burckhardt's offhand comments on the mannerisms or manner techniques of various northern artists in his Cicerona, or the idea of manner at the intersection of gesture and comportment that we find in English, and combines it with the technical definition of maniera as it occurs in writing on painting as early as the 14th century, and finds its application in the advice offered artists by Vasari in the 16th. The 1920s and 1930s sees regularized the sense of mannerism as a style, bound to history in its own time, within a principle of art historical recurrence, in which one can find expressed the idea of a Mannerist phase recurring between classic and Baroque phases in artistic development, paralleling the uptake of Wölflin's classic and Baroque phases to explain the artistic development of, for example, the later Roman Empire. This, to restate the developments with which I began, is the moment in which scholars of the history of art countenance the idea that architecture can be Mannerist. Following then the Second World War, when the art historical system is thoroughly redistributed, the idea of a Mannerist architecture, as expressed for an audience of architects by Anthony Blunt, for example, in the 1940s, or Colin Rowe in 1950, is conceived as a discrete form of production within this stylistic development, still bound to the surface, on which style can be read, and to the correspondences between the painting contained within the frame and the facade as its corollary. Across the 1940s and into the 1950s, the formalization and criticism of the concept of architectural mannerism by such specialists, art historically trained specialists, as Wolfgang Lotz and Nikolaus Pevsner, begins to change shape. They had witnessed firsthand the interwar proliferation of the idea of Mannerist architecture and emerged from that Central European discussion of the 1920s, 30s, 40s with a high degree of authority that they then applied to English language criticism, but equally in French and Italian writing. What in London in the 50s felt like something novel, in the 40s and 50s felt like something novel, something that Summerson reinforced in his lectures here at the AA, was, from Pevsner's perspective, putting an established discussion to bed. Battisti finally, at the end of his steps, points to a new wave of studies, and again he's writing in the 1960s, moving between architectural criticism and the history of art, in which a concept of Mannerist architecture is tested against both the measure offered by Maniera and by the range of conditions in which architects exercise the sense of the historicity of their discipline. Battisti's references now read as a little obscure. We have Federico Zeri's Pittura e Controriforma, for instance, a book few will have read, I suspect, discussions of conferences staged in Vicenza and New York and Rome. But he is, I think, describing the first moves of the moment in which he is himself participating. To take the terms of Mannerism and put them under the microscope and hold them accountable to themselves. To his own citations, I think we can add the numerous discussions in the early to middle 1960s, none of which, importantly, concerned with Mannerism's projective value for contemporary architecture. Entirely a question of analysis. Let's say that Battisti's 9-step program for Mannerism ends early in the 1960s. If we fold in the Pisa event, the event in Vicenza at which he spoke, we can say something more, though, about this moment of the 60s for the history of art, as well as another parallel moment for architectural criticism and theory. And this, I think, transports us to the present. The Pisa event in 1967 was arguably the death knell of a discussion on architectural mannerism by serious scholars. Art historians still find it weird that we've brought it up again, I think it's fair to say. The term barely appears in architectural historiography after that time, even if in architectural theory and criticism, if we can make a fragile distinction, it has some resonance, thanks to the distribution from 1967 of Venturi's Complexity and Contradiction, published 66, distributed 67. Pisa had offered something of a referendum on the trio of books that seems, to that audience, to have defined the question at that time. Arnold Hauser's De Mannerismus, which we saw earlier, published in 64, and passing the theme of a deep-seated social crisis, reaching all branches of culture and the arts. Then Tafuri, again, we've seen this before, his L'architettura del Mannerismo nel Cinquecento Europeo, published in 1966, with its broad sweep and deference to the scales at which 20th century architecture is practiced, and including works like the treatise, Geometrical Experiments, Fortification Engineering, that defy art history's categories. It's hard to treat fortifications stylistically, for example. And then John Sherman's efforts, again, I didn't programmatically avoid repeating the images, but you've seen them already. His efforts in his 1967 Penguin paperback, Mannerism, to put things back in order and to rein in the excesses to which historiography and criticism had become widely understood to have been subject. It is Sherman who stands in Vicenza as the voice of reason, and Tafuri who walks away bruised. Indeed, the reception there and elsewhere among the art historical establishment of his book sees him distance himself from L'Architettura del Mannerismo to the extent that, until recently, and with the UF project to collect the full Tafuri catalogue, it was difficult to find a copy of it in Venice. As a phase, borrowing Battisti's structure, this comprises something of a rigorous assertion of the primacy of art historical categories. This moment of the mid-1960s for the art historical community attending to architecture, the reassertion of the primacy of art historical categories in the treatment of architecture by that discipline. not solely as a question of style, but the question of style is embedded therein. And then there's the counterpoint of this moment in the reception of Colin Rowe's essay of 1950, and from 1967, its incorporation into the arguments of Robert Venturi and the generations of his readers, extending to the end of the 1970s, for which a work like C. Wraith Smith's Supermannerism of 1978 can serve as a useful bookmark, and a marker of another kind of extreme position. After all, it's not supermannerism, but supermannerism. So another kind of deformation. Common to the works of this trajectory is, on the one hand, the sense of mannerism as material, as a body of works that can offer models, references, or lessons to late modern and postmodern architecture. And on the other, of mannerism as a lesson at a structural level, in which the relationship between modern architecture and the doubts formed around it becomes tested by mannerism's exemplification of late style. Therein, the certainties of, in this case, modernism's orthodoxies begin to address those questions lurking at its edges, both and, as Venturi had it. These two almost mutually exclusive responses to the question posed at the Pisa Palladio, in reality, of course, posed across the late 50s and early 60s of how mannerism might serve architecture and the history of architecture, how it might as well operate as a principle of contemporary design. These two paths at once describe a way for mannerism that admits the historicity of architectural design as well as of its criticism, while closing off the question of mannerism and thus mannerist architecture in the history of art, or as its protagonists would doubtless have had it, within the serious study of the history of architecture. And again, there have been a small number of attempts in, let's say, those places that set the scene for the disciplinary history of architecture in which mannerism has been raised, and it's very much treated as a curiosity, the fact of the meeting. It's perhaps telling that the most penetrating historiography of architecture from this time until the end of the century was at least partly cast as architectural theory, or characterized as a theorized history of architecture, and that the fustier end of things, regularly disparaged within architectural discourse as an art historical type of architectural history, regardless of the real institutional, conceptual, and methodological facts of the matter, or of the formation and the profession of the individuals at the business end of the typewriter. Beyond those who swam against the current and held on to Venturi's book across the 80s and 90s, with all due respect for those in the room who might have done so, the question of mannerism was almost entirely set aside. It barely figured in the treatment in those decades of those figures who might once have been usefully served by its questions and constraints, and when it did appear, it was as a matter of an idiosyncratic late uptake, as in the historicistic references and criticisms of works, for example, by Arati Sozaki. This brings us to the present moment and the discussion that follows, building on Francisco's books and those of Lina, alongside such prompts as the reappraisal of complexity and contradiction in 2016 and Kirsten's book, The Difficult Whole. The title of this contribution now invokes the book Mannerism and Maniera, published in 1963 by Craig Hugh Smythe. This book had a simple argument in the end, namely that mannerism, called as such, had to exhibit an aspect of Maniera, as it had been both described and prescribed by Vasari as a way to get by in the world of 16th century court life. Smythe's discussions, his conclusions rather, are narrow, and his final words are on the screen. Mannerism plays out on the surface just as Maniera is manifest in the way a painting is copied by an artist. Bas-relief does it as well, but barely. And that is as far as it goes for sculpture. Architecture, not really at all. In what sense, then, can we speak of mannerism now, given this warning? I'm persuaded more or less by Francisco's articulation of a consistent attitude towards disciplinary knowledge acquired, cultivated, and deployed among some in the straitened circumstances of the recession that followed 2008. and I'm persuaded as well by his identification of a family of works and practices that are bound together by this informed response to circumstances beyond the architect's control, as by now they mostly are. To call it mannerism, though, is to invoke a relationship within and across historical time, on terms akin to those invocations at earlier moments in which architecture is less in control of its situation than it wishes, and not everyone wants it. Smythe's long essay, in the embrace of acuity for which it stood, removed for the part the question of style under which mannerism had for some decades been subsumed. While never his intention, it allowed for the reclamation of the term by architecture at the intersection of technical knowledge, deep disciplinary knowledge, a capacity for processing precedents, and a mediated relationship with the world as a kind of nature, not represented directly, but passing through other works and the disciplinarity of architecture itself. I mean, I think it's been many decades since anyone thought of mannerism first as a question of style. But in the last 10 or 15 years, this idea was increasingly put into play with the expressionist idea of mannerism that Bruno Zevi brought into architecture, responding indeed to occasions of crisis as their index. Although I've toyed with this idea, I have a book called Crisis on Crisis, it's true, I'm ultimately skeptical of the real value of seeing Mannerist architecture as a simple reflection of the world in trouble, as Zevi somehow did. We nonetheless find ourselves in need of a way to deal with what has happened in the last 15 years or in the last 5 years and what is unfolding in our present. Does mannerism help us? The idea of an architectural mannerism at base is an invention of the 20th century, concerned with architecture's history and with architecture's relationship to its own history and to its disciplinarity. By way of conclusion and opening up to the speakers who follow, I wish simply to make this observation, that this concept has certainly been very useful to architecture, its theory, its criticism, and its history, on different terms and to different ends, decade to decade, and sometimes in conflict with one another, but always as a device to better understand and operate in the present. And that it finds currency once more, while I think hardly inevitable, we can discuss this, it's certainly worth our discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this such a great event. Thank you for all, for the organization, and for this kind invitation. Put my chronometer so I can be precise. Well, we're here to recall that 500 years ago, the death of Raphael and the excommunication of Martin Luther fatally ushered in a cultural season characterized by a strong spiritual and political crisis, long wars for the domination of Europe, the violent epidemics, and the Copernican revolution were among the main causes of the profound moral disquiet that shook the West in the 16th century. It was in this climate of uncertainty that Mannerism developed, an artistic trend with such a wide legacy that architects and historians, as Andrew mentioned, have come to regard it as a recurring phenomenon. Mannerism flourished at the time that has close analogies with the current situation. Of course, you could argue that even in the 60s, many people said that, but today insecurity and instability go hand in hand with a sort of new Copernican revolution. The revolution brought about by digital technologies and artificial intelligence that have taken on a familiar yet a spectral character, engendering such a major transformation that the sense of reality is duplicated, altered, and even overturned. I'd like to start from the figure of Michelangelo because he plays a central role in my treatment of Mannerism as a pioneer of this condition. After having prefigured and founded the new compositional methods in San Lorenzo's new sacristy, Michelangelo applied it in the Lawrencean library, a closed, anti-naturalistic space. And the experiment also with the oppositive virtues of upward ecstasy and precipice, the ability to assign unpredictable role to architectural parts, to mimic contraction and dilation, and to anticipate and go beyond the Baroque toward an unexplored modernity. This is the plan of the Basilica di San Lorenzo, where you can see the Lawrencean Library, and of course the reading room, which is a very elongated space, with the space of the Ricetto, which is on the contrary a very high space. And here you can see some similar elongated spaces in 16th century Mannerism. This is also Ansel Bane painting the Christ cramped in the coffin. Of course, you know the Vasarian courtyard in Florence, and of course you probably know the Tintoretto elongated space with this very elongated stretched perspective. Well, I don't know that there are any other spaces like the Ricetto with these gigantic stairs that occupied the interior space of the Ricetto. The Lawrencean Library, which according to Paolo Portoghesi is the extremely belated testimony of the intellectual hedonism of Michelangelo's adolescence, displays what I call the voluptuous immobility in an architectural space dominated by the opposition between life and form. Of course, the Lawrencean Library is not exactly an early work, as Portoghesi pointed out, yet it expresses an adolescent condition of language. In this phase, indeed, the artist designed spaces alternative to reality, to everyday reality. Space can only be inhabited on condition that formalism is accepted as a way of life. Maturity, on the contrary, lies in the dilated vision of the Sforza Chapel, and then in the exploration of inwardness through the unfinished, for which I quoted Bruno Zevi, who wrote that Michelangelo declared the defeat of form versus life. In fact, in a later work like the Pietà Rondanini, Michelangelo abandons the struggle to show the artwork as an unfinished, incomplete, and imperfect body. We show the intrinsic poetry of life. Contrast fade, form relaxes, and unfolds in its flow. I started getting interested in Mannerism as a designer and a builder, firstly, probably like Francisco, because in a certain phase of my career, I realized the need to move beyond that phase. And then I began to develop an interest in Mannerism as a scholar. So I organized the Symposium Investigation of Mannerism, where at the University of Pisa, where some architects and historians, such as Silvia Levin, Paolo Portoghesi, Andrew actually was also present, and many other designers speculate on this subject. In particular, my latest book on this topic, published some months ago, as Mario said, offers a speculation on the Mannerist phase in architecture understood as an early stage of the creative process. This book thesis is that Mannerist phase can be considered like an adolescent phase of language that precedes the consolidation of thought. That period in which the design process is still entirely mental and symbolic. The poetic phase arrives with maturity, and in that phase, the architect will no longer design spaces, but places. That's why I think it's crucial to deal with the Mannerist phase precisely in order to move beyond it. In my work, I referred to the art historian Filiberto Menna, who in 1975 published this book in Italian, The Analytical Line of Modern Art. You can read these words, and I would argue that Mannerism identifies just this kind of analytical overexposure. More precisely, mannerism identifies a phase of research which leads to an excess of linguistic refinement, which sometimes prevent authors from achieving that grace that, according to Vasari, was one of the pillars of the third Maniera, the most perfect Maniera, that of Michelangelo, Leonardo, and Raphael. Historical mannerism has to do with an obsession with architectural composition that leaves no room for spontaneity, and was taught in school, workshop, academies, and universities as a form of incorporation of talent and genius. So studying mannerism is also an occasion to discuss teaching methods, schools, and the education of young architects between tradition and innovation. Finally, I'd like to suggest that Mannerist phase is a period of research experienced by architects who are also intellectual. Architects who operate between the practice of making and the elaboration of a personal design philosophy within a perspective in which history, theory, and criticism are intertwined. Today, the term mannerism is used as an attribute of a convoluted composition or to identify the typical pupils who grew up in a prominent master workshop. Mannerism is also the defect of those artists who struggle with their own language, remaining slave to style, mannerists of themselves. I believe that today we cannot talk about manner or style without talking also about authorship and agency. As Andrew recalled, Abbot Giovanni Pietro Bellori uses the term maniera in a derogatory way to target an artistic practice that is not based on the imitation of nature but on direct experience of reality. He discredits Vasari's Maniera with the specific aim of criticizing Mannerist art, and he replaced Vasari's original concept of Maniera with the concept of style. In the 60s, the concept of style has been replaced by the concept of language. Manfredo Tafuri used to talk about language, as Mario recalled, and by the concept of authorship, and more recently by the concept of agency, which broadens authorship, reconsidering all the figures involved in the project. In my book, I referred also to the lecture given by Michel Foucault at the Collège de France, was an author, in particular to the passage in which Foucault recounts Saint Jérôme text, De Viris Illustribus, in which authorship is defined as a constant level of value, as a certain field of conceptual coherence, and finally, stylistic unity. It's still like that today. I mean, we actually, a few architects like Valerio Olgiati still have a recognizable language, we can state. On the contrary, there are many architects and large architectural corporations which are intentionally chameleon-like on the point to be unrecognizable. So what's the only tool left for recognizing authorship today? Manual drawing? Yes, assuming it's still used, and this is not so obvious. So we can start to know more in depth some of the features of the Mannerist phase that I treated in my book also. Starting from enigma and ambiguity, usually Mannerist work doesn't reveal itself fully, completely when observed for the first time, and it tends to remain enigmatic. At time, for example, it conveys disquiet to the viewer through scaling or visual deception, but also through the exaltation of vertigo, crack, and rupture that can be found in many recent projects. It's possible, for example, to observe the Mannerist tricks in some of Christian Keret's works, such as The House with a Missing Pillar. and the house with only one wall. Drawing on references to different styles from surrealism to metaphysics, the young Portuguese office Fala Atelier carries out a conceptual reading of the theme of the enigma. Columns, staircase, and other objects that populate their project appear to be the result of purposeful misunderstanding. The formal play of curved and zigzagging walls look like a parodistic version of 1980s postmodernism. The tendency to use certain drawing techniques like Boolean operation as a design methodology has also become increasingly common among young architects and very often accompanied by the use of Mannerist themes like wrapping and contortion. Evidence of this can be seen in the early residential projects by the American firm Sean Kenty, who produces avant-garde architecture in terms of typology, by blurring vernacular forms with geometric abstraction. Using the traditional American shed as a wrapper, which encloses conventional spaces arranged in unconventional ways, and twisting the internal space on inserting dislocated elements in it, Kenty reaches uncanny effect. We have another point regarding the Mannerist space that I described. One of the most popular trends among the younger generation of architects is remix architecture, as you know, which consists of reappropriating history through assembly or explicit citation. There is usually precedent, taken as a pretext, that gets recycled into a second-hand object. According to Sten Allen, many young architects today do not aim to bring forth new forms, but rather they reconceive design as an operation of selecting, indexing, and editing. This is from the book Inscriptions by Architecture Before Speech by Michael and Andrew Alder. Another trend in contemporary architectural practice is the imitation driven by AI and machine learning, which are now well trained to recognize similarities in a body of images, as well as to create new sets of artificial images, a data set, so they can automate imitation. Today, some AI technologies seem to actively promote what Renaissance humanists called creative imitation, a process based on a selection of the most seductive parts belonging to various real models brought together in a single object that would display a greater grace than any living thing, as the historian Gabriele Morolli stated. As Mario Carpo catches in his latest book, Beyond Digital, it was therefore a matter of practicing an intellectual imitation of nature, the result of synthesis and not of mechanics. We must also clarify that remix architecture and creative imitation based on AI cannot always be considered Mannerist practice. Sometimes, in fact, the reference is not transfigured, but rather assumed as a palimpsest. So these procedures seems more like the result of exquisite postmodern intellectual games. Mannerism, on the contrary, can be found in those works in which metaphor, analogies, and quotations are never explicitly mentioned. So Mannerism is not a stochastic parrot, which is a large language model based on learning from large databases. This expression emphasizes that these systems have no understanding of the meaning of the words that generate, because they are not built to have it. They are therefore skilled imitators, manipulating data without understanding it. As Federico Fagin, a long-time expert in the field of computer science, wrote, machines have no consciousness. Now we can see some Other case of imitation and referentiality in architecture, Philip Johnson, of course, who completed his training as an architect with Mies and made reasoned copies of Miesian buildings. About his work, in fact, Roberto Gargiani states it's the ironic epigon rather than the disciple who shows the universe of possibilities, accessible once the principles are released. And here we can also see another case of reference, this time through reversal. The new entrance to the Parliament of Chur is among Olgiati's work that reflect Mannerist composition the most. The pillar supporting the entrance canopy, which is slightly rotated with respect to the facade of the building, is nothing but an inversion of the existing classical portal behind it. It masks the entrance instead of revealing it. Also, this portal is the giant version of the archivolted window that appears single on the first floor, twin on the second floor, and repeated on the other side of the building. So Olgiati uses elements similar to those present in the existing building, but he plays an inversion, which reveals a continuity, but also a contradiction with the past. This can be paralleled with the similar inversion of the broken pediment made by Bernardo Buontalenti in the Portale delle Suppliche in Florence. Another chapter is related to the variation on the theme. It can be said that a highly experimental attitude leads the Mannerist author to work on the obsession of possibility, on the variation on linguistic elements starting from a given model. As you know, Serlio's Extraordinario Libro is an anthology of licenses. Of course, Mario Carpo extensively deals with these revolutionary treatises in his book La maschera e il modello, The Mask and the Model, so I will forward, and I want to show that engineer Agostino Ramelli brought the Serlian themes of the variation and invention into the field of hydraulic engineering. Ramelli was the author of a curious Mannerist treatise, which showed a long sequence of plates where hydraulic science became an instrument of spectacular prodigies. Also, in many of these drawings, you can see the contrast in scale between the barely visible human figure and the gigantic device. The theatricalization of the machine, which from being a merely functional device becomes a setting, a scene, a space, is precisely the result of Mannerist aesthetics. We can take a step forward toward the obsession of possibilities. Every architect knows in the 1970s, Peter Eisenman used to work on the series through an executed formal research leading to the climate design for the cardboard houses. His work is marked by the pursuit of composition as an autonomous practice of variation on a theme and the intentional detachment between form and functional programs. Or, in his own words, the disengagement of the signified from its sign. But an interesting take on Mannerism can be found in Eisenman's study on the architecture of Andrea Palladio. This is an extensive analysis, first presented at the Yale School of Architecture and then in a book titled Palladio Virtual. Through this work, Eisenman presents Palladio's oeuvre as an heterogeneous and conflicting body. Moreover, Eisenman reads Palladio's work as a form of transgression to the classical ideal of proportion, symmetry, function, as well as narrative and iconic invention. But strangely enough, Peter rejects the interpretation of Palladio as a Mannerist author, deviating from a Renaissance ideal. And here we have other examples of variation on the theme. 1980s Parc de la Villette, Paris. This is, of course, Bernard Tschumi, Mark Lee, and Sharon Johnston with their vaulthouse. This is a sequence of ever changing sections. And finally, a project of mine. This is a series of variations on the theme of the relationship between a core and the shell of a residential building that has been built in the countryside north of Rome. And finally, the last chapter about where I analyzed the three Mannerist features: the chunky, the bizarre, and the sophisticated. First of all, I started from Mario Botta's long and articulated work, leading us to understand the difference between sophistication and bizarreness. Botta has worked since the early years of his career on the theme of residential space, building a series of single-family houses in Canton Ticino. This series constitutes an unparalleled craft workshop where the themes, formal solution, and the repertoire of images are experimented, tested, and finally transferred to other projects. In his work, mannerism often appears in the form of self-referentiality. In this regard, a conversation between Mario Botta and Francesco Dalcò proves very valuable. The conversation is about one of Mario Botta's early work, the house in Breganzona, designed and built in the 80s. At the heart of the discussion is Francesco Dalcò's assumption that the formal excesses of this building reduce it to a mask. But according to Botta, a natural environment becomes truly meaningful only if it incorporates artifice. Francesco Dalcò insists on pointing out Botta's bizarreness, and he concludes, bizarre is what in your case expresses the difficulty to renew a linguistic system that has settled down to the tranquility of a style. But I think that, like a few architects, Mario Botta tends to pursue the creation of the masterpiece. And he pursues this goal through a complexity of craftsmanship, a careful manipulation of form, a skillful use of light, and the choice of the finest construction techniques. Evidently, his work leads to the creation of an extremely sophisticated organism, not at all bizarre, in my opinion. His walls are not crystals, so they are massive, but also decorated, and the use of brick, coming from local tradition, enhances the intimate qualities of architecture. So, on the one hand, Botta's ambition is to preserve the value of traditional living. On the other hand, each of his construction is unrepeatable. And finally, the third feature, the adolescent architecture by Moss. This American firm creates cute, chubby objects, which are the manifesto, in their words, of a style, non-style. Their projects look chunky because of the discreteness of brutal cut-and-paste techniques and the use of parataxis. Mario Carpo wrote that the chunkiness is the style of mechanical assemblage, addition and aggregation, but also the generic style of descent, adopted not surprisingly by the constructivists, but then became the style of the second digital turn. And here, of course, you can read the words of Michael Meredith and Hilary Sample, which come close to the ones of Venturi Scott Brown, just when the latter criticized the Mannerist expressionism of Paul Rudolph. Moss' work is not compositional and makes use of assemblage techniques derived by American vernacular architecture, which is admittedly practical and metaphor-free, even familiar, ordinary, and conventional. Even their plans look like drawn by a child, as you can see here. However, the use of the pitched roof and the aluminium claddings that identify all their constructions goes beyond the vernacular architecture and clearly reveals the lesson of their masters, Herzog and de Meuron and Stendhalen. Now, I want to leave you with a couple of questions. I've gone so far as to consider even Valerio Olgiati non-referential architecture as a Mannerist architecture, perhaps with a little presumption. But can chunky architecture like Moss be considered Mannerist? I did it, but the doubts still remain. In his book, Mario Carpo refers to what Summerson called artisan Mannerism, which is, on closer inspection, architecture created by masons, architecture without architects. So, architecture without research. Probably this is the best architecture ever, but can a no-compositional architecture be considered Mannerist? Thank you very much for your attention. And I leave you without Nadaja.
Peter, welcome. Is it snowing?
Thank you.
Is it snowing again?
Pardon?
No, it's irrelevant. Good to see you. We have already introduced you, saying, but you
Okay.
need no introduction, so we didn't say anything. But
Okay.
we are all ready to listen,
Okay, I'm
and
ready
you're
to
ready
go.
to go.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon. I had a little anxiety earlier, trying to get up at 5:45, but here I am, and I will try and be cogent. One of the things that I want to say at the outset, I have never in my 40 plus years of thinking about architecture or doing architecture, teaching architecture, and whatever else about architecture, I have never used the term mannerism. This is because Colin Rowe and I, in 1961, traveled to northern Italy and, in fact, saw a lot of the buildings and ideas that were to follow in what other people called mannerism. Colin and I thought that it was really architecture. I would like to add that in the 15th century in northern Italy, there was a radical change in the nature of architecture from what might be called late Gothic, etc., to a more what could be called classical architecture. And that this encompassed three areas of thinking about architecture. One, to make architecture more different than geometry. In other words, different from geometry was one sort. In order to do this, one had to change geometry to something which later became poche. And so poche is the second condition that I want to suggest that added to geometry in the 15th and 16th century to make it what one would call architecture. So I'm going to show what I consider to be the central themes of architecture in the mid 15th century and to the beginning of the 16th century. And to reduce it, in my thinking, to mannerism as opposed to allowing it to breathe as architecture creates a problem. So the importance beginning is the way of looking at architecture so that it is not confused with geometry. Next, please. I want to start with one of my favorite buildings, Santa Maria della Pace of Bramantes, Donato Bramante from 1500 to 1504. It's a unique cortile in that it places a column in the center so that it's a 4-part opening rather than a 3-part opening or a 9-part opening. Here it's a 4-part opening, which creates a difference. The second thing is that the idea was an attempt to reduce the Colosseum, which was a major public building at that time, which was in fact a 4-story building and 4 stories worth of orders, was to reduce it by doubling the orders in the loggia, let's say. And so we have 2 orders up above the ground floor, and we have 2 orders below the ground floor, having therefore 4 orders altogether, or a miniature version of the Colosseum. This is one of my favorite cortiles because of the fact that it also introduces the diagonal. Next, please. We can see the church on the center, lower center of the Church of Santa Maria, and the attachment to the cortile that we were looking at this harsh angle. I want to say that it becomes a model for thinking figure and field, because we got the poche in the church and the thin columns in the courtyard. It's also used by Borromini in his loggia in Rome, which we will see. Anyway, this is you can see a radical condition of poche next to columnar space in this drawing. Next, please. Here is San Ivo alla Sapienza, the Borromini that I was referring to. I hope, I don't want to see this picture. I'm going to see the next one, please. Hopefully, no, we don't have it. Okay, wrong slide. That's my fault. Next to on the right-hand side of this is a cortile, and the cortile lines up with the poche on the right outboard side as a precedent, and from Santa Maria della Pace, the same kind of condition of harsh edge and poche is operative in both conditions. Next, please. Here you can see the ground floor and the Doric and Ionic columns, caps, the giant order being Doric and the lesser order being Ionic. Next, please. And then my favorite corner in all of architecture is Bramante jams the two together, and what you read in the interstices is the remainder of what would be the column cap, and all that is left remaining due to the geometry is the residue of the giant order column. So we see the arcuated ground floor butting into the corner and the column left over. This is what I would call a conceptual architecture. And it's the kind of thing that comes about in the 15th century, begins in the 15th century, and from my thinking, it goes all the way to the present. And so when I look at my own work, or I look at work of Jim Sterling or Bob Venturi, postmodernists, I see the same thing. That is the conceptualizing of architecture that began with buildings like Santa Maria della Pace. I'm not trying to in any way limit the discussion of mannerism, but to say that you could get along in architectural history without the term. And in fact, I have done so for quite some time. Next. And of course, an up-close shot of the residue of the ionic column, as you can see, smashed together in that corner. Next, please. And here you enter the corner, the loggia, arcade, whatever you want to call it, on the corner, and that corner takes your eye right to the crushed or disappearing column cap at the corner. So you see the four orders: Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, and composite in the colonnade. Next, please. Another by Bramante. This is the Tempietto, and this time it's the circular form, playing against the rectilinear form. And next, please, there's a view from Bramante of the section elevation of 1502. And of course, these drawings follow from the evolution of the printing press in 1440. So we're saying that these are the kinds of first drawings that make architecture from the early 15th century to later 15th century different, because of the capacity to draw and produce sections, elevations, and most of all, plans. So these are the early plans that exist of architecture. The beginning of the plan, let's say, in 1502, and the continuity of it to the present day. Next, please. And what we see is the location of the plan of the Tempietto. This is one of the plans that exists. And you see it's surrounded by a poche. So you get a colonnade, you get a play between a poche in the center, which reveals the absent columns in that small poche in the center. Then you have present columns. Then you have another order of present columns and a poche with absent columns. Very clever. Next, please. And another drawing of Bramante's, again from 1502, showing the interior condition with a poche cut away to reveal the voids of the columns that have been moved outboard. So you get the play of the absent column and the present column and the poche, which clearly sets up the dialogue, the dialectical condition between column, wall, absence, and presence, all part of what I would consider to be architecture as it evolved in the 16th, 15th and 16th century. Next, please. And the elevation of the Tempietto by Bramante as both the Pochet space and the columnar space on view. Next, please. One of my favorite non-buildings is the production of plans for St. Peter's, only 3 years after the Tempietto. This is San Gallo's Pochet plan, and you can see that there's a square grid and very elaborate Pochet. The Pochet being, what is it? It's the leftover from what is necessary as a column and a support, what is left over between the column as geometry and the Pochet as architecture. There's nothing of what you see is actually structural, and you get the play of the absent columns. If you see there are the absent columns at the corners, 2 at the corners, and it's so the Pochet is articulated by absent columns, and then the Pochet as what would be present columns. This is one of 3 different versions of St. Peter's. This one by Giuliano Sangallo. Next, please. This is Bramante's idea, and again, it's much more of a filigree, less heavy and clunky, but continual in and out. As you can see, there's a projection out of the 4 semicircular arcs, chapels, let's say, and then the minor chapels. So you get 4 major chapels and 4 minor chapels in this project. Just a minute. Still waking up today. Next. And this is a revised version of Bramante's work. It has the striation in the arcs as sort of a more conceptual breaking up of the space with the full domes, the 4 full domes, the 4 half domes, and then the major dome in the center. To me, this is an amazing project. And again, Bramante, 1506. Bramante dies in 1514. So next. This is a more windy, figural Pochet. You can see this is by Peruzzi. 1513, 1514. Again, you get you get the 4 full arcs and the corner chapels, and then you have intermediate arcs, and then the major cross, Greek cross in the plan. Next, please. I gotta keep moving. This is Michelangelo's plan. Again, now you see a diamond-shaped exterior with corner projections, and the void space becoming the dominant elements, articulated by 4 central columns that are L-shaped and revealing the absence of the round columns. Next, please. And the 4, the San Gallo Peruzzi, starting from the upper left, Sangallo to Peruzzi to Bramante to Michelangelo. And this is a great shot of the 4 different projects and the way you could begin an formal analysis from this shot. So this is the same plans of St. Peter's around 1515. Next, please. And the Colosseum, 72 AD, the 3+ stories, the ground floor, Ionic, Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, and composite, the upper level. Next, please, just to show the relationship of this project to Santa Maria della Pace. Next, please. And a drawing of the elevation of the Colosseum. Next, please. This is an important drawing. It's by an engraver, Prevedari, who took a drawing, an early drawing, this is 1481, by Bramante, and that's what's interesting about it. And it is a view of a 9-square church like St. Peter's. Next, please. And there's the plan of the church, and what is amazing about it is, again, the fact that the statue that you see is not in the center bay, it's off on a peripheral bay. So you're in one of the 9 squares on the edge situation, and therefore you have a dialogue between the column at the apse end and the sculpture at the east end. Anyway, that, to me, again, this is Bramante as a drawing of his project with these 2 statues, as you can see in elevation. Next, please. Quickly to go through, this is the code book of the 16th century. This is Serlio's book 6 with all the different plans for castles and villas and all kinds of things. The most interesting thing is the fact that the geometry, which is regular, is in fact broken down, which is part of the idea of the 16th century, breaking down the whole to the parts, fragments, etc., of incomplete fractures, all kinds of strange things as you see how you walk through this space. It's space to space. There's no hallway or anything. It's an ensuite development in most of these plans of Serlio's. Next, please. Another book 6, a pavilion. Again, you get a rectilinear outboard condition and a wildly ensuite connection of spaces that are not necessarily joined by a regular corridor, but also a figular corridor. Serlio 1550. Next, please. Again, more like a castle with 4 corner towers and a loggia in the internal situation. Again, the columnar structure is different in each 4 sides. Next, please. Next. And here's a hexagon, again, ensuite, no corridors, with an arcade in the center of the project. Next, please. And Here's one of my favorite built churches. This is Peruzzi's Massimo alla Colonna in 1530 in Rome. And you see a centralized church, a facade in this view. But let's see what happens in the plan. Next, please. And what you see is a centralized loggia entry porch set into the project, and then it continues on back until it hits a courtyard, which is centrally located but off by a bay from the front cortile. So you get three different axial conditions, two from the front and one from the side. And it's a wild plan, one of the more interesting ones, like Santa Maria della Pace, only a lot different. In other words, we've now moved away from the classical to what would be called here a more mannered plan. But to me, this is the key moment of architecture in this world. Next. A little church that I discovered in a second trip to Italy by Giulio Romano in the 1540s near Mantova, San Benedetto Po, worth going to see for all sorts of reasons. That you can see there's something strange happening in the ground floor arcade in relationship to the three openings. Next, please. Here is the church. Again, we could go into it, but my time's running short. Next, please. Scamozzi, 1576, and we're already moving from, as you can see, the poche is very strange, moving away from the 16th century to the 17th century and the rise of the Baroque. Next, please. Scamozzi in a 9-square plan, very much like the villas of Palladio, 1576. Next. And then one of my favorite modern buildings of 1939, Cesare Cattaneo, the acolyte of Turani's, it's Cernobio, and it's a sliding facade that slides. It's two pieces put together, and you can read the movement. Next, please. In both plan, section, and elevation. Thank you for having me. A lot of you say, well, that's what mannerism is. I gotta say, maybe so. I call it architecture. Thanks very much for having me.
Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can see you. I'm here.
Can you stay? Because we have a round table.
I've got no other place to go but back to bed. So this is more fun than that. So sure, I'm here.
Good. So the moderator would have prepared a response, but we don't have a moderator, so we don't have a response. And we didn't know that we would not have had a moderator until 2 hours ago. So let's extemporize. Should I start with a question? A question for the art historians at this table. Veraka, more or less. Yeah. A question that just comes out of my curiosity, and it's a question because I really don't know the answer, but I knew it when I was young and I have forgotten. So let's go back to the etymology of the terms we are using. Not mannerism, but maniera. I was listening to both of your papers. The term maniera, in the sense we still acknowledge today, came out of Vasari's first and second edition of Vitae, when he said that looking at the history of well, didn't call it that way, at painting said the prima maniera, seconda maniera, terza maniera, third, second, third manner. Now, I don't know how Vasari is translated into English or has been translated into English. If we had to translate him today, we would translate maniera as style. First style, second style, third style. But he meant something, prima maniera is something that a certain production of works of art had in common. Second maniera is the same, third maniera is the same. Doesn't explain what they have in common, but they appear to have a common ground of similarities, which make this work, we can put them in a set, and we call it first, second, third maniera. Then, at some point, and this is what I don't know at what point, by some perverse irony of history, the term was applied to define the style of Vasari's time, meaning based not on the mimesis or imitation of nature, but on the imitation of the manner of the precedent masters. Imitazione della maniera dei maestri. Now, did Vasari ever make this step himself? I wish I knew. I knew it when I was young. I've forgotten. If he didn't, who did it? This is mostly for you, because this is part of the story you told.
I mean, it comes, indeed, there are first, second, third Maniera, but he's also very explicit in offering advice to artists who are struggling with the demands of court, that as the artist moves from the workshop into ducal courts and such like, they have to make many more paintings much more quickly. So how can one do that? Of course, you can take your drawing equipment out into the world and paint people as subjects, paint nature as subject, but it's much quicker, much more efficient to simply copy the work of other masters.
Imitate the work of your masters. So this is what he clearly, vocally advocates.
Yes, and very explicit, and I forget the numbers, but he talks about he writes of the increase of productivity by a factor of 6 or something like this.
Does he calculate it?
He's very clear about this within the Vitae. But I think it's also important to note that that Maniera is not Vasari's term. It's something that he adopts from. It was in the air since the 14th century, according to.
But he printed it, and so it became famous in his printed version.
He's not the first to print it, even, but it's something that he takes up and tips values into it, tips a technique into it. That's a technique that resonates with his readership, and so when the criticism follows of Bellori in the 17th century, that this effectively, as you rightly observe, is where it begins to firm up as something whole that can be both described and, more importantly, criticized.
So Maniera becomes the style, between quotation marks, of the time of Vasari himself. And at that point, the conceptual leap was easy. This happens when, instead of imitating nature, mimesis, you imitate the work of the masters you're learning from.
Yes.
Okay, but part 2. If we take this as the principle, since architecture, since the beginning of what we call the Renaissance, the idea that it was a mimesis of nature was a fig leaf. Everyone knew that architecture is not imitating a tree, even if Vitruvius mentioned it, but it was a captatio benevolentia. Since architecture was never imitating nature, so the mimesis could only work by a leap of imagination. Since architecture was always imitating the manner of the classical masters, could we claim that, unlike painting and sculptures, architecture was in Vasari's mode from the very beginning? And it would have been Mannerist from the moment they started to claim that they should revive le belle forme degli edifici antichi, revive the shapes of a form of classical antiquity. Because there is a difference between painting and sculpture. They start with a mandate of mimesis, and then they drop out of it because they say, Vasari says, it's easier and faster to imitate from the talent of your masters. But architecture was imitating from the talent of their masters from day one, from the moment they started to say, this is the model we have to replicate. If this is the case, as Peter was claiming, architecture in the Renaissance was Mannerist from day one, hence Mannerism never existed.
I would say that even the history of humankind is related to that, because from the beginning, any craftsmanship is related to how you learn from whoever is before you. And so, in a sense, I don't think that there is any kind of rupture in that very long history of how we humans, we've been producing stuff. That is a very interesting question, because in the end, Peter is right. Like, I mean, there's no sense of speaking about Mannerism because it was there from the beginning. But maybe the difference is how conscious we are about that condition, how conscious we are about that what we produce in us is an artifice, and we don't need to, let's say, pretend that is mimicking something else or is part of a certain theology or a certain grand story in order to become part of our practice. And the question also would be also for our guest here is, I heard that specifically, Lina was saying that Mannerism is almost like a phase that we have to overcome. So if we are talking about this as something that was there from the beginning, in which way it makes sense to overcome this? What is happening after that is so important that we should be waiting for? And it's for both of you, no? So what is next?
Yeah, something on I think that all of us is still thinking about. I mean, how to overcome this, how to go beyond mannerism. But I think that in the case of Vasari, the negative term was mannerism. I think the Maniera was even for Vasari style, and he also referred to certain characteristics of this Maniera, like grace, like license, like order, and many others. He make just an index of these different characteristics. So yeah, what's our attempt to overcome this phase? Of course, I think that Michelangelo shows very clearly, how to overcome this phase, and I probably didn't find any other architect who was so clear in the evolution of his style. In Michelangelo, for example, you can find with a very in a very precise way, is changing, and I think it's very interesting to address this changing in every architect, not to analyze the diversion, This is very interesting. This is what I'm interested in. I think that after the Mannerism, after the Mannerist phase, there is something that can approach to the mature phase of your design process, and this is think about architecture as a construction of places, and so not space, not the syntax, not the lexicon, but go to have a more sensitive perception of architecture, more related to life, as Michelangelo also demonstrates.
On that note, Peter, were you saying something?
No, I was waving at the cat. We have new cats.
Yes, I
was hoping we'd be able to see them.
I already told the audience that there may be two cats showing up.
There are cats. It's right, but it's right in front of me, but I can't get him to move.
we already been abducted of that.
But can I want to ask the experts, let's say, is it not true that in the 16th century there was a desire on the part of the architects to articulate the difference between pure geometry and architecture, which took the form, I believe, of Pochet, We don't have in the Gothic cathedral as much poche as you have, let's say, in St. Peter's or in Santa Maria della Pace. And I was curious that it's not just a style, but it was a real necessity to articulate what the difference between geometry and architecture was. Is that a possible reading? That's what I proposed.
Yes, yes. But I'm curious, Peter. You described the evolution of this tactic over a number of decades in Italian architecture. How do you describe? I mean, and I appreciate the way that you read the specific buildings, but how do you describe the way that they change over time? What kind of language do you turn to account for that?
Well, it seems to me, I mean, just as a preliminary, and I'm trying to work that out in terms of the drawings in my own studies. I say that it's in the poche that the difference, the articulation of the poche from let's say regular to more articulate, more fractured. The idea of the fracturing, the fragment comes in. So I think it becomes, in, for example, the poche in the Baroque. There's a idea of challenging in the Baroque the existing articulation of form and in relation to something that they needed in terms of the Reformation. So there was a political, religious invocation that I would articulate comes about in the poche of the Baroque. And it's also the fact that we don't begin with a rectangular project. We begin with a figural project in most cases. So I mean, I think it's something that I would still like to talk about today because where are we today? We have a figural condition in many of the works that we consider postmodern or post computer, whatever, that is figural, but figural in a very different way than the Gothic. I mean, the Renaissance, manner, Baroque, neoclassical, etc. And there's no question that when you're going to see Mark Cage tomorrow or this afternoon, it's going to be figural, but in a very different way than, let's say, the figural of Jim Sterling, the figural of Aldo Rossi. And so I think it has to do with the play between field and figure, between column and wall. But these are the things I say. It's not necessarily so much stylistic as it is a continuity between solid and void and figure and ground. And those two conditions, I believe, have always been present from the 15th century on to today. I mean, that's where my head is right now.
You want to answer?
Hi, Peter. I'll save it for my time.
Mark, yeah, he didn't step in. Yeah, go ahead.
No, this is to a bit to answer Peter's initial complaint and also your question that I think indeed we can do entirely without the term mannerism to talk about all of this stuff. That it is it's an invention to legitimize architecture in the face of the rising academization of the history of art in one respect, and it's a contrivance to make it work in the same way that it works for the history of painting, such that the language that and the ideas that we encounter across the 1930s, 40s, 50s, that account for this period of time, from the middle of the 15th century through the middle of the 16th, that the synonyms to mannerism demonstrate that mannerism as an anchor to those synonyms is somewhat superfluous, except as a conduit to connect architecture to other forms of
Or except
of
when
art.
it has been occasionally invoked as such.
But this is a different thing. This is not essential to the work itself, but rather to the way that the critical discourse around architecture is constructed and made to connect elsewhere. I think this is the agency.
It has been claimed as such, as a position by the makers themselves. It has happened, and it ebbs and flows. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But the deliberate invocation of the position of a designer claiming the Mannerist game, this has occasionally happened.
Yes, but not in the 16th century.
Not in these terms, evidently, but think of it. If we look at classical architecture in the 15th and the 16th century from today's vantage point, we find errors in the way Brunelleschi was imitating antiquity because his knowledge of classical antiquity was limited. And we find errors, we would say, in the way that Giulio Romano, for example, or Sergio were imitating classical antiquity after all the rules for replicating classical antiquity had been spelled out. So there is a difference between someone who makes mistake because he doesn't know the rules and someone who knows the rules because he just bought a grammar book and all the rules are spelled out. And so he knows the rules, knows what should be done to be regular, and decides to break some rule deliberately, assuming that everyone will know that he broke that rule because everyone knows that rule. Which is, if I can go back to your book, you have an argument, if I remember from when I read it a few months ago, that Mannerism is to some extent, you mentioned it just now, an adolescent position, which belongs specifically to the early Bildung, the early formation phase of every artist. But this is where I think I have a point of disagreement with you, because if a child makes a grammar mistake before he goes to school, we know he's learning. So he's not bending the rules, he's learning the rules. If you make a mistake before the baccalaureate at the end of high school, if you make a mistake there, either you're an idiot or you are someone who has a position to stake and to claim. It's a deliberate license. And then we have a term for that. In the Renaissance was the license. And Sergio formalized the license, regularized the license. License is what you do, knowing that you shouldn't. And this, Vasari had already more or less intuited it. They have a grammar. It has been printed. They studied it. And when you have a grammar and you decide to break it, it's a license. Something you do, knowing you shouldn't, and expecting that everyone else will know that your breach of a rule is deliberate. Hence become bearer of meaning. So there is a difference between the error of the learner and the error of the scholar.
Yeah, I could reply that adolescence in architecture is something that can be moved ahead with the age, no? Because for architects it's around 50s. They are adolescent around 50s, so that's why I talk about adolescence in architecture. Yes, of course, there is a particular way of argument that Mannerism is something related to what Peter Eisenman said, the lateness of style, no? Because it's something, no, that it was the accusation that Francesco Dalcò did to Mario Botta, no? He was like the tranquility of the style when you use to work on those topics that you already knows very well. And so this is a kind of late version of the Mannerism. I think, on the contrary, Mannerism comes before, in the period where architects are very young, and so they learned the grammar, but then they are starting to make their we can say their practice, no, in the office. It's just that period, no, and so that's why I thought about a period of teaching, and so that's why I think that mannerism, that studying mannerism can help also in understanding how to educate young generation of architects, because it's just in this moment when you know very well the rules and you need to move a little bit forward.
Peter, you're there.
Yeah, I want to ask the group. I believe the one validity of articulating mannerism or Baroque or whatever is, does it give rise to a critical condition? In other words, is what Peter Eisenman is doing or Jim Sterling is doing, did it rise to a criticality that therefore the change, because of its critical nature, could be articulated as useful? I'm curious, could there be mannerisms that are not critical and certain mannerisms that are critical? And could we lay out a term criticality as opposed to manner, which might help us to judge what's happening today in the world?
I think the answer is yes, but let me get back with a counter question. You started by saying that you never use the term mannerist yourself, which is a bit of an overstatement, because I think once or twice you might have used it. But let me ask you, people have called you mannerist many times over time. In your opinion, in 2 lines, why?
Because some of the conditions, the formal conditions now, not the polemical, but the actual formal conditions, the fracturing, the incompleteness, the complexity. I mean, it leads us, for example, I think the best example is Bob Venturi's use of Moretti and my use of Moretti are 2 different Morettis, but focused on the same condition, which would be called mannerist, could be called critical. That's what I'm suggesting. Could we say that what Bob Venturi does, which I believe he does, is critical as opposed to mannered, and what I do could be considered critical as opposed to mannered, but they're not the same thing. And I don't think anybody would ever say my work and Bob Venturi's work is the same, or Jim Sterling and Matthias Unger's. So I think interjecting, for me, I feel much better if you were to say my work or the work of Bob Venturi was critical. I would articulate I'm more interested in criticality as opposed to postmodern as a term. Because postmodern, you could get Bob Stern, you could get Frank Gehry, and of course, that brings up a very interesting issue. Where do you place Frank Gehry's work? Is it mannered? I don't think so. Is it Baroque? Could be. I mean, I think finding where you put Norman Foster or Matthias Ungers, Aldo Rossi. Nobody has really found places for these people within the rubric mannerism, whereas some of them could be labeled critical. That's my concern. Are there other useful conditions to explain what has been happening in the 20th century?
Have you just suggested that mannerism, in your view, means critical reference to precedent?
In one sense, yes. In another sense, no. I mean, I don't think that critical is necessarily mannered in all cases. I think what Bob Venturi does is critical. I'm not convinced, by the way, that what Aldo Rossi does in his building is critical. I think Matthias Unger's work is critical. I'm not sure that Norman Foster's work is critical. We have, I mean, it's, if we really were looking at the world the way it really is, what makes a critical architecture? And I think it's what makes some of the things that I was showing critical is the fact that a formal means was used to overcome a problem with the work. For example, the complexity implied in the work of Peruzzi. Not all of Peruzzi's buildings could be considered critical. Palazzo Massimo, certainly to me, is a critical evocation, as is, we could go through, I think, a very useful exercise, the 4 different projects for St. Peter's. I'm not sure all 4 are critical. And we could find out what made criticality work with certain and others not. Which is,
I think maybe there are references to this in the historiography of Mannerism, because for people like Hauser, he believes that what is relevant about Mannerism is that you have to present your own position. Is for the first time, it's not something that you just inherit, but you have to navigate it in a personal way and say, this is how I stand towards whatever is coming before me, or whatever is going to come after me. And I think that in that sense, this consciousness is relevant and is related to a certain degree of criticality that help us to, in a way, look at the most fundamental tensions that happen in the history of architecture. I really found interesting the way in which Peter was talking about this confrontation between geometry and poche, because in a way, still today, we are working with this type of confrontations, because geometry today is a form of organizing things and space and even functions, and we have a much more elaborated way of dealing with geometry today thanks to digital technologies than we ever had before. But at the same time, we are not very sure about how we can deal with the experiences and the affections and the ways in which we can relate to those geometries. So then the poche that is going to be later fundamentally developed by the Baroque is going to be the experience of that organization that is going to be not anymore only thought from the principles of organization. Is going to be thought from the kind of sensation or whatever is going to create in whoever is inhabiting the space. So I still think that these are present conditions of architectural discussions, and even though we call them mannerists or not, I think that we are still dealing with these pending recurrent questions that I think that are part of our architecture today, and probably they are more apparent whenever there is a certain sense of crisis. When the crisis is coming, then we are more aware of the limits of our own practice, and then when the probably our conversations become richer. But maybe it's just my own kind of bias understanding of it.
For example, in my case, it was the speculation on Mannerism starts before the crisis, not the pandemic, because it starts like a reflection about the relationship between the architect and the intellectual. So I think that the it's a critical condition, of course, but there is also an analytical phase, because the Mannerist architecture is when you think about your own work. So when you are also an intellectual person, no? L'architetto intellettuale. So it's something that for me started from this kind of work. And so I think that critical is not enough, as well as geometry is not enough, because in that case, Mannerism can become kind of a version of postmodernism, while Mannerism is refined, I would say that Mannerism is the style of the academia, because the knowledge of the rules is very important, and in fact we can find a kind of post-Mannerism in Pisa Eisenman, in many other architects who worked as writer, intellectual, and architects, people who have a very close understanding and grew up in a very dense intellectual environment, I think.
Let me ask you a question. Would you say there is a difference in Luigi Moretti's early work and his late work, and what is that difference?
Say that again. Say that again. We have missed something.
I'm talking about the building, the housing project, and the hotel in Watergate. To me, the late Moretti is not very interesting. It ends around Girasole. But for example, the Fencing Academy, which is a fantastically interesting building, I don't think is a critical work. I don't think it aims at criticality, whereas I think Girasole and Monteverde, the house at Monteverde, is very interesting. I think the work of Cesare Cattaneo, the one that I showed, is a fabulously complex and critical work. But if you ask me why, that's where I'm having trouble. That's why I've never been able to answer the question why. But working at it, maybe get there someday. But I was curious if anybody had a view, because I think Moretti is a really interesting subject. Between early Moretti and late Moretti, there's, I think, a world of difference. And then you get Ca Bruta. Is it a critical work or not? It's, to me, a very interesting work. It's a precedent for my work, my project in Milan. Is my project in Milan a critical work? I ain't sure. Is the Ca Bruta a critical work or not? I don't think I would call it Mannerist, but it's certainly interesting, despite the political overtones that go along with him.
We take one question.
Questions from the audience.
We still have 4 minutes, probably.
Five.
Lecture.
So many people. The 3 people.
Who raised the hand first?
Unknown. He's.
Okay, I'll just ask. Peter, the talk that you gave, bringing Poche, beautiful examples of Poche, and the idea about geometry in relation to Poche, that was very interesting. And I would like to know from the guests here that are experts, which I don't know the answer to this. In the 15th century in Italy, is there scholarship about the influence from outside of Italy, for example, of the Islamic world, to which may have brought some of these, first of all, classical knowledge, but also the relation, how geometry turns into architecture, as Peter described it. Are there people that are working on that?
Yes, but I'm at a loss at the moment just to say who exactly has been doing work. Particularly into the late 16th and through the 17th centuries in the north of Italy, and also coming out of the medieval epoch in Sicily, that there have been scholars working on these relationships all the way through. But you describe me as an expert, but I'm a 20th century guy, and so what I don't really know is that bibliography precisely. But yes.
Well, then let's take a second question. Yeah.
I'd like
Microphone.
To get it recorded.
I'd like to refer to an essay by Rudolf Wittkover about a church in Venice, I think it's St. George of the Greeks, in which he describes the facade as intrinsically restless. The eye wanders from point to point restlessly over the facade. Now, the theme of restlessness, I think, has been commonly observed or remarked in Mannerist works, or works that have acquired that name. And we might put it in opposition, let's say, to repose. And it's a bit of I suppose, a general story that, high Renaissance achieved harmonic repose. It is kind of recovered again, but in a dynamic way in the Baroque. And in between, there is this period of restlessness. Now, when I read Colin Rowe's essay on Mannerism and modern architecture, because I came to architecture as an art historian rather than an architectural historian, I referred it to Cubism. Now, in Cubism, the paintings of Braque and Picasso around 1911, it's intrinsically restless in the detail. One goes from sort of edge to edge. The figure is broken into an intrinsically restless construction. And yet, there's a certain repose within the painting as a whole. The painting is where the repose is, not in the figure. Now, it seems to me that ever since Cubism, it's been possible to say of modernist space that it is in search, or it has been in search very often, of some way of recovering a harmonic ideal, but in the language of an intrinsically unharmonic and unreposeful system. Now, an artist like Hans Hofmann in the 1930s and 40s, who was very influential on Clement Greenberg, who in many ways, I think, resembled a sort of painterly equivalent of Colin Rowe, introduced the term push and pull to describe the interplay of coloured planes at indeterminate depths within the picture plane. They never resolve, and yet the picture as a whole is resolved. Now, it seems to me that whatever the condition of Mannerism might seem to be, that might be of some particular interest to architects, is that since the building is always physically reposed, otherwise it's going to move around and, but must represent some condition of restlessness or dissonance, then something like that reference to Cubism is, to me, a kind of bridge to the Mannerist problem.
I think this is going to be the last word.
We have someone else asking. But maybe we can.
1 minute?
1 minute. We have 1 minute for him.
Yes. Okay. It attracted my attention the question of Peter Eisenman that made about Luigi Moretti, about the difference between the early Moretti and the late Moretti. One of the things is that, not just to answer the question, but to emphasize that one of the big challenges at the time, it was that Moretti was operating on American soil, a context that he didn't know completely. But there was also the intervention of the client, La Società Generale Immobiliare, which has terribly conditioned the work of Moretti, making him do 3 projects where at the end the last decision was made by Samaritani and not Moretti himself. While in the Casa of the Girasoli, Moretti was much more free with the client to do whatever architectural operation he intended to do. And that has a deep impact on his work. And I want to say one last thing. I deeply appreciate the work of Eisenman, especially the way he questions Mannerism and how, from that point, he himself operates and gives meaning to his work. Thank you.
Well, I think this is the last word.
Yes, this is one. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to this second session of the symposium that is going to be dealing with Mannerism today, and in particular with Mannerists in the building practice that is related to this book that I wrote a couple of years ago with the support of the Architectural Association. And I would say that the resumption of architectural practice after the 2008 economic crisis brought to Europe new sensitivities that could be related to what we normally assumed it was Mannerist. At first glance, you could see that there were displacements, there were dislocations, there were tensions, there were ambiguities in certain formal and material organizations that were unsettling the categories with which we normally assess what architectural experience should be. And in reality, I would say that it's not so much about an architecture that could be named as Mannerist, or an architect that is, this architect is Mannerist or something like that. And it's more a design attitude that is conceived from a mindset that is in a way marked by uncertainty, be it coming from let's say, different ways in which you relate to the pre-existing or the uncertainty or not defined relationship to the program, or it could be the duality of the scale, or it could be the translocation between what is interior and exterior. And of course, if we think about this and we think that this could be related to a certain Mannerist tradition, it is highly problematic because in a way, still after the great effort of some authors to try to rehabilitate Mannerism in the 20th century. I'm recalling, for instance, the works of Panofsky in Idea, or Mannerist and Anti-Mannerist, Italian painting by Friedlander, and the authors that we were commenting in the morning. Still today, I feel that in the common architectural parlance, we have a very pejorative use of the word Mannerism, and it's full of negative connotations. To a certain point, we need not only to redo this, but we need to dismantle the long tradition of prejudice that is surrounding the term in order to understand what this architecture could mean today. And I think that a first indication could come from the type of commission in which this architecture started to flourish. After the 2008 crisis, sometimes a bit before, what is happening is that all these commissions are mainly small projects. There are extensions, there are renovations, there are modest buildings, buildings in which you have to confront the most mundane realities of architecture, be them for instance, changing ideas of the client, or the restraint in the budget, or could be the difficult kind of persisting conditions, or the also very complex legislation. And in the end, I think that this is an architecture that requires a lot of specificity, care for the material, and even a level of craftsmanship that is going to be related to a certain self of architecture as a craft that I think is important in these practices. And it's important to note that this notion of architecture as craft is very different from what normally was happening in the 90s, beginning of 21st century. I remember myself being trained to produce competition panels in which you were having to produce very clear iconic images, very clear mottos and strategies, very clear configuration diagrams. So this was part of the education of a generation that then it was interrupted by the crisis. And then architecture started to become, again, a craft, but also not only a craft, but also was starting to relate to discipline in terms of knowledge, the idea that maybe we could be more modest about what happened before us, and that there is a previous experience from which we can learn. And we learn not only about what is the achievements of this tradition, but also which are the limitations. Because in my view, what is relevant about this generation is that it's not only embracing certain traditions, but it's also critiquing and challenging the craft, the discipline, the ways in which we relate to the past, in ways that it can be open to new challenges, it can be open to new opportunities, it can be open to whatever architecture is demanding in terms of, be it environmental, be it affects, be it, for instance, gender, be it all the things that could be relevant today. So I think that it's important to note that this, what I define as mannerist mentality, is more or less trying to say that there is a sense of crisis, but this also means to put into crisis the systems of work that you have chosen to operate within, and you want to push them to the limit. You want to really see which could be not only the contradictions, but how far you can get with them, and to reach new territories and new possibilities, and to open them to possible futures. Of course, for the sake of the conversation of today, I wouldn't say that this is a style that some people are sharing, or it is something that is limited to a certain period of time. We were talking this morning about Moretti. I have image of Moretti here, or Michelangelo. So it's not something that is restrained to a particular period of time, but is something that is recurrent because of different motives in contemporary architecture or in past architecture. And I would say that it's not even something that you can find in one particular experience or particular discipline of art. Because I would like to use Don Quixote as an example that what means this mannerist attitude. I think that this is very well, in my view, illustrating what we are talking about. Don Quixote, for me, is a cunning critique to Renaissance humanism, understood as a form of culture that is transmitted through books. In the words of Peter Sloterdijk, he has a very beautiful way of describing this, says these thick letters to friends in which you are generating an elevated brotherhood and also a shared and common territory of knowledge. But what happens in Don Quixote is that the reading of books, the excess of reading books in the unfortunate Alonso Quijano, who is the main character of the novel. So this excess of reading books is not elevating him at all. To the contrary, it is leading him towards the greatest of the folies, to stupidity, to madness, and this critique to the limits of the bookish culture that humanism is happening precisely through a book. And this is what is for me, a mannerist attitude. So humanism is not denied through Cervantes, but is confronted to its own limits and contradictions from within. And I believe that this is an attitude that has been recovered in recent architecture, and it's an attitude that actually differs a bit from how that was happening, for instance, sometimes in the 60s, that you could consider this to be ironic, or you could consider to be an intellectual play. To the contrary, it's a very serious concern about how you deal with systems of works, with traditions, with techniques, and how you manipulate them in order to open them to new forms of ambition, expectations, even, I would say, forms of joy. And you're doing that, you're breaking with these traditions, but at the same time, you are reasserting them in a way that you can always refer, in the end, to a territory that we can somehow inhabit together. So I think that this is the discussion that we are having today, how we are dealing with these traditions, how we are breaking them, but at the same time, we are able to sustain this common territory that we can discuss in the session. And I would like to welcome the guests for the session. Going to be 3 invited speakers. So I would like to welcome first Oliver.
I feel a bit guilty that I'm already sitting here. Yeah.
It's fine. That only means that you are really eager to participate.
I'm very eager.
So that's fantastic. So Oliver studied architecture at ETH, Zurich and EPF Lausanne. Together with Thomas Padmanabhan, he founded Lutjens Padmanabhan Architects in 2007. The Zurich-based practice has gained national and international recognition for its innovative approach to affordable housing and its joyful engagement with expressive challenges of contemporary construction. Oliver has taught in many places, guest professor of TU Munich, EPF Lausanne, Harvard ESD, and he's currently guest professor at ETH Zurich. The practice work spans a wide range of scales and typologies across 3 continents. Recent projects include the award-winning Balmesterberg low-cost apartment, sorry for my German, in Zurich, the SWAG sufficiency housing project in Regensdorf, the Antwerp power plant that I was showing here, and the residencies for the Swiss ambassadors in Algiers and Bogota. So after him, we are going to have Claudia Lynch, who is a German-British architect. He's been co-director of Lynch Architects since 2005. After studying at TU Dresden and London Metropolitan University, she works for Michael Wilfo and Partners, and later with Van Henningen and Howard Architects in London. Since 2019, she has co-run Canales Press, a publishing initiative dedicated to broader cultural context of architecture, poetry, and the visual arts, including the Journal of Civic Architecture. Lynch Architects focus on architecture's contribution to civic life and are deeply committed to craft, understood as a process of editing, refinement, and the search for a poetic economy of means. The practice has received numerous awards, and its work has been widely published and exhibited, including the Venice Biennale and the Milan Triennale. And finally, our last speaker is going to be Kirsten Geers. He's an architect, writer, and educator. He studied architecture and urbanism at the University of Ghent, at the ETSA of Madrid, the ETSAM. Together with David van Severen, he's a founding partner of the Brussels-based firm Office Kirsten Geers, David van Severen, and Office Works spans scales from furniture to urban design and has been extensively documented, notably in the 2 El Croquis monographs, very, very well known, and in 6 volumes of the firm's ongoing catalog. The practice has been receiving numerous honors, including the Belgian Prize for Architecture, the Silver Lion at the 12th Venice Biennale of Architecture, and the Aga Khan Award for Architecture. Kirsten has taught at institutions such as the Verlage Institute, Columbia University, Yale School for Architecture, Harvard ESD, FPL Lausanne, and he is currently full professor of the Accademia di Architettura di Mendrisio and Cullingham visiting professor at Rice University. He was also a founding member of the architecture magazine San Rocco. His recent publications include recent, because it has many more, Without Content, Excess of Architecture, Experiments in Thickness, and Exploring the World. So welcome our speakers to this session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very much looking forward to be here. Mannerism is architecture, mannerism and architecture is something I really love. So I was very excited to come and been sitting here eagerly to show you some of our work. Geometry, order, and mannerism. Geometry and order are the basis for our work. We are focused on how composition, rhythm, and structure give rise to form. Simultaneously, we do not believe in formal unity. We are uninterested in the prescriptions of classicism. We are doubtful towards the formulaic expression of rationalism, and we dislike the exclusiveness of minimal architecture. We prefer energy over quality, sharpness over elegance, and sensation over harmony. In our work, we must include rather than exclude. We seek an architecture full of physical and intellectual connections, multiplicities of readings, experiences and pleasures, yet our buildings are in mundane contexts. We want them to be open and generous, yet we work with tight budgets and a standardized material palette. Instinct tells us to be bold, but we are doubtful at the same time. Today, questions have a longer lifespan than answers. I'm going to show 3 projects. The first is a kind of quite conventional apartment building at the end of the city in Zurich. This is a house overlooking the slaughterhouse and the football stadium. And it sits in the last block of the city structure. It faces a street, and after the street, it looks at the open sprawl of the modern city. Industry fragments, settlements in bars and towers, IKEA, McDonald's, and media markets. On its garden side, it's in this incomplete block, there's a big open allotment garden. And as you can see, there's numerous buildings that are all the same, and ours is a singular and lonely building. Yet, it's looking for connections. In the section, the upper floors kind of leap out towards this open vastness of the modern city, whereas in the lower floors, a pavilion looks back into the allotment gardens. The main facade is figural, symmetric in principle, and rusticated. It has a geometric rustication that reflects the grid of the modern city it looks at. Its backside is simpler, or at least cheaper, in stucco on outer insulation. There's a gap, whereas the main facade had a closed center. Here there's a gap in the center, dividing the facade in 2 parts, and the kind of figural pavilion being attached to it. To kind of continuing showing references that are part of the Renaissance, but not necessarily of Mannerism, we were looking simultaneously at 2 precedents in order to kind of figure out how we could make a street elevation. So one was Le Corbusier's immeuble at the Porte Molitor, which actually also looks out on a football field, that has an incredible layering where you cannot really tell if the base is 1 floor, 2 floors, or even 3 floors. And on the other hand, we were fascinated by the plasticity of the Rucellai Palace by Alberti. This facade contains 2 orders. It contains the rustic order of the wall, the kind of Roman wall, and on the same plane, and I think that is the invention of Alberti, at the same plane there's a classical order with pillars. But it's not like the pillars would be in front of the wall or attached to the wall. They're on the same plane, giving this facade an incredible delicacy. We tried to kind of create, with very different means, a similar plasticity of a facade. I'm going to come back to that later. Sorry. The plan itself is symmetrical in principle, yet it is kind of in a serial composition along the main facade. It's a plan libre and a room-to-room plan at the same time. So plan libre is with columns, or as Corbusier would call them, pilotis. Here, though, unlike in Corbusier's case or in Mies van der Rohe's case, where the columns would always be on a grid and then the walls would be freed from function, here the columns have not a passive role but an active role. And they have different proportions and different orientations. They form an enfilade parallel to the main facade, then turn around and form places in the space and kind of a rhythm running through the depth of the building. For us, space is not a volume, but rather a constellation. As you can see, this constellation is formed by all kind of architectural elements being on the plane of the floor and in between the ceiling. In this image, you can see how windows disappear behind corners to the left and to the top in the bay window, creating a tension that goes that because you cannot see where the corner of the space ends. So there's a tension towards infinity, which creates a spatial generosity. There is no sense of interior. Everything is in a kind of very cold, urban, gray color palette. So living in these apartments is a bit like squatting. It's Switzerland, you know, at least. Huh? Yeah. This column in the end wall is not a structural column. It's a purely architectural column to continue the constellation of the columns, and you can see how it connects also to the towers on the outside. To the left, you see the slaughterhouse. So I guess this expression of rustication that is on one is there's kind of an idea of fortification and another idea of embellishment at the same time, looking at the death of all these animals and the kind of blurry urban situation. However, this building sits in Zurich in a quite conventional context, so it is not built in stone. It's actually, these are glass fiber reinforced concrete panels that are 16 millimeters thin, and the rustication is another 16 millimeters. So it's very light. This volume consists of surfaces. There's no idea of mass. So it's like, although there's a very serious and almost brutal expression, there is also an idea of lightness, as if you say something very serious, but in a kind of light tone. The facade is more like kind of a knight's coat. And if you think of it as classical architecture, it's maybe more Sparta than Athens. It has this closed center in the figure, symmetric composition, yet on the ground floor there is no composition at all. It almost dissolves. The bands of the facade are broken by several elements, like interrupted, and there's a kind of instability or openness to the overall form. The second project I'd like to show is the Swiss ambassador's residence in Algeria. This is in a walled-in compound, a replacement for an old villa that had severe earthquake damages. The gray thing on the right is the Chancellery building. This is kind of the office building, and we had to build with a quite modest spatial program the new residence. And the residence is the place also where all the public happenings are happening. So it's a formal building, but also a house where a family lives privately with children in a walled-in garden. Security is good because the American embassy is really close by. Also, British embassy is close by, so they kind of provide overall security. You know, a few years ago, I would say it's like in the real world, but we're not so sure about that anymore. And so we could build a building that was actually had very little security issues. We could design it as an open garden pavilion. The plan is rectilinear at first. Yet there's some angular walls that kind of create a dynamism, and also kind of fragmented spaces that are triangular, that lead through the depths of the building, almost a kind of kaleidoscopic spatial idea. And I was very happy with your comment about cubism and the restlessness of cubism, because we looked at this Picasso painting and we tried to describe the sensation you have when you visually try to connect or see shapes or forms, and sometimes you manage to see maybe parts of a guitar, but then your eyes lose it again and wander around constantly in the painting. And this is how we felt this plan and the spatial experience could be. It's a very simple organization. You have on the top the formal entrance with 2 rooms under a big loggia that are for representational and functions like dinners, parties, events, readings, etc. In the lower part, there's the private apartment of the ambassador's family, and on the top left, there's a little bit of back of the house. So this plan is and there is connections, no? There's connections between those spaces so that there's a flexibility of use and also a blurring of borders. This building is public, it represents the state of Switzerland, and at the same time, it's private. It's very formal, but at the same time, it's informal, and it's also everything in between. And this is also like how diplomacy kind of worked in the old sense, where an ambassador would invite people to his home. And one of the ambassadors on the jury of the competition says this is exactly how diplomacy works. You make the best deals on the birthday party of your children. At the same time, we thought, this is a family living here, a single person or a couple. They are in a walled-in compound in a foreign country in a beautiful garden, and usually they're on the 2nd floor. This is quite a depressing life, and these public events are not so often, like, you know, a few times a week. So we thought, when there's no public events, the kids can run through the whole embassy and play in the garden, and there's a kind of lush and Mediterranean spatial experience. So this all seemed like a really good idea in the competition, but Thomas was heavily opposing this scheme, always trying to promote alternatives. And I said, Thomas, what's wrong? Like, I mean, this is a winner, you know? Like, I mean, pavilion on 1 floor in the garden. I mean, come on. And he said, he thought, and then he said, you know, Ollie, what's the problem? Problem is Mies van der Rohe. So we built the first model, and it looked really dull because it just had a big roof, you know? You know, the plan is exciting, but then it was just this stupid roof, and it looked like really a disproportionate version of the Barcelona pavilion. And then, so at some point we said, okay, we have to clad the roof. We have to make it disappear. We had that slab, you know, the perfect white slab. We have to make it disappear. So we started cladding it. We started pieces that were like a frieze. Others were like a big canopy. Others were pieces of wall, just like very fast. And only in some moments you would still see that little slab appearing under the cladding of this. And in the end, this resulted in a kind of composition that had no hierarchy. Every side is different. We also realized that we have to make every window different. You know, there were some figural, others are serial, some are like a grid. So in the end, we have 9 window systems in this little pavilion. And what we concluded is that this composite figure that has no hierarchy, like no top-down hierarchy, and kind of has a deliberate and self-conscious rejection of unity. It's an idea that the whole is not formed by one thing, but by a multitude. And if you want to speculate on that, because, you know, like an embassy in German, there's the German name for embassy is Botschaft, which means message. So what could this message be for a building like this? It could be, and you know, the outside view of Switzerland is probably wealth and stability. Whereas we Swiss, direct democracy, we see it's like a permanent mode of negotiation. So this could, you know, this could be expressed maybe that there is it's a cultural diversity, a political diversity, a diversity where every element speaks on the same level of loudness and can interact with every other element too. But of course, this could also reflect the diversity of Algerian society, even though the political system, which is a dictatorship, is very different. The cultural variety is actually really big. And so this could also be seen as something that you could read. Sorry. It's a concrete structure. This is due to seismic reason, but also kind of the construction that is possible in Algeria. However, we were very aware that we did not want to make a building that is kind of like a muscular concrete building, like an old Oscar Niemeyer or something, but rather something that feels in the idea of the composite that is assembled. So we cladded the building with the same fiber cement plates as we've seen in the previous project. And you can see how they overstand the corners and how they're like fingernails, create an incredible delicacy, this kind of final layer, a thinness, an idea of surface, sharpness. And so the building becomes something else, and it's not like of one plasticity, but kind of a composite. The marble is Algerian marble. It's on the same vein as Carrara, so it runs through the Mediterranean. And you see also these kind of soloid copy reliefs that draw the eye into the depth under the shadow of the canopies, draw it into the depth of the building. Same as the sterling green windows that connect through their artificiality, connect through the natural green of the garden. And here the kind of the fragmented quality of the building that connects with the conditions of its compound and surroundings. Here the house connects with Alger La Blanche. The third project I'm going to show is an energy plant. It's close to the city of Zug, which is here. And it's part of an energy network that does district heating and cooling. They take cold water out of the lake of Zug and bring it to a station near the lake. And from there, they have, with liquids, they transport the coldness to the substation where it gets heated up with heat pumps. And then it distributes to whole neighborhoods for heating and for cooling. So it's a very sustainable energy network. And this is the only of those plants, it's the biggest one, that is overground, and it's part of a protected landscape area, the Lorze, which is a very flat old riverbed. And this is a company run by engineers. You know, they just wanted to build a concrete box, but hey, Switzerland, there's a city committee, and they said there's no way you need a facade for this thing if it's overground and this scale. You need to have a competition for the facade, and we were invited to do this competition, and we won. This is a project where we only designed the roof and the facade. And the facade has no function. This building doesn't need insulation. This building doesn't need protection. It's a concrete box with a big machine inside. So what do you do? This is the sketch. So we thought this kind of network and circulation of energy and water can we express that? So we try to express a third cycle of water. You can see here the one from the lake and how it goes to the neighborhood. So we thought, what if we catch the rain that falls on the roof and we kind of let it run over the facade? There might be something happening, and we can see that this is part of a big cycle of nature and kind of like a machine as well. There is this wonderful fountain in Bern by the Swiss artist Meret Oppenheim that is an exhaust, a chimney for a parking garage. And you can see in 1983, when it was inaugurated, a kind of water play, a slide for water drops. But then, like 30 years later, with the very chalky water in Bern, the structure looked like this. And so there was big debate, is this part of the artwork or not? It's Meret Oppenheim still, the famous fur cup, which is in the MoMA, it's by her. So when they restored this, the public vote that it should stay like this and not being put back into the original state. So in a kind of very naive way, we propose to do the same. Just kind of make some plates, a facade, and then let the water run over these Eternit plates, and over time it will look like Meret Oppenheim's fountain, just in a much, much bigger scale. We won that competition, but the first client meeting, they said, we love the project for its simplicity, its flexibility, it's affordable, but we're a clean company. We don't want to have a messy experiment. So we had to rethink what we're doing. This is an image by Blossfeld. Like in Romanticism, the idea of nature kind of, there was kind of a spiritual view all of a sudden on nature, and the connection between nature and geometry kind of separated. What we like about Blossfeld's work is that it's a kind of modern view on nature, but there's the fact of geometry is back in his view, in a kind of very cold, distant, but incredibly beautiful way. So the figure of this building, there's a concrete box behind, a steel structure, and then corrugated Eternit planes. They fold away from this underlying box, opening up towards the sky, a connection to heaven and the water and the clouds. And then there's also they step down to the floor and kind of connect to the ground. There's a kind of archaic expression, yet it's a very contemporary and affordable construction. And in the end, we kept the plans. The client actually liked the plans. So we could do it, but it's designed like a garden is designed. There's a lot of technical infrastructure behind. So there's planters. There's a curation of which plant is on which side, also due to sun exposure. We collect the water from the roof. We let it run through the planters, and then they flow. This is incorrect. They just flow over the plane. Yes, and sometimes the machine, in a dry summer, the machine from inside brings in water to the planters as well. So there's this connection. So the plant is designed on a 5x5 meter grid. At least it was. The facade is. So you see like big blocks that are actually made out of very thin panels. There's gaps in between, and through the gaps of the stepping, the plants grow and grow. This is after a year now. And as I said, there is no function or protection or anything that this facade is doing, not even the canopies that look like mechanical elements that could move up and down, which they don't. Not even they can protect you from the rain when you try to enter the building. It's also not really people working in this building. The corner is open. It reveals the construct of the project. It reveals the construct of this facade and maybe also the construct of architecture. There is 3 temporalities in the building. There's a kind of ancient archaic quality in it, yet a contemporary one of the steel and the thin materials. And then there's an organic layer, one that is about the future maybe, about becoming or decaying. There's a tension between the mechanical perfection of the synthetic and systematized facade and the imprecisions of the natural layer. And with a clear Mannerist ambition, the wheel of the facade specifically draws attention to the things which it purports to conceal. The corner of the building delight in exposing the very artifice and fiction of their own intellectual making. The conscious act of creativity of which they are born, and therefore our lived necessity to dress and to decorate. The necessity to narrate and to make an intellectual construct of the world in order to explain it to ourselves, which is the act of architecture itself. For us, Mannerism offers a way to inhabit the present, to experience the intensity of being alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me to take part and for your introduction earlier. I must admit, before Francesco's invitation to take part in the symposium today, I would not have described the work of our practice as Mannerist. Contemporary discussion of Mannerism as a critical attitude in response to crisis, which we've heard a lot today, rather than as a style, has parallels to another term we found, mimesis, which describes something similar, but is a term we in our studio feel perhaps more familiar with. In fact, we chose mimesis as the title of a book we published with Artifice about 10 years ago. And we chose this title to describe architectural practice as creative imitation, acknowledging that creation is not possible without imitation. The book discusses the work of our practice and our working methods and locates examples of these within a tradition of architecture that has influenced our design thinking and nourished our imagination. We find that this process often takes place in a not fully conscious level, and often we experience a creative tension between intention and chance. Mannerism's critical attitude is characterized by a mimetic stance towards the problem of cultural and political continuity. Mimesis as a method of creative imitation acknowledges the role that intricate architectural knowledge and craft play in the design process today. It is founded upon the regenerative power of the imagination, we feel. Abi Warburg's Mnemosyne Atlas, his builder atlas, which he started towards the end of his life in 1924, juxtaposes over 1,000 photographs of images and of antique artifacts with examples of their influence upon post-Renaissance Western culture. Marburg believed that the encounter of reason and emotion and artistic influence typified the role that memory, or Mnemosyne, plays in culture generally. Warburg attempted to reunite the ethical and the aesthetic aspects of culture in a Denkraum, or thought space, made up of his selection of images reused and reinterpreted that illustrate the power of metaphor across the cultures. Whilst practicing architecture, we also run a small publishing house, Canales Press, that Francesco earlier mentioned. And one book we produced with Celia Scott accompanied a symposium and exhibition in Dublin, London, about Robert Maxwell as a thinker, architect, and teacher. This is an essay by Irina Davidovici. He understood Mannerism as a dialectical movement and used sort of dialectical thinking or the dialectical method as a strategy for coping with the uncertainty of our culture. And perhaps uncertainty best describes the chronic crisis we find ourselves operating in. But learning to live with uncertainty, in Maxwell's words, that's the subtitle of one of his books, Ancient Wisdom and Modern Know-How. So learning to live with uncertainty, I think, opens up a space for creativity. Dialectical thinking is a means to negotiate between irreconcilable opposites, where versus is replaced by and two contrasting conditions can be made to coexist. Counter to the either-or of unquestioning repetition and the conservatism of pseudo-classicism on the one hand, and the dismissal of the past for the sake of pseudo-originality on the other. The mimetic method is able to sustain tradition, including the tradition of the modern movement, because it addresses problems that are relevant to contemporary society. It seeks to transcend and to transform the conditions of life today. It's an attitude and a way of working, drawing upon the critical energy of the imagination and the transcendent power of cultural memory. I will discuss 4 examples of the work of Lynch architects in order to illustrate a design process founded on critical awareness of objective physical and cultural conditions. And I'll describe our attempts at dissolving paradoxes and contradictions with an imaginative attitude capable of both and. I would call this critical analogical architecture, understood as both design founded on analog working methods like model making and drawing, which we believe to be essential for our creative imagination, and also as an architecture of analogies. I argue that this can be a form of cultural sustainability, sustaining the tradition of craft, sustaining the coherence of the city, sustaining the life of community, and sustaining the future of existing buildings. Our first project is a private house. We worked in the traditional context of Victorian London in Hackney, and our client owned this corner building where 2 streets come together on the main street, and he wanted to use some of the rear garden to build a small house for himself. He used to be a carpenter and had the dream of building a traditional green oak framed house. Green oak is freshly cut wood with a high moisture content that makes the wood move and shrink and split whilst it dries over time after it has been built. So we were attempting to make a modern new home in a traditional urban context in a conservation area, and we were using a very traditional construction method. The site model shows that the site was in fact much smaller than those of the other houses in the street, and it didn't have a back garden. The question we had to address were, how do you give a small building made from rustic timber the appropriate scale and decorum to have a degree of civic presence and become a respectful friend to its brick neighbors? So we worked predominantly with timber model and hand drawing to develop the design. Its location at the end of a long terrace suggests the house could act as something like a full stop at the end of the street, whilst also at the same time turning towards the main road and acknowledging the street corner. The proportions of the facade, and in particular the windows, relate to the Victorian neighbors, but they are abstracted. They mirror the vertical Victorian proportions, but are without subdivisions to avoid questions of style. We used fixed glazing next to a vertical openable timber panel to ventilate the rooms. The Victorian detail of the stone or rendered window surrounds is adapted to a slim timber version. On the top floor of the house, the corner is cut away to form a small balcony, acknowledging its special corner location with a welcoming gesture towards the main road. At ground level, a slightly sunken brick landscape forms the garden and becomes the ground floor kitchen and dining space with a 2-story timber frame sitting above. Inside, we embraced the traditional construction method with green oak columns and beams at 600 centers, throughout. These are connected with so-called tree nails that allow the oak to move and shrink. The natural scale of the timber beams chimes with our human scale. A tight stair connects the brick ground via 2 bedrooms on the first floor to a taller, open living room on the top floor. And white glass in the southwest corner lets in the evening light into the room. This house was in fact built over 20 years, about 20 years ago. And we try to find a respectful way for interpreting our client's very specific and perhaps romantic imagination of a house and placing it into a very specific context. The house has changed owners several times over the years, and it seems that it was well able to speak to a wider imagination. As its slightly odd new old spaces became home to very different people. At some point, it was a sort of quite notorious party house, and we met loads of arbitrary people who've been there just, to parties. Trying to resolve these inherent contradictions of continuity and invention helped us to develop an attitude, I think, which I wouldn't have called Mannerist at the time, but which combines a respect towards context and the tradition of craft with a critique of both. And perhaps it was this attitude that convinced another client whom we met shortly afterwards, who was very different, to commission our practice to design commercial architecture in Westminster. Most of our work is, in fact, in London, which is a city that combines rich architectural heritage with radical change. Here, the need for a humble yet critical response to urban context is inevitable, we think. London is a city driven and shaped by an intense capitalist market, and this is not only manifest in its built form, but also in the extreme diversity of its citizens. Cultural diversity, obviously, but also the social and economic diversity, the extreme contrast between the lives of the rich and poor in London. We believe it's the task of civic architecture to do what it can in mitigating this contradiction or social crisis. The question is, how can we work in an aggressively commercial context and at the same time contribute positively to the shared experience of our city? This building is called N2, which is a 17-story steel-framed office block that forms part of a master plan on Victoria Street in Westminster for the developer client Landsec. And it's one of several buildings that we built in this area over the years. Its immediate neighbors include the listed Victoria Palace Theatre and the Duke of York Public House, as well as a number of 20th centuries and more recent modern buildings. We have attempted to make a contribution to the city by superimposing 2 different experiential scales, the more generic scale of city background and the more specific pedestrian scale. In townscape terms, the building mediates between the very large and the quite small structures that typify this part of London. When viewed from the Victoria Station entrance, N2 acts as the backdrop to and the setting of the Grade 2 listed theatre. The building form follows the tradition of the classic tripartite principle of base, middle, and top, established by the early modern office buildings of Arthur and Sullivan, adjusted here in response to orientation and context. A plethora of below-ground constraints, including Victorian sewers and tube tunnels, means that the whole structure could rest only upon 4 60-meter deep pile foundations. The result of this configuration is a monumental steel truss encased in situ concrete that supports the building above. Open at ground floor, the truss forms a type of modern colonnade, creating an unusually porous ground plane. It is at this scale of the street that the building makes its most active contribution to the pedestrian experience of the city, by creating public spaces around the building that go beyond the function of an office entrance. A 1.5 meter level change across the length of the lobby with entrances at either end required a 40-meter long ramp in a very tight space. We worked with Muff and J.L. Gibbons, making models to test our ideas, designing an accessible office entrance that is also a mini garden. A tightly winding ramp describes pockets for trees and flowers and places to sit amongst the trees. The long side of the office foyer is set back from the big truss to form a covered colonnade, which leads to the other entrance on President Place. Here there was a requirement to provide an 8-meter high clear space above pavement level for emergency equipment to access the underground tunnel below the building. Our solution was the steep recess at ground level with the area which allowed us to maximize the office area above. This creates a large covered space with the circular oculus that you see cut above to create even sort of higher accessible space above the removable parts of the pavement for access to the underground. This has become a space with outdoor furniture, and it extends the pavement as well as the office foyer, and it results in the building becoming part of a walking route through the city. This is a successful building in commercial terms. It was fully let at top rents at its completion, but its main purpose, I think, was to provide good quality office space and thereby maximize the rental income and profit for the client. Each floor includes a balcony and has a shared roof terrace, but it's also part of a city, and as such, it has a wider responsibility within a profit-oriented system. Our aim was to embrace this inherent contradiction with an attitude that transcends the either-or and gives form to both. This project, it's an old project as well, but in the context of Mannerism and mimesis, I'd like to come back to analog architecture, or an architecture of analogies. We can make a concept or a building recognizable by relating something new to something familiar. Archetypes play a significant role in this. This project, Elbow, is an impure archetype, a collage of a typical West Indian yard house type, based on a long veranda, and also something contextual not only to the client, who were an unusually cohesive group of people with Caribbean heritage, but also to the site typology. The setting from where the East London Black Women's Organization, or ELWO, used to run a community center and crash was a courtyard defined by a line of south-facing trees in front of a Victorian brick Methodist chapel and porter cabins. We felt it was something obtruded and lacking any mediation between the windowless form and the courtyard and the world beyond. Derek Walcott's 1965 poem Veranda acted as a touchstone for conversations with the users that led to the final design. We declustered and extended the existing Methodist hall by adding a new timber hall, like a loggia, to its front. We thereby turned an introverted building with an unused yard outwards and brought into play the row of existing trees. We tried to create a more yard-like architecture, defined by the veranda and its relationship to sunlight and shade from the mature trees. Within a more porous and open atmosphere, the veranda stepped forward, where the tarmac of the yard met the new timber architecture, creating a seat for people of different sizes. We lined the yard with a timber fence and made a gate, a timber porch, like a palimpsest found in the architecture of the West Indies, somewhere to meet and chat and become a more porous threshold and building. The building came to life as soon as it opened in summer 2004. The women and children took to the building immediately, and we felt intuitively. Perhaps the power of cultural memory was at play here. However, the building existed only for a few months. One Saturday morning, we heard that in the news that it had been completely destroyed by a gas explosion, which turned out to be an arson attack. So perhaps cultural memory has the power to provoke immediate recognition and adoption, but it is possible that it can also provoke active and violent animus. It's not clear because the case has never been solved. And in my final example, I'd like to consider the role form and memory plays within the task of adding to a historic building and thereby sustaining its life into the future. Westminster Coroner's Court is a Grade II listed Victorian building on Horse Ferry Road in Westminster. Since its inception in 1898, it has been used to provide coroner's services to 4 West London boroughs, holding inquests into circumstances of sudden, violent, or unexplained deaths. The building has become inadequate to meet the modern demands placed on this service. We remodeled parts of the existing building internally, and we provided more space in a two-story site extension. We also created 2 small gardens within the redundant yards that in the past provided horse cart access to the mortuary behind the building, located on either side of the building. We saw our task in finding a form for the extension that relates respectfully to the existing Victorian red brick building, yet has a presence that is neither diminutive nor upstaging. Our initial response for the competition submission came almost intuitively. Its barrel-vaulted form is simultaneously abstract and ancient, creating an ambiguity about which building was there first. In its arched form and detail, it relates to the language of the Victorian courthouse. Tim Putten-Catlin, writing in the Arbeit Journal last year, described the building as monumental, its blank north facade like an oversized gravestone. He describes the building as an exercise in working at 3 different scales simultaneously: the urban, the inhabitable monument, and the intimate, the delicate and the subtle. The building is made of engineered timber structure and clad in Jura limestone. There was a requirement for the building to be erected really fast and the building site to be evacuated because for emergency, if there were emergency cases and an emergency mortuary had to be erected next to the site. So engineered timber was a way of achieving this. We used different surface treatments for the stone, sandblasted and honed to create a subtle difference between the bones, the vertical corners, and the horizontal bands that pick up the stone banding of the listed courthouse, and what we call the flesh, the infill areas in between. Tim called the building rich in illusions, calling to mind Cairns Campbell Art Museum from '72, and Van Henigenhauer's Rare Books Library for Newnham College in Cambridge, from '83, which James Sterling in a BBC series shortly afterwards described as having an incredible presence that to me is the definition of monumental. He also refers to Michelangelo's New Sacristy. And he refers to, but less obviously so, to Asplund's extension to the Gothenburg Law Courts from 1937, which is less about the building form, but about the way, he says, the new extension slides in effortlessly and humanely behind the pompous Baroque facade. The new court building houses a juror's room, or a second courtroom, and office space for staff, and a room for bereaved families and friends to gather and wait, whilst having to deal with often extremely difficult and painful events. The vaulted ceiling of the new courtroom on the first floor echoes the architectural character of the top-lit volume of the original Victorian court. The timber interior, both as structure and lining, deals with acoustics and physical comfort and atmosphere. We worked with stained glass artist Brian Clark whose colored windows intensify and animate the new spaces with trans illumination. They also provide privacy for prominent cases against paparazzi, whilst allowing in natural light. Brian used poppies and motifs for these windows in the jurors and courtroom, which are of course a symbol of remembrance themselves. Whilst their color is the color of blood, they become alive, literally animated by the west sun in the afternoon when most cases are concluded. The historic building and the new extension are connected via a glazed link, a space between the existing brick and the new stone facade, colored by the intense blue light or blue glass with yellow daffodils, a symbol of spring and renewal. Rowan Moore described the inside of the building as both solemn and intimate. Even at the building's most monumental moments, the scale remains small. The ensemble of old and new together encompasses a wide range of lightness and weight. The two courtyard gardens on either side of the building are tranquil spaces for rest and remembrance. The first one was completed early on in 2018, on the first anniversary of the Grenfell fire, one of the major incidents that were dealt with in the building. Writing about it in the FT, Eddie Heathcote observed, a small civic space punctuated by Edwin Lutjens influenced fountains and features is a rare delight and a pointer to how space can be imbued with the sacred without becoming explicit or exclusionary. Perhaps this project can be called Mannerist in that it resolves several ambiguities or gives form to several paradoxes. The ambiguity of scale, it's both small and monumental. The ambiguity of use, it's a government institution and at the same time has to provide comfort to people suffering from extreme emotional and psychic pain. And the ambiguity of age, it is both old and new. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, Francisco, for your fantastic introduction. I think it sets somehow a little bit the field of our conversation. I also feel that my two colleagues beautifully engaged in that. And of course, I'm also an architect, so the result is that we show projects. That's kind of the weird thing of our kind of profession. So there's always implicit theory, so that's why you have you, right? So I guess to explicitize it. Now, it is true that, how would I say it? And I will get to the projects. But it is true that in some way, mannerism, as it was brought by you, and of course by the whole conference, it made us think, and that was also implicit in the question, on how we deal with our ancestry and how we deal with working within that ancestry. How, in other words, do we follow, flip, or radically walk away from that what we know? And to what extent working within architecture culture is a given? And I would like to attest and confirm, and perhaps these few slides here in the beginning are some sort of illustration. I believe that the only context of architecture, I'm sure I share that with my partner, David, is the cultural context of architecture. It's the only way I can imagine architecture, and everything else happens alongside that operation. So perhaps that's the closest I will ever get to an attempt to answer your question. Now, that's also why I wanted to start like this, because of that, but also specifically, I believe we always have had this idea of almost connected rooms. I mean, there's the work of the office, and then there's all kind of other work, and there are obviously many overlaps, but it's not the same. So this is that other work which is there, and it's not the same. And it's as if you're endlessly searching and accumulating and bringing up elements which obviously are all out there, and some of them quite obviously so, and some others may be in need for yourself to be appropriated. And that idea of appropriation, perhaps also translation, I'll come back to that, of approximation of whatever you think you have in front of you, has been very much that other side of that practice. Now, for that reason, that other side that speaks of another, as you see very often, of course, in this composition of these books and many of the pictures. I mean, I always mention it, I think I should mention it. Some of them are by Stefano Graziani, but very often they're by Bas Prinsen, like the ones you see here. But as I wanted to say, of course, there's always a double. There's another side. There's two rooms in the practice. But there's also, I would say, that double. Not only, of course, in this very obvious collaboration between David and myself, because we make architecture together. And as a result, it's never really my architecture, never really his architecture, and not of our collaborators, but it's somewhere landing in between. And that is in a certain way difficult. But that's also, I believe, the beauty and creates, I would say, this context of ambiguity, which I so much would like to defend in architectural practice. But of course, difficult double is then also very much, and I mean, he was there. I mean, it's impossible to do a conference about Mannerism and forget that Bob Venturi wrote Complexity and Contradiction in Architecture in '66, which was at least having its working title Mannerism in Architecture, and then later he regretted that it might have better been called Complexity and Contradiction in Architectural Form. So I think between Mannerism and form, that's somewhere, I believe, where that difficult, and of course the difficult whole, this is the last chapter, his, I would say, obligation towards difficult whole, I mean, is of course the double is the first whole, the most difficult one, as he formulates it himself. And at the same time, and it has been mentioned, of course, as well, and I mean, I have him here as well, Sherman, a cheapo copy I picked up somewhere in New York a few years ago. I think there's Sherman's '67 Mannerism book, which kind of coincides, but to a certain extent, I would say, is a kind of correction of sorts, of some sort of endpoint. I think it's very beautiful, his introduction, where he writes something of the genre. The main thing which my book and all the other books on Mannerism recently published or published in the last couple of years share is that we will not agree on anything, right? So, so that idea that Sherman felt there was something to say, and some sort of correction, and perhaps also by refocusing on what historically or in a painterly way could be Mannerism, and then of course starting, and it has been iterated this morning a little bit, from the manner or the style, and Mannerismo, and then perhaps indirectly or slowly from style to savoir-faire, and through that an idea of sophistication. And I mean, as far as I remembered well, I mean, Sherman, it's interesting, I believe, he talks about, of course, this typical Italian term from that era, difficoltà, and how to overcome that. And perhaps implicitly a sense of ease. So is the Mannerist kind of able to express some sort of extreme ease in the work? And that idea I find extremely appealing. So, in a sense that you manage to, I would say, convey the license one has to make work, and through that is able, I would say, to tackle the topics we are all facing. The world outside, which is terrible, I think. It's easy to find agreement on this one today, and probably always was, by the way, but that's a whole other conversation. Now, so is there this possibility of license through ambiguity? And is the difficult double as such? I would say Sherman closes, Venturi opens in a certain way. And if I use this as a stepping stone, well, I think then, and of course, beautifully, and Venturi kind of calls it this Piero painting there, that one which we all know, here, which we find in Urbino. He says the painting in a Mannerist composition, whatever he meant with that, right? It's also pretty early to be fulfilling that argument. But then again, wasn't it Venturi who ultimately, in his kind of famous kind of Roman kind of stay, desperately tried to find traces of a possible European architecture, which in one way or another he tried to translate towards a context which was obviously foreign to that, the States. Now, starting with this Piero painting, which is, I would say, well, as I guess we all know, the most beautiful book on it written is by Carlo Ginzburg, right? The fantastic book in which he somehow makes the argument that in this painting you see, what it was supposed to be, a kind of present from Bessarion to Montefeltro in order to convince him to go on and to engage in the Crusades. So, interestingly, so this as a thought and this composition. Now it's the first of, in a way, 4 of these similar figures, and not with, I would say, not with pretension that they're of the same quality. Certainly not. I wish I wanted to start, and I will start it like this 3 times with some sort of composition, so to speak. Maybe Venturi would have called it a Mannerist composition. But then again, I mean, with this come a lot of, I would say, judgments and ideas, and perhaps, if ever, this typical double as some sort of mannerism, I think it's also a mannerism devoid of, I hope, any judgment. So how crooked the composition should be to talk about infliction, or how disabled the design has to be truly Mannerist. I believe, and there I would connect again, that's why I brought up Sherman, I believe in license, we believe in license, we believe in ease. So, I mean, I'll go quite quickly through this. I mean, this is a collage which, ironically, we used for a project which I'm not going to show, which was some sort of a holiday house, but we typically show it in combination with that house. And then, in truth, it was not the collage of that house, because it was the collage of the first design, and then the client didn't like it, or actually liked it too much, and we made another design. So, but here I use it as a starting point of this, which is a library. And it's funny, and I think it's important in this world of accumulation that these images travel. So they travel and they acquire other meaning. It's a perfect entry in kind of, what is it? I mean, Mies meets Hockney meets Rousseau, as you just saw, and perhaps that's also what one thinks is here. But then again, this is not the key of this project, because this project is this, which is another project. But then that's how projects go, right? They have this ambiguity in which perhaps this is the most important space, I would say, conceptually, of the place, of the building. It's a small library where the garden is, I mean, here by us proposed in the competition at the time and then finally built. The center of that library is one able to read a book without an outside, but a book which has to stay, right? This kind of problem. I want to read a book which has to stay inside, so hence this proposition. And at the same time, of course, an attempt to rethink in a very simple way, extremely, I would say, modest in some sense, to rethink this idea of a public building in a small village as a big house. And again, I won't go very deep, but I somehow, in echo of this, what we called when we made the book on Venturi, Andrew was mentioning this morning, the difficult whole, we made what we called the complexity pages in that book, which was always pages with plenty of things which we collected from the archives and which we felt kind of represented very much, their world or his world. I mean, and of course later his and her world. I mean, I want to be very clear about that, but at the time of complexity, for a bigger part, maybe his. And in some way emulated more the second version than the first version, this kind of accumulation of images through association. So that kind of big house is many things. And that's exactly, of course, the idea. It's many things, of which some things are very obvious. I mean, the house shape, perhaps, as I showed just here before, the kind of contemplation on, the house in its suburban surroundings. But at the same time, other things are stupid, Like in this case, I mean, I think it's the first time I ever showed this Ito, very beautiful house by Ito, as an immediate reference, which it, I guess, always was, but it's also never been, talked about, not by us, not by anybody. And at the same time, it's also an attempt to understand, and it was funny, and I didn't quite understand what was the final conclusion out of this early discussion this morning between architecture and what was it, model, or it was different. It was Peter who brought it up. So, you know, where you walk away from the scheme and it becomes architecture or the model or the idea. I think in our architecture, we've always held this ambiguity that we don't quite know whether the architecture object is a building in reality or a model of a hypothetical other building. I think this kind of model-like character has been always fundamental. And I believe it has roots in what has been discussed by our colleagues, but also in the morning conversations. Now here you see a couple more, and I mean, okay, we're here in this conference, so why not that beautiful house for Venturi's mother? But equally kind of aborted ideas like this Rita McBride proposition for the National Gallery in Berlin never happened, and where the simple combination of two elements gives a thought of, in that sense, the collage of our competition, a saddle-like roof with a circular plan. What is it? So, well, good. At the same time, I believe the double has to do with the fact that always, in one way or another, and it has been mentioned, I think specifically Oliver was very prone to bring this up. I think ultimately we believe as architects that we try to make, I would say, a public statement, a statement in the world. We want to make a footnote in a sense. And of course, the bigger the note, maybe the more impact, but sometimes with a very small note, with a very, very clean, very precise note, one understands where we are with our society. Where are we in a sense that this building is ultimately also a building that, as a public big house, is almost entirely closed, right? It's a building which believes that the garden is one, the books are the other, they construct the building itself. But ultimately, the idea that one has to protect books nowadays because one is not sure if they would survive, and then one has to make a place carved out of that suburban urban landscape in order to give, I would say, a pocket of the shared was fundamental. Now, if I use this as a jump from the pocket to the pocket, so to speak, from the wall to the wall, then again here, I would not want to talk about this project. But at the same time, it's an image very much in the history of radical architecture. And I would be absolutely lying if I would not admit here that obviously that was the plan. It was the plan to make an image which was absolutely part of that lineage of radical projects. I mean, and ask ourselves, if you stop the endlessness, what happens? No? If you close it, do you invert it? Do you make, in a way, the promise of another world as, in a way, the drama of the enclave? Here, of course, positioned radically on the border between Mexico and the States. Now, this has its brother in this house, or sister. This house is very much that same thing. It's a gesture of taking part of the terrain in order to have a certain sort of mise-en-scène of, the ultimate private utopia. So it's a very simple house. I mean, I will not go very deep into it here. It's a house which is wood on the first floor and, well, this kind of cinder block on the ground floor. In later stages, this was painted white, so sometimes you see both pictures, but it's the same house. You see it here. And it has this garden, which is some sort of courthouse-like garden, as you can see here, which connects with the house, so seems to be part of the house, and in some way kind of defines everything outside the house as the other. But of course, it's mise-en-scène in as much that what you saw here properly belongs to the owners of the house. It's their house too. So this kind of tension, and where I think architecture can be super powerful, where you make this maneuver that you draw a line in the middle of what belongs to you, I think manages to make a gesture. Again, I would say the house in that sense and its double, the double being the outside, the double being any other 9-square house, any other desire to make a symmetrical villa, whatever, anything, any, of course, far more monumental desire to make more out of less and to own things you will never own. So this all, I mean, as some kind of oscillation point, if I can. But also, and for some reason Mulliken comes back and comes back again, so I won't talk about him all the time, but here, why not? And this fantastic MIT project of Matt Mulliken, where he accumulates many of objects and drawings and things and representations, all in different categories, 5 in total, which are creating his world. I mean, his system, so to speak, which represents everything at once. So the difficult whole there, I would say, represented in its most extremist way. Now the last project is this one, which, I mean, I wanted to share here. I think it's the very first drawing we ever made for that project, which was silly. It was a candidature. So, and this is really the project you see here. And I guess everybody in the room knows what this is. It's so much that it is the typewriter drawing of Non-Stop City, which with a scissor we kind of cut into an ear shape. And we said, maybe this is a new radio and television building. Well, of course, you would think of it today like, wow, yeah, ear, radio, television, piano. I don't know where this guy's mind go 11 years ago. Well, ironically, the site was just like that, so there was no other way. So we did it. We liked it. And so here's the building. So it took 11 years, and architecture takes a long time. So, I mean, we need a lot of ambiguity to survive all that. It doesn't take away that what's interesting also here for us, apart from a whole other conversation to be had perhaps on how, and I think it's also part of the answer to the question on, doubles or mannerist tropes and whatever you want to call them, is that of course we have always had the tendency in the library, in the house I share, but also in this, in a way, very big building, to define very few things very, very well and to not define all the rest in some way. And even that's a mise-en-scène, because if I would take away all this beautiful furniture, the project would collapse. So, I mean, there we are again with this architecture as a model of the world, as a kind of carefully curated idea of something which ultimately only can work as a footnote. So here you see it finally realized, I mean, since a few months. I mean, never imagined we would get there. But okay, still, this, and maybe this more than anything, I mean, it was there for 10 years. So it was almost like a basket of things where every time other things could enter, and every time with every iteration. And these pages, I think, just show a sliver of all that. I mean, going from, say, 2014, I think that is the perspective here on the top is one of the first things, together with this model, as you see here, where the idea is there. I mean, the blocks, the volumes, this kind of a big plate, which is kept by the volumes. And I remember we were pretty much busy with this book on Rossi, which we also made, which was, due to be published, and where we were picking up some of these beautiful drawings at the CCA. And for example, this Sandici bridge with volumes carrying a bridge has always been, in one way or another, a fundamental trope. But not in the literal sense, not because we put it on the table and said, let's make Rossi's never realized town hall as a radio and television building. But it was there. As much as, of course, the most evident ancestor was our neighbor. So this neighbor being there, Aldo and Hanni van Eyck been there, everybody been there really. So it's no wonder we started calling our studios later everything, because the accumulation became such that only an occasional white cutout would save us from, say, oversaturation. But the cutout is crucial. The cutout, Baldassarre, a kind of compagnon de route for many years, I think taught us more than anything the power of the double. I mean, Baldassarre's gesture puts a total evident picture so much under pressure that a double idea, a double reality, a doublure starts to happen. So this doublure being, of course, these two urban ideas at once, but also in a sense being, a bit crude image here, a crude collage by Baldassarre, if I may say that, but it's kind of the allegory of wholeness. Can you imagine? I mean, well, obviously it's Photoshop, so don't worry. I mean, but okay, and so it goes, and things add, and I don't need to talk about them. And then all of a sudden, that's where we are in this world, well, where only this is our arc of survival, or at least we make believe. But as some sort of ending, about 9 years ago, I think, 10 years ago, as a kind of, I would say, coda to our first 3 volumes as we published them, and it's the last text, I think, in the text section. We wrote this, in a way, very simple text, kind of reflection called American English. The title actually lent from Richard Prince's fantastic little book, American English, where he actually publishes left and right American and English covers of the same book. I think closer to a difficult double you cannot get. But in that text, which is kind of bookended between, Hockney's bigger splash here on the cover, of course, of Panem, and this insane picture, very similar to the Baldassarre I just showed, which is actually a real picture by Bas Prinsen, where on Times Square the screens are off. A rare situation where you almost haven't see a ghost of a building in the midst, a virtual building in the middle of reality. I mean, which of course I think today, 10 years later, might have even very different meanings. But that text started with a silly anecdote, which I picked up once of Alberti, in a way, wrongly considering the Battisterio in Florence in the San Miniato church being Roman, and hence building up his whole, in a way, Renaissance grammar. So wanting to be Roman, he copied something which, well, was at most Romanesque, but made what we now consider, I would say, a very important body of work, where I believe Roman architecture, so to speak. But it's exactly there in that difficult double that one finds the false friends. And it's the false friends, or the problem of translation, because false friends, I mean, is the terminology used often or most often in this, in a way, problem when in 2 languages, words look so much the same, then one has a tendency to think they have another meaning. I mean, the most, I would say, common used example is éventuellement in French, and eventually, where éventuellement is maybe, probably, and eventually is in a way, certainly. Well, it's between these, the oscillation between what we think we know and what we do not know, that ambiguity in architecture survives. Well, I guess that is the closest I can get to our own mannerism. Thank you.
Does this work? Hi. Is this working? Yeah. Thank you for those 3 fantastic talks. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I was intrigued when I got invited by Francisco with the kind of strange duality of the analog panel versus the digital panel versus the theory panel that was met with us this morning. The kind of the conventional breakdown of which your talks really complexify those again. So I guess, just to kind of start off, I mean, Lina mentioned this morning, you know, a kind of parallel in a way, this idea of the moment at which this thing called Mannerism came into being with the Protestant Reformation and the sack of Rome and the Copernican Revolution, and that somehow maybe today we're seeing a complete decentering of the human with complete climate breakdown, a complete collapse of our political systems and what we mean by democracy and human rights and even the value of life, and then the kind of AI digital revolution, and that these are all causing some kind of deep disorientation or cosmic anxiety, which could be seen at every, you know, you could say that, I think as Francisco talked about in his book, that this idea of crisis is more of a common condition. So it underlies everything. But actually, I kind of liked Umberto Eco's phrase that mannerism is born whenever it is discovered that the world has no fixed center. And actually, it's the it is discovered bit that kind of interested me, that somehow there was some revelation from within, that there was actually a kind of perception of something as opposed to just living with a general anxiety, which is kind of what we do all the time. And then, you know, thinking about the mental attitude in your work, and that this idea of the difficult whole, you know, Venturi referred to the both and actually having to contain hierarchy and value difference. You know, that's where the difficulties arise, and that the truth of a practice of architecture is somehow in the implication of moving towards that totality. And I guess I'm talking about these things because I'm interested in the moment that we're in now with your practice, because this is the analog panel and you're all making architecture today. And yet, you know, mannerism has always been, as we've talked so much about this morning, this idea of criticality, this idea of the intellectualism, academic thought, etc., even the idea of civilized living when today being a civilian is even under threat. And I guess I'm a theorist, so I come from, you know, the kind of critical humanities, and there's a real resurgence and move across philosophy, architecture, sociology, etc., in ideas that really relate. You know, there's a lot of terms around Della Cadena's partial connections and not onlys, the and, that are very resonant, but that's to do with how do we mix epistemic sets, for example, rather than just northern epistemologies? How do we see beyond that? These ideas of multipolar politics, Spivackian kind of alterity and otherness, right? How do we deal with finding commonality whilst respecting difference and otherness? And I guess it's an interesting moment to say, in this discussion about mannerism, how does the continuation of the canon is even using the term mannerism for you a continuation of a canon that's highly problematic? And I mean, maybe just to provoke, all the references I've seen today are all of the canon, of a very particular architectural and art history canon from one part of the world. And so what's the potential for architecture, or in your practice, or architecture today, to somehow, is it a site of potential to resist? And I guess we talked this morning about the idea of being within and discovering something. So we're the inside something from which there's a power to resist something, but also we're at a moment where multiple histories have to come into play. And potentially there's been a talk of one set of histories, and all the books that we've seen today, they really are a particular type of history. And so where can architecture, and where do you find your practice able to engage in that conversation, if at all?
Well, please. I am. Okay. I'll do my best.
I warned
Hello.
You're like the
Okay.
anarchic theorist meets the analog panel.
Yeah. So we from the analog panel. Do you hear me? Is that okay? Yeah. Should I speak like that or like that? It's fine. It's okay.
No, it's,
I do not have the pretension that I have a good answer to your question, but I mean, speaking from my perspective, perhaps it's a bit shared. Look, we are architects, as you said, the analog panel. Buildings take 5 to 10 years to be built, often, most often. So we cannot be too busy with what happens today and to try to answer today too much. We have to, of course, be aware that we are citizens of this world, and we have to be, I think, as citizens of the world, be politically engaged. I think that's very important. I mean, we should vote. We should choose the right kind of politicians. We should vote them away if they are not doing well. We should be kind to our neighbors and to our friends and our people. But I'm not entirely convinced that architecture can do many of these things. That doesn't take away that we shouldn't be aware. And what I like, in a sense, also in the topic mannerism, and then it's complicated in that word, we have already figured that out in these 2 sessions which were there, is that at least I think it opens a conversation of what you do and how it is read. And I think, you know, you do something, it looks like something, and people say, oh, that's probably like this, and they wanted to say this. And maybe that's true because you had that in mind, but maybe it is not true because it never came to you. And maybe you learn of this and you think, oh, that's actually quite interesting because perhaps we could have wanted to say this, and then it becomes part of your own narrative. So I believe the extreme power of cultural production, in my opinion, is that it can remain mildly ambiguous, which does not mean that it does not have to be responsible. I mean, it does not mean that it can operate wherever, and it does not mean it can take any client and so forth. These are other conversations. But that it is a little bit difficult to fully grasp what it's after, I think that's its biggest strength, so that it cannot be killed by the one-liner. It cannot be kind of destroyed by someone saying, ah, you wanted to do this, but I'm against this, so bye. I think that's not what we are for. I mean, we are not doing these type of things. I think as architects, and I hope I speak in plural. Then about the references you mentioned, because I understand that question. That question is not new. That question is around now for quite some years. I think we should be open-minded to whatever we know and what we do not know, but we should also not be shy about what we thought we knew and what we can talk about and share that. And that if there's new things which we can learn, that we like to learn. And that is at least true for my teachings, and I do that for more than 20 years. But that has also to do with accessibility, because there's many topics, you know. There's topics about what is relevant or what not, what is representative, what not. But today, if you teach, there's also topics like, what can you visit? So, I mean, it's easier for my school in Mendrisio to go see Rome than, say, India or something, because there's an ecological argument, or, you know, there's an argument about reason and proportion. So I think all these things play a role. And if we take them with the right measure, we have an interesting conversation. But if we think that somebody is ignoring other people because accidentally the 3 references came from Rome, I think that's uninteresting. That's my position.
I mean, the question about references it's always connected to the context. You know, it's the cultural context we work in, and it's the climatic situation as well. You know, the buildings respond to that, and that's why they look a certain way. But what you said earlier about being nice to neighbors, I think that's a key point, because I mean most of our projects, or generally, they happen in cities, and you have neighbors, and we would probably not be tempted to design a building that you couldn't actually make a street out of, you know, just to have a sort of big statement that is bigger than everybody else around you is not what we think helps with the continuity of culture and of place. And maybe that's linked to language. I think there was a discussion this morning about the rules, how you purposefully break the rules of the language of architecture, but the same way spoken language develops. If we would not make changes, it would become dead. And I think the same is true for our work. We saw all these small changes that keep developing, and the language of architecture, and the changes come from the new problems. Like, we didn't think about climate a while ago, and political changes, and they all influence the language, but only incrementally. I think that's sort of important.
When we designed that embassy in Algeria, we could not go when we were working on the competition. There was no way to get a visa. That was not paid, nothing. And I mean, the only thing when we started, we were sure is that we not try to fall into cliches and use kind of cultural references that we don't fully understand, and that maybe today also have a completely different meaning. So like no Musharabi screens and no things like that. And there were, I think, 1 or 2 projects that had that, and also some that had sheikhs in the rendering, which was even more troubling than just the kind of architectural references. And when you go now to Algeria, there's a lot of kind of contemporary postmodern architecture, glass facade with a bit of Musharabi, and it just is meaningless somehow, So we kind of just tried to work our way through, and in the end, I was surprised that actually we made a Mediterranean building, which is also kind of nice. We're both Northerners, I mean, Thomas's father is from India, but my mom was born in India, but we both lived in the northern part of Europe all our lives, So, yeah. But there's also the kind of political question, and I think we spoke a lot about Venturisco Brown this morning, and for me, at least, I think it's very clear that they're politically on the left. I think they have a very inclusive idea of how architecture can relate to society and become meaningful, and I think that is the big promise of their work, or maybe of postmodern architecture in general, that you can combine high ambition of architecture together with kind of very normal way of life. And I think that is a very generous idea, and that gives me a lot of hope.
So thinking about this idea of critique, and obviously all of each of your architectural practices and the amount of thinking and kind of criticality that goes into it. And I like, from Francisco's book, he says the object in which the crisis manifests itself also contains the subjective stance in the form of critique. And it kind of actually weirdly reminded me of a Latour quote when he talks about how to understand the active role of human agency, not only in the construction of the facts, but the very existence of the phenomena that those facts are trying to analyze, right? So that you get these kind of entanglements as an architect of critique and manifestation and actually communication. And I'm kind of interested in the idea of communication and exchange in your architectural practices, and how you balance, how does this idea of critique materialize between how you're thinking about your practice, the object in which it gets manifest, but is it more in the processes that kind of mediate those things? And then, the construction logics, the constraints within which you have to work, the cultural, political, social situation. And then also thinking about, is what you want to transmit always received in the way, do you think? Because do architects think enough about, we're very good at sitting in that space of kind of critique and manifestation, but are we so good at thinking about reception in terms of that that exchange? And I guess in the context of mannerism and in each of your practices that are so sensitive to those things, I just wonder how you think about it.
I just don't want to be the first one to answer again. Because I don't know. I
mean, I think communication is quite key during the design process, and I think the analog method helps with that, because if you can draw your thoughts and if you can make models and take them along to the planning department or to the client, that's, you know, they are sort of involved in the process and not presented with this big thing that you have to explain at the end. So I think that's important. And perception, I don't know. I don't think I'm worried about perception. I mean, that just happened. I mean, if you are careful about, you know, the neighbors and the users and the city and the society, then perception, I mean, I don't think you need to worry, you just let it go, and if you...
I think maybe, sorry, just to expand on that point, rather than perception of an architecture, I meant the reception of the critique embedded within architecture. Is, you know, because is that a lineage of mannerism, right, where we still in that civilized world of academic thought that critique, you know, like, you know, Peter was talking about this morning, right? This is critical, this architecture isn't critical. Is that?
That was a bit simplistic anyhow this morning, but
yeah.
Yes, with all my respect for Peter, by the way, but I don't know. I did understand part of your question also on to what extent let's say the reception of the users or the people was understood from our side, or is that not how I understood?
Yes,
that was not your question,
yes.
Was it? Well, I mean, it's just, I mean, as a very, very short, very small anecdote, that small library which I shared here in the presentation, which we won, I think it was a process. They tried to do a competition for 13 years, and then actually Bart Verschaffel, who Andrew knows very well, was in this jury. He's a very, very intelligent man who loves books, but perhaps not necessarily the closest in communicating with the librarian and the neighbors. Either way, they make us win the competition, so we can build a library. And the librarian hated us for the next 7 years or something, because presumably our library was totally not a good library. It was dramatic, it was not open, it was not public, it was nothing. Because, okay, it had no windows in the front, it had many things not, which it was kind of, the hypothesis was that that's what the library was supposed to have, especially in a small city like that. But long story short, the building was built, and we somehow, we were kind, we were not nasty, we were kind. And the building was there, and then they had to place the books. And then in this very strange circular plan, I didn't talk about it, they realized that they could put all the children books on the ground floor, on the lower parts, and then depending on the age, and so hence also how tall people were, to gradually have all these kind of, you know, layers of books. And it became the big sensation, like there's a library where everybody is there at the same time. So my kid is taking the book, and me, my poetry, and my, my partner, yet another book on science and so forth. And that was really remarkable. So to me, that was some sort of parable of how, sorry to say it like that, but how form, I mean, often misunderstood by people, might bring things unexpected, as long as we're open-minded on how we use it. And yeah, now the librarian is the biggest advocate. She does interviews in every newspaper on how amazing the library is. So I think we have to resist this a little bit as architects. That's really the feeling I have. You do not have to be too kind with your users or clients, not because you know everything.
But I guess your empty architecture as empty, right? Or the kind of, like the...
I hope I'm not empty.
No.
Or
no, but
architecture.
I think then there are parts of the architectural practice through through, we're in a Mannerist conference, so through this Mannerist gaze of you know, the border or the enfilade or the rooms that have some level of ambiguity about them, that is a communicative element. That actually it's not the things that are straightforward.
True.
Right?
Yeah, but it's also, I think, because there's a kind of frame content thing to it. I see that in both my colleagues, meaning not everything is fixed. And it's kind of funny because we were talking over lunch quickly, and I share it now. I'm really sorry, Oliver. But, I mean, it's okay. I mean, we were both saying that despite the fact that we are not always entirely sure or don't really fully understand what Peter is doing, and, you know, in his current practice, that we both grew up as students of architecture, being completely obsessed by these houses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know, 6. And of course, these buildings are extremely violent. I mean, they're very violent, you know, they cut a bedroom in two and things like that. And as much as one could consider this Mannerist in one way or another, who knows? I mean, it wasn't the conversation this morning, but I guess part of the reason why Peter would be here. That's not the kind of mannerism we stand for, because it's one where ambivalence, ambiguity, imprecision, certain decisions delayed, are on the table, right? So it's a very different one. It's not like a definitive one, I think. And that I feel we share if I look at the work here. I think there's this desire not to do a final cut. I mean, and that is translated in very different architecture. I think our three practices are very different. But nevertheless, I think that's what I feel we share. I'm not sure, I'm testing.
Just wanted to come back to criticality, because honestly, I mean, architecture has multiple readings, hasn't it, no? And criticality is one of it, but in essence, architecture is a very affirmative profession. We build things that last for a long time, and the speculation of what these things mean, they have to be answered by every generation anew, kind of, no? Raphael Moneo, who wrote the preface in Francisco's book, he had this famous lecture, The Loneliness of Architecture, where he says the moment we as architects who speak, explain the project, are leaving, and it's just there in the city and being used, it stands for itself, you know? And that also means it's open for interpretation. I mean, Michelangelo, I don't know if anybody of maybe the historians, but I never read anything that would convey what he thought about the things he did, you know? But like when I look at Michelangelo, for me, certainty, he's the best ever been out there, you know? The best architect, of course. Of course we disagree, Kirsten, but no problem. But like, but it's so incredibly wonderful to see his work, you know? I mean,
manipulated by Vasari, I'm sure.
And no, and so, you know, and I could explain why I like it and whatever, but and it's probably very different from what he thought. And of course, you can see there's a departure from say Bramante or Alberti or Raphael. His contemporaries, but I mean, there's also a lot of admiration from him to them, and so I don't know, you know, there's a critical stance, but there's also like, let's take this a step further, you know.
I have a final question, and then if there's time, I'll
or in the mic.
Oh, in here, yeah. I just thought it was squeaking, so I didn't want to give people tinnitus.
Of course.
You know, Lina talked this morning about mannerism's potential to kind of question education and kind of architectural education as a kind of, you know, a pedagogical process. And I guess we're at the AA and we're in an architecture school. And I wonder if you could each just say something about that, about this kind of Mannerist, your Mannerist mental attitude and practice, and how you think, I mean, I think most of you, do you all teach?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't teach, but you do, don't you? And you know, what do you think the potential is to change architectural education? Is there anything of change, or is there something that do you think you embody in the way you teach architecture today, which is informed by what we're talking about today? Explicitly, yeah.
Just quickly, because I don't teach, but I think a big problem is that the teaching of history is kind of sidelined in many schools, at least in this country, where or is taught not in relation to active design, you know, as if something just has sort of happened in the past and this is our design project. And I think we are all sort of talked about today the importance of learning from precedents and not having them given to students is a dangerous situation to be in teaching. Yeah, and also one other point maybe, I think Lina described Mannerism at the sort of adolescence of architecture, but could be like the learning phase for architecture, but I feel like, and we also talked about this could be happening at any time in your life, but I think it never stops. It should never, we never finish learning. So with each project, we look at the same or new precedents and we think about them critically, and so we continuously move on and learn. That's, yeah.
I think Mannerism, at least in architecture, has the capacity to be very generous. It can include many things and have them at the same time. Difference, many hierarchies, conflicting ideas. And I find that is, for teaching, kind of this attitude, I think is very fruitful. And I mean, I don't know how your teaching changed, but our teaching changed in the fact that it's much more open. And I find also Mannerism has an incredible openness. It's much more open. We listen much. We let the students speak much more. Huh?
You were always open.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm open. But but I mean, I think like a lot of other architecture is not open at all. It's very hermetic, maybe even. I mean, we also discussed over lunch that we both think now that Peter's work feels more hermetic than it used to feel when we were students.
Yeah, but we liked punk rock and we thought it was punk rock.
Yeah.
Now we don't understand it anymore. Yeah, but, I mean, it's no, but really, I mean, it's of course more nuanced than that. But no, I see what you say. Yeah, I mean, okay, I started a lecture with many of these books, and there's a million of them in some way. So I follow both of you, by the way. I mean, and that counts for some schools sometimes, and then again not. I mean, it depends in places and countries and so forth. But it's true, I think. I mean, the history of architecture, if taught in an interesting way, is extremely exciting. Of course, I think direct translations are very tricky, but that I think is the whole Mannerist story up to a point. And then you were talking about openness, yeah, I guess. I mean, it's certainly true that I guess 10 years ago or longer, 15 years ago, we would make books of exactly the people of what you call just now our tribe. And now I would do something on something I actually always secretly liked, but I didn't want to admit to or something. So I guess that's where, but that can also come with age. So I'm not entirely sure. You see, I mean, you're confronted with this stuff and you already, I mean, there's also a moment where you put a couple of flags because that's what you do. That's back to punk rock, right? I mean, there's a moment where you have to wear the T-shirt and, I don't know, say that the first album is better than the second and stuff like that. And at a certain point, this is also over because you think, fuck it, I can also like the last song and it's maybe a little bit commercial or, that's okay. So I think that changes. But having said that, no, I sincerely believe, but then again, I have the impression that I have not heard any voice today which said the opposite, that architecture without culture is no architecture. So if we stop teaching culture or architecture culture, and with all the questions, and you're right with the questions, I think like, is it not too hermetic, is not too, limited, what's the bandwidth, where do we go, what we bring in, but also with this caveat that certain things we might want to embrace, but we might not be the right people to bring it in, because we simply don't know well enough. And you try to learn, but let's also not be too, how to say, too self-convinced about our ability. Some things I'd rather ask somebody else to teach me than to teach.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's an interesting moment to think about the rules that get broken and which rules and by whom and how. And I don't know. I find it's a really interesting moment here at the AA, thinking about those things. Do we have a chance? Yeah. Would anyone?
And if you switch on? Yeah, it's fascinating to watch the conversation. So first of all, I want to say that what Rosie came up with may be a heavy quest to respond to something you put forward as a crisis of democracy. And of course, they were not prepared for that. And
which probably should have been directed to these two, so I apologise. It's the question of the conference.
Okay, so that's, but I want to pick up on although I don't think we easily can respond to this level of ambition, I do think also would say that there is something in your question when you then shifted to kind of a sense of criticality. I would also to some extent agree, well, criticality just as a gesture exposing problems, no, but implicit critical through moving to another stage and proposing something progressive. I see that ambition and take that up in architecture, and I feel there's a bit of a lack of this. Partly, I think, has to do with the scale of the projects. And if you come to me and I show you big master plans and the portfolio of massive, large projects in different arenas, there's more of that, which I have to kind of explain. But I do want to pick up a few things. So I think there was something in the sets of references which has a bit of a solipsistic internal character. So, Sterling Green, Solowit, a super studio diagram which becomes an observant house, 9-square grid. And I do find that a little bit self-indulgence, and you talk about the culture of architecture, which is then these things. And of course you have Venturi and various things. But I do find we can't just leave that it's just left hanging there. Don't doing much work, rustication. I mean, what does it mean? Why is it meaningful to refer to rustication? And in particular with Oliver, I would challenge you, there's some kind of solipsistic poetry without purpose. But I do want to say something positive, where some of the references, for instance, Venturi's concept of the complex whole, I think that means something. Complexity and contradiction architecture aligns with a new level of complexity and richness in societal processes, the urban renaissance, and this was actually picked up. That has a history which I subscribe to, as I work on that, on various scales. This was picked up by, it was postmodernism, Venturi was picked up into deconstructivism, worked on in deconstructivism, mining context for contradiction, this complexity build-up, a new complexity of architecture was built in by Greg Lynn and into folding in architecture, parametrism, and it's a key reference for me for many, many years, and then we make it work, and I thought your project, if I want to pick up a project which convinced me intuitively but also rationally, is that little library you talked about. Because here I see something, what you said made a lot of sense to me. That's a difficult whole. It's part of two series. It's a public building with that circle. It is an urban house of houses, which is actually inviting. And it's just an incredible invention. And I congratulate to this because I haven't seen that figure. And it works. This is that double. And it is a public building through its circle. It's a urban house. And it's a wonderful thing. And you could extrapolate from that. And that's the level on which, breaking down a barrier, double affiliation. If there was somewhere else already in the context, a circular, a cylindrical public building, even stronger, that's on the level these kind of smaller projects can function. And then the reference makes sense, and it has some kind of progressive, quasi-micro-political content. And that doesn't mean that we are kind of addressing the crisis of democracy, which you kind of detect. I see something else. I see a crisis of prosperity, by the way, and I'm working on that. But you need a certain scale. So that's what I felt. And I mean, my taste, yes, it is a little bit too modest. And in the end, where you withdraw, well, everybody will interpret these buildings later. What should I say about it is irrelevant. I mean, that's really challenge you a little bit. The soul taking yourself aback. And then you just play with the reference and citations and poetry, and you can't stand up to it. You can't give meaning to it. You don't purpose it. So I'm asking myself, why are you such a figure? Why you've been invited to teach at Harvard? Why are you published? I mean, what is it? We just kind of, in the audience also, we have a kind of collapse of criticality with each other.
So
that's why I'm ramping up a little bit.
Because we're running out of time.
Okay, that's what I want to say.
Critique, if you frame a question so that there's a chance to respond.
No, but it's
dialogue and communication.
What are you teaching in Harvard? Yeah.
So yeah, frame the question. Thank you.
Well, we were teaching in Harvard because we were invited by Harvard, no, don't worry. And yeah, we were one of the most popular studios because I think there's a relevance for the students, you know. But hey, Patrick, this is wonderful. Poetry without purpose in a Symposium of Mannerism. This is the biggest compliment somebody has ever given to us. This is wonderful. This is better than ugly and ordinary, you know. And you know, the history of architecture is written with small projects. They're mostly much more meaningful than big projects. And yeah, and you know, I'm not saying that what we say about the work is not relevant or that we're not critical or whatever. But, you know, the question was about the reception of work, you know, and there is different time frames in reception, you know. I mean, also in your work, you wrote extensively about your work, but, you know, both you and I, we don't know if in 30 years this has any meaning at all, you know. And this is not even a critique, it's just, we don't know, you know. Time moves on. Thank you.
I just want to
Yeah, please.
The references, I think, are not arbitrary. You know, they are subtle and some people get them and others don't. But what they are not, they're self-referential. And I think, you know, we're not, that's why I think all the projects you showed, they're all different to each other. And I think that's a sort of very significant point, that we are not trying to repeat ourselves, you know, our own style, but that we are linking it to the world outside.
Yeah, and I would agree. I mean, I think the scale thing, I would refute the master plan scale as being the only one with a real potency for rethinking, and at different levels. That's almost a conventional canonical concept, isn't it? The master plan, and actually there's multiple scales of potency.
Yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful conversation. We have tea time now, and we are going to reconvene at 4.
No, I wonder if
So, welcome to part 3, which is starting now. And as you know, the title includes, to some extent, the idea of generative AI. There are so many things we do not know about generative AI. There are only a few things we all know and we agree upon. Generative AI is a new machine. It has nothing to do with what we used to call artificial intelligence. It's something new. And it is so new that we still have to figure out what it does, how to use it. It is, in very simple terms, a machine that makes new stuff out of old stuff. Think of it as a food processing machine with a crank. You put something out, you turn the crank, put something in, turn the crank, you get something out. Imagine, we call it the data set. It all depends on the ingredients, what you put into the machine. If the data set is made of, say, white dogs with a black nose, the machine will generate white dogs with, is that what I said? White dogs with a black nose, yeah. If the ingredients are black cats with a pink nose, you will get black cats with a pink nose. But the point is, the ingredients determine the product. And all that you get out of a machine after you turn the crank is similar to the ingredient you put in. Always similar, but never identical. Generative AI is an imitation machine, which is a surprising machine, because We have had copying machine for a very long time. We know what a copying machine is. But an imitation machine, we don't know what it is. And we don't know how it works. But one thing which is important when we use it, by the way it works, by its own technical logic, it reminds us that nothing is created out of nothing. Everything is generated out of something else which already exists. We are but dwarfs on the shoulders of giants. Every new creation starts with the awareness, the acknowledgement, the invocation, the selection of our precedent of reference and of our reference to precedent. Precedent is that canon of our own choosing which gives meaning to our voice. Precedent. Everything we generate is based upon, derives from a code, a convention, a canon, a tradition, a history, a system of rules embedded into precedent. Without precedent, there is nothing. And we have always known that. It's not a new thing. We have known that for 25 centuries. It is bizarre that there is a machine now reminding us of what we always knew and we occasionally forget. But this is the thing. For the last 10 years, since we started using GANs, Generative Adversarial Network, and we moved more recently to GPT, we noticed that when we put something into this food processor, or perhaps a data processing tool, and we take something out, what we take out of a machine is similar to the ingredients we put in a somewhat bizarre, odd way. When we start to use GANs, we realize that what we get out is similar to the ingredients in a wacky, unusual way. Some time ago, we started to speak of hallucinations. The machine hallucinates, but hallucinate in a way which reminds us of a Mannerist dream. There is a bizarre Mannerist sensibility in the way that the machine produces imitations of the archetype, which are often broken, disassembled, fragmented, recombinated, in a way which it is a sensibility, reminds us of Mannerist hallucinations or Mannerist things. It looks like Mannerist, but I will tell you just in a nutshell why I have some issue with this. When we started this morning, I took as a reference this definition of Mannerism as calculated rule breaking. And if there is one thing that generative AI cannot do, is process rules. Generative AI is not a rule-based machine. It is an imitation machine. Generative AI does not deal with rules, does not make rules, does not apply rules, hence it cannot break rules. If Mannerism is calculated rule-breaking or regulated rule-breaking, then this is the one thing that generative AI cannot generate. And yet, often the things that it generates look Mannerist to us. What's the explanation of that? I don't know. I'm not a computer scientist. So let's listen if our speakers have some suggestions. So we have three speakers. The first is Mark, right? No, who is the first? The first is Mark. Mark Foster-Gage, architect in practice, theoretician, educator, professor at the Yale School of Architecture, and he wrote many books. Since 2002, his New York City firm, Mark Foster-Gage Architects, has combined philosophical and technological speculation with the activity of a fully licensed architectural practice. Published 9 books, 4 authored and 5 edited, including The Appearance of the World, recent from University of Minnesota Press, Aesthetic, Equal Politics, MIT Press, and Aesthetic Theory, 2012. And his work is collected in 2 monographs on himself, one by Rizzoli in New York in 2018, one by Oro in 2022. Speaker number 2, Matthias Del Campo, now at the Technical University in Vienna, an architect, designer, theoretician, educator, the author of Neural Architecture, Design and Artificial Intelligence, published in 2022, and 2 years later, Diffusion in Architecture, Artificial Intelligence and Image Generator. A pioneer in the field of artificial intelligence and architecture, and confidentially, Matthias del Campo was talking about artificial intelligence and generative AI at the time when most of us, me included, didn't have a clue of what it was. So he was really among the first, currently a guest professor at the Institute for Digital Architecture and Planning at Technical University in Vienna, recipient of Acadia Award for Excellence in Research. Speaker number 3, who we may or may not see, because based on the latest news, he's on his way from the airport. And so it was delayed, and he may make it, or he may not make it. If he makes it, we shall see him, Amin Taha. His practice called group work. He teaches at the Royal College of Arts. We hesitated when we made the plan to decide in which session he should show up, because he's not really into generative AI. Amin is not an AI guy, as the first two speakers. He's a digital maker. I would rather say he's not here, so he cannot be offended. A digital stonecutter, if you know his work, with a very strong direct reference to historical mannerism in this case. His practice has been twice shortlisted for the RIBA Sterling Prize, amongst other architectural awards. Teaches a studio at the Royal College of Art. He has been a visiting professor at Harvard GSD and at the Yale School of Architecture just up to a few months ago. The roundtable will be moderated by Theo Spiropoulos, who, being the director of the DRL program here at the school, needs no introduction. So, Mark, you have the table.
It's been really lovely being here. I've been on the faculty at Yale for 25 years, and we've, mostly because Peter Eisenman has been teaching at Yale for the last two decades, we've had a lot of discussion about classicism and the evolution of classicism without really discussing mannerism, and I think it's a really nice take on this. But I was also just realizing that so many of the people in this symposium have also taught at Yale. Myself, Peter Eisenman, Amin Taha, Kirsten Gears, Zaha Hadid, and Patrick for 15 years or so, but also Jim Sterling for 17 years and Robert Venturi. And I think that's probably why the discourse of classicism is maybe a little bit more to the forefront of our attention at Yale, because there's a lot of people that either can't get over it or think that it's something important that we keep referring to. But it's a particular pleasure for me to be here. Reading Francisco and Mario's brief, I came upon this sentence that in the past, European artists developed sophisticated strategies to conceptualize the way we refer to traditions we cannot avoid, but we do not endorse. They called that Mannerism. And I like many people, give lectures about my work on occasion, sometimes frequently, but I use this as an example to be a little bit more introspective about what are the traditions I cannot avoid but refuse to endorse. And that requires me to go a little bit back farther in time, which may not be common knowledge, but I am probably the only person in the room that was educated as and practiced as a classical architect for over a decade. That's harder for me to say than coming out of the closet, so please support me. I was educated according to the École des Beaux-Arts curriculum, and in fact had a full semester studio dedicated to the Doric, a full semester studio dedicated to the Ionic, a full semester studio dedicated to the Corinthian. And I just wanted to pop up this image as we're talking about Mannerism. It's a project I did when I was 24. It's not a drawing of a historic building. This is my design for an immigration archive on Ellis Island. And I remember it very vividly because it was the first time I was ever called a Mannerist. All right, hold on. The reason I was called a Mannerist was because of these little pieces of stone here, which I know they don't look heretical and radical to you, but in the classical language, every piece of every object within the classical language has a particular name and a particular purpose. And there was a juror on my final jury that said because I was using these pieces of stone as both lintels and sills, I was asking them to perform a kind of double duty, which is kind of verboten. So he said, in not complimentary terms, "You are such a mannerist." So I've always associated this with the kind of naughtiness. So imagine my terror when Mario sent me an email asking me if I would like to once again be a mannerist. And here I am. He also said I was a mannerist for the interior. This is a section, I should just note, these are all about the same size as the screen up there and hand-drawn and watercolored in the mid-90s, early 90s. But I was also a mannerist here because if you look at this main lobby, you go up the stairs and you have the option to turn left or right to come up to the second floor of the lobby. The archive entrance itself is off of a landing where you walk up into this double height space. I was really obsessed with Gunnar Asplin's Stockholm Public Library where you kind of enter from underneath. But he really yelled at me because he said it's totally inappropriate to have a formal entrance off of a stair landing. So mannerism has been something I've wanted to avoid my entire life, and yet here we are. Most of my education was based on elevations, not on plans. I, believe it or not, I got a job at Robert A.M. Stern Architects while I was still in my final year as an undergraduate, and one of my professors said, "Robert Stern, why would you want to go work for that modernist?" When I was there, I spent 6 or 7 years doing only facades. I was Mr. Facade. There's not a lot of people who have been trained to do classical facades in the world, so a job kind of landed on me. These are 4 projects I worked on. They were each a competition. We won each competition. Each one was built. The first top 2 are for Harvard University. The upper left is the Spengler Student Center. The one in the middle is the Baker Library, which was funded by Mayor Bloomberg. It was an addition to a McKimbey and White building that we tore the back half of and reestablished a new facade. The bottom one is the Jacksonville Public Library main branch, and the other one is the Nashville Public Library main branch, which is on axis with the state capitol. So these were important buildings for a, 26-year-old to be designing the elevations for. But I kind of enjoyed the perversity that it allowed me, and I'm actually really glad that Peter Eisenman talked about Bramante and Santa Maria della Pace in particular, because that was my precedent for this facade. If you remember Santa Maria della Pace from the earlier presentation today, there's a smaller order, oops, that's not Bramante. A smaller order, in this case made out of steel, and a taller, thinner order with center-occupied columns, which Bramante did, which is an extremely unusual thing to do in the classical language. So this was my version of being perverse, but also, Mario and other Italians, Matthias Mill, may also recognize the dome, which I lifted off Adalberto Libera's Palace of Congress in Eor. That is to say, a fascist dome, but he's a peer of Terrani in that kind of era of, I guess you would call it fascist modernism. But to do a fascist library in Florida in the late 90s seemed like a bad idea, but now it seems perfectly reasonable that Florida is indeed a fascist state. Anyways, transitioning to a kind of digital practice, which I did, I would say in 1999, I was in Greg Lynn's first studio at Yale, which was also the same year that Zaha taught at Yale. I put Zaha as my first choice, but I didn't have enough seniority, and I got Greg Lynn, and I wonder how that would have turned out differently. I may be sitting there instead of Patrick. But the point of showing these 2 images is that they were both designed around 2008, but even with the language of digital formalism, and Mario would call this the kind of spline-based era, or non-uniform rationally based splines, is that I was using these technologies figuratively to design elevations. So the composition is still a tripartite division, it has compositional mathematics, it's geometrical, and it uses these splines almost as a kind of digital pilaster. It's very frontal. Zaha's, of course, Zaha and Patrick's was, of course, built and is a stunning and beautiful building. Mine was not. In fact, I have a 100% record of getting competitions built in the classical language and a perfect 0% record using digital technologies. But as I was working on this problem of facades, I realized there was very little theoretical support in the architectural community, mostly because the East Coast was and still is dominated by Frankfurt School post-Marxist critical theory, which in a way it can inform planning and social relations to some degree, but has very little to say about the aesthetic aspects of facades. And I had always been taught to believe that the plan is where the functional aspects of the building are manifest, and the facades are where the aesthetic and therefore cultural aspects of buildings become manifest. So as a way to kind of, I don't know, inform my work, I started doing research on aesthetics in 2008. There was no one really to do this with within the field of architecture, so I started engaging with the world of philosophy. So on the upper row, there's discussions between Jacques Rancière and I at Yale. I've had an ongoing affiliation with Graham Harman, who's the father of object-oriented ontology. In fact, we taught a studio together at Yale where we took our students to Tibet for a couple weeks and studied Tibetan monasteries as the architecture of thought. So the architecture of thought in the mind, but also the architecture of thought as architecture where you do thinking. And then my most recent set of conversations has been with the philosopher of consciousness, David Chalmers, NYU, and one of those was just recently published in one of the recent issues of Log. But the point is that aesthetics is the way we perceive architecture, not conceive of architecture. And I think architects have gotten in the habit of describing our process in conceptual terms, not understanding how our work is absorbed by society in non-conceptual and non-procedural terms. So I've worked on 8 books, as Mario had mentioned, most all of them tackling the subject of aesthetics in architecture and the perception of reality and how architecture forms the backdrop of that reality over the last 12 to 15 years. Peter Eisenman wrote the afterword to my first monograph, and Graham Harman has written a kind foreword to this second monograph. But I've been trying to struggle with finding a theoretical framework that can think about architecture in cultural, visual, and aesthetic terms. Where that landed me is in Mario's chart. Mario, I guess, channeling the spirit of Charles Jenks. This is yours, right?
I didn't draw.
You didn't draw it, but you didn't draw it. But it's a loose, I guess, Charles Jenks-like chart that documents the flow of digital technologies into architecture more or less over the last half century. And I've put myself in a little box here. I like to think that, you know, from left to right is the timeline, and from bottom to top is level of talent, right? So Matthias, our next speaker, is right here, and I'm sorry, Patrick, parametricism tops out well below where I am. But I think this is also very process-based, very technical-based, and I've always thought in the back of my mind that as a classical architect that there was going to be some great reunion at some point in the future. And in that, I put some of my own interest, but interests like part-to-whole relationships are things that Greg Lynn was talking about 20 years with regards to digital technology in his books Unfolding in Animate Form, and that's a big part of classical architecture. And there are already links. There's a heavy emphasis on precedent in Greg's work, believe it or not. Classicism doesn't always mean classicism. Classicism has been reinvented over and over throughout the ages. We know it in particular in its reinvention in the Renaissance, which is, of course, the rebirth, where classicism was turned from a tectonic system into an aesthetic stamp that you applied to the front of buildings, completely modifying its original meaning and intent towards good and interesting reasons. Around classicism, I'm also putting things like figuration, beauty, aesthetics over concepts, symmetry. And some of those things are already folding into discussions about the digital. In particular, Mario's really excellent piece in Art Forum, and you may have published it elsewhere, but how AI is in fact a precedent machine. AI can't produce images without looking at images from the past, which in a sense makes it a classical technology in some interesting ways. So I think this unusual fusion of the classical world in architecture is going to continue if not to a great degree in my lifetime, then certainly thereafter it. I tell my students that it took 200 years to get from Brunelleschi to Borromini, 300 to get from Brunelleschi to Hawksmoor, 400 to get from Brunelleschi to McKeamy and White, and we're on year 4 of artificial intelligence in architecture, maybe year 24 of digital technology in architecture. So we have quite a ways to go. And as Mario mentioned, I think you mentioned that Brunelleschi was a kind of architect of limited classical talent, not because he wasn't talented, but because the information wasn't there. The Vitruvius manuscript had only been rediscovered a few years before. He had been studying as an amateur in Rome with his best friend Donatello after he lost the competition to design the baptistry doors in Florence to Ghiberti. But classicism started out as a really amateur pursuit, and I think we're going to look back in the future and see how we evolved digital technologies in this first 20 to 30 years to be a really necessary but also kind of amateur way of using them. And I look forward to how they become more sophisticated over the next several decades. Classicism has also come back in other unusual ways. This is a quote from Peter Eisenman, who's writing about Adorno, writing about Beethoven. Adorno's point about Beethoven was that he had abandoned the classical tradition until the end of his career, when he started to reappropriate fragments of classical composition as a way to produce what Adorno calls the style of lateness, which was a book that Peter Eisenman did in 2020, which Adorno writes about lateness as a way to generate an atemporal architecture, an atemporal creative act, in this case music, which always confused me, because if he's calling it atemporal, it's without time, but then he's calling it lateness, which means that it's at the end of something. I've always actually found Adorno really difficult to decipher. But the point is that one can adopt classical fragments into a compositional act, music or architecture or art, and use those formal classical motifs to generate aesthetic effects without relying on their classical symbolic value, which is what Beethoven was doing, which is what Adorno says that Beethoven was doing. We're more visual people in architecture, so artists like Francis Bacon, in his 3 studies for the base of a crucifix, was also a notorious fragment lifter. He lifted fragments from the battleship Potemkin in film, from Muybridge in photography, but notably from Degas in painting. And when you look at these tortured figures of creatures at the base of a crucifix, one doesn't immediately think, ha, Degas. Or if you do, there may be something wrong with you. But if you look at Degas' paintings, and in particular the ones that Francis Bacon was most obsessed with, it's very easy to see the references that he's making between this figure's ballerina and the figure of the creature on the upper right. So in this example, he's once again adopting a fragment from history for its formal properties to use for its aesthetic effects without recourse to its symbolic or narrative meaning. And that's a mouthful, but I also think it's what I've been doing for the last 10 years, shifting from a language of single surfaces to a language of accumulated fragments. So just to give you that mouthful again, appropriating fragments to use their formal properties for aesthetic effects without relying on their symbolic or narrative meanings. This is some of the first, collections of fragments I produced in our office in 2014. The computer had just generated the ability to handle this amount of information. I would be lying if I also said I didn't do it to react violently against Patrick's parametricism, because I didn't want to be any part of it, even though I love Patrick like a evil stepbrother. But the idea was, if one could generate an architecture of pieces where the pieces have zero relation to one another, which is the opposite of parametricism. So studying this, I worked with some of my Yale students to say, what would this produce as a genre of architecture? What would it be like? We did a meter-tall 3D print just to see what the effects would be like if you got in this thing. We turned it into a mesh and CNC milled it out of a solid block of 2 foot by 2 foot Carrara marble in Carrara, Italy. And once you can make something out of marble, you can make it into architecture. This is a philosophical and theoretical exercise run through architecture. This isn't what I think the world should look like, but it was an exploration in how to generate new levels of figuration through fragmentation as architectural forms. So this was our competition entry for the Helsinki Guggenheim Museum in 2014, which received, I think, 700 entries or something like that. Believe it or not, we didn't win. But it has it's not a box that things are applied to, it's just the things. There's nothing ornamental about it. It's a collection of fragments. We developed a plan and a section and a loading dock. And although we didn't win, it did go in, I guess you would call it an early viral experience in architecture. I literally received hate mail and proposals of marriage. More of the first. But to the point where I got this image from someone I know in Japan. This is Arado Isozaki lecturing on my work, where he's written the word weird across the top with 2 exclamation points. But I figured if you can get Arado Isozaki to notice your work, I mean, you're doing something extremely wrong or something at least mildly interesting. The language, again, wasn't what I intended the future of architecture to be, but it was a starting point to kind of refine that language. We designed this tower on West 57th Street in New York. Also in 2016, it also got a significant amount of press and was eventually called the Khaleesi. This is the height of the Game of Thrones show, which is this white, glamorous, golden kind of structure. But it uses the same amount of glass as Raphael Vignoli's tower behind it. And the point was that you can use a curtain wall, and maybe there's another language that allows us to move away from classicism, but not towards only abstraction. One of my criticisms among all the super tall buildings in New York is that they're all so extremely abstract and add nothing to the life of the city in the way that the Chrysler Building or the Empire State Building or the Woolworths Building or the Singer Building did over time. They're these kind of inert, featureless boxes for money laundering that offer nothing back to the community in which they exist aesthetically. I've worked with some of the ideas that I never had Peter Eisenman as a critic. I never worked for him, but I did share an office with him 10 years. So I did get a light case of Eisenman infection, I think. And his statement that really you can't have architecture without poché led us to work on this private house, trying to generate poché that was visible from the exterior by using negative fragments and removing them from the surface. We also had a good deal of luck using this fragmented language in product design, graphic design, things tangential to architecture. We did a line for MAC Cosmetics that was sold worldwide in all of their stores. On the upper row, we did an outfit for Lady Gaga, which was intended to be an incrustation of 3D prints of her fans' faces. We weren't allowed to do it for legal reasons. Her team forbid it, so we were only allowed to use her face. So we 3D printed, scanned her face, 3D printed her face. We developed this harness with all of her faces on it for this video called Viva Glam, which she did, and did something which is impossible in real life, which was have billowing drapery, which is symmetrical. Obviously, you can't have symmetrical billowing drapery. So playing with symmetry and asymmetry is obviously something you also do in the classical and figural tradition, not to mention the relationship between drapery and classical painting. We were asked in 2020 to design a series of logos for the Biden-Harris campaign. Remember, 2020 was the height of the pandemic, so they wanted to use them as backdrop for Zoom fundraisers. And they wanted something that was more interesting than their typical block, but also something that looked, I guess you would say, richer. And this was kind of tongue-in-cheek, but they really loved it and apparently used it quite a bit, so much that we were asked by someone who also worked on the Harris-Waltz campaign to do one for them, which we did. And this is the part where I apologize for being an American, but also apologize for not working on this logo a little harder. We've taken some of these ideas into architecture over the years in smaller and increasingly larger degrees. This is for a project in Shropshire, England. The brief we got, which was that this is a historic site This Tudor manor was built in 1520, but there was a previously existing Templar chapel from the 12th century on the site, which had Gothic characteristics. So we were told to do something Gothic-ish and Tudor-ish on the site for what's basically a small library and guest annex. We developed this kind of, I guess you would call it Tudor Gothic brutalism in the image on the right, which was intended to look almost like ruined in a sense, like pulled apart, kind of disintegrated, using the verticality and texture materials that you would find in a Gothic architecture, but integrating the diagonal language of some of the Tudor forms on the site. And in one of the most painful 2 years of my life, we had to deal with an organization called Historic England. And they just hammered the design down into something completely different. We still were able to use some of this language of fragments accumulated in this kind of chimney, which becomes a Tudor parapet and a window frame. It was, yeah, I mean, Historic England, I understand their job is to protect their cultural heritage, but they protected the hell out of this cultural heritage in Shropshire, England. The project is, I guess, halfway through construction. And if you need any proof that I'm still a classical architect, I'm pretty sure I've built the only solid stone Corinthian column in the UK in the last 2 centuries. So mission accomplished. The interior, the client is a big collector of pre-Raphaelite art, and we were thinking of doing a kind of what would a contemporary pre-Raphaelite strategy involve. We worked with an artist who does what I do with architecture, but with plants, and he takes live plants and fragments of plants and photographs them in these incredibly eerie lighting environments to create these really beautiful photographs. And we were commissioning him to do a language of wallpaper that aligned with our kind of magnetic fan vaults and this stair, which was based on a stair by Edwin Burne-Jones, a pre-Raphaelite artist, end of the 19th century, who's actually the original is in the Tate, Britain. It was a precursor to nude descending a staircase. But the staircase is really modest in scale, but really kind of lush in its detail. It's laser cut with these floral patterns, as you can kind of see moving up here. On the left is the rendering, and on the right is its current state installed. The wood is where the glass is going to go. So there's an interior Corinthian column and an exterior Corinthian column, and this vault language, which comes down to form the structure of this kind of modest stair and this modest jewel of a building. Excuse me. The last 2 projects I'm going to show take place in Saudi Arabia. This is 2018. It's before the line. It's before Neom. This is in Al Ula, which is the second city of the Nabatean Empire, the first city being Petra in Jordan. If you can picture Petra, then you can picture this kind of language of Medan Saleh, where there's over 40 of these incredibly carved tombs. And in this era, especially when I went in 2018, there was very little. There was like 2 modest hotels. It's since become a kind of large tourist attraction. But remember, Saudi Arabia from the 1930s until 2018, tourism was essentially illegal. So none of this was open to the world. And part of this project was to build a resort as a way to start to open this to the world. There was a series of sites. It was an invited competition that we worked on for a year. Paid, thank God. The only person to win one of them was Jean Nouvel, but what he designed proved impossible to construct because it was all carved out of really soft sandstone. But our project, it was the first time we started to treat patterns as objects and use some AI style transfer, which was pretty early at the time, 2018. This area doesn't have a rich tradition of architecture because the Nabateans were nomadic and they lived mostly in tents. They would build their tents up against these structures, but these were just tombs. So the only architectural language is really this facade repeated over and over and over and over at different scales. But what's interesting, it's the only architecture I've ever come across that is built from the top to the bottom. So they would start carving in a rock, and if the rock fell apart and something disintegrated, they would just stop building and go over to another location. So a half half-built Nabatean structure is the top half. But we got really interested in the stone carving tradition. At one time, the Nabatean Empire was a center of stone carving for the world. It's one of the only places where they allowed the stone carvers. They had such a high regard for stone carvers that they allowed them to sign the facades of their buildings. And our idea was to kind of reinvent this stone carving language for a new era using some of the historic content of the site, which is the Dadenite Empire, the Lahenite Empire, the Nabatean Empire, early Islamic culture, Bedouin culture, and halal jewelry, but a kind of, how do we combine these things into a language which somehow speaks to the space without just importing a Western idea of a screen, like Oliver was saying? Our solution to that was put a Saudi national, hire a Saudi national, put her in charge of the entire project. And it was actually kind of interesting because we would generate these patterns with AI, which were blending Bedouin jewelry and Nabatean patterns. And she'd be like, too Persian, too Turkey. You know, she had like a kind of eye for this. Whereas had we gone in there with our just like Western sensibilities, I'm sure we would have done something totally and completely inappropriate. The strategy we used was to take these two-dimensional patterns and use these interstices of AI and style transfer to generate these three-dimensional foams, almost like stylistic Saudi foams. The first experiments were a kind of deep 2D. Sorry, I'm like really high up on the chart of using processing power, but on Mario's Charles Jenks thing, but I can't use an apple to save my life. So, but we were able to take these two-dimensional forms and extrapolate them into a deep two-dimensionality and take those and kind of assemble them into these three-dimensional blocks. And all of those blocks, the pattern conforms to the geometry. It's easy to take a pattern and apply it to geometry. It's very difficult to get these really complex three-dimensional forms to conform to a geometry. So they change in order to accept the insertion of like an arch. This was very highly uncontrolled. I mean, the computer at the time was not very good at doing this, so there's a lot of hands-on design and a lot of editing where we became a kind of curator of the forms and the languages that we wanted to use, working with the clients. This was the entrance to the main lobby. So on the left is a VIP kind of entrance of curved channel glass, and the right was the design for where the luggage goes. And then the center, you get dropped off in a car and go through this very tiny courtyard to this large, it's actually layers of GFRC. It's, the whole design of this project and the next one I'll show, the idea is that the parts of the project that you can't touch are glass fiber reinforced concrete. The parts that you can, which are down at human level, are stone with bronze inlay. So the interior of that space, you can see a scale figure here. It's kind of working with that Nabatean idea, like a building beginning at the top and, in a sense, disintegrating as it gets lower, but intended to open up a view without being all about the view. These are we generated so much research for this project over the course of a year. This AI research, we were using MRI software to take vivisections of things, to reassemble them into architectural software programs. But we generated so much material that we were able to produce a 500-page book just on this one competition. And, architectural books never get you very far. I have my good friend Michael Young and Freda Colaten and I, we've all published a number of books, and every year we collect all of our royalties and see if we have enough to go out for a steak dinner. Sometimes we do. But this book paid off because it landed in some important hands in Saudi Arabia. We were invited to do 22 competitions in Saudi Arabia in the last 5 years, not involving the line at all. We haven't been involved in the line, but the ones that have, or I guess that they want to have a little bit more of a kind of cultural sensibility to them, not abstract. And this book was really a kind of guideline for a new Saudi architecture, which is quite maybe claiming way too much for it. But our team for all these projects has been JTP out of Dubai, our associate architect, and D. Simone has been the engineer. Gleeds has done all of the cost management, and Place Dynamic has done all the all the landscape architecture. This is for a client called Capella out of Singapore, Capella Resorts. It follows their kind of typical format, which is a center core with rentable villas. This is placed on an escarpment on the Gulf of Aqaba. It's just a really stunning site next to something called the Spring of Moses. So there is free-flowing water here. One of the only places along the Gulf of Aqaba that has natural greenery. There's a series of resorts. OMA got one, Ricardo Bafil got one. We ended up getting 2 of them. Other firms had competed for this one. I like to tell the story that I've seen Norman Foster's proposal, Zaha's proposal, Bjarke Ingels' proposal, and OMA's proposal, and none of them pleased the client. And I just like to secretly think we've gone through Norman Foster, Rem, Zaha, and Bjarke. None of them work. We got to call in the big guns. We got to call Mark Gage. But I'm sure it happened nothing like that. But we've been working on this project for 2 years. It has an entry sequence similar to that other project I had showed you. The entrance sequence is completely opaque with this almost like corduroy, more abstracted, deep facade with these fins that absorb the heat. A building, when it casts shadow on itself, is good for sustainable reasons. The only opening is in this highly detailed lobby. You're going to see a lot of towers. Some of them are basically giant Brita filters that filter gray water into the series of pools. And one of them is two of them are lunar radiators, which I'll explain in a second, designed by Trans-Solar. But once you enter through this facade, you're in this kind of urbanism of fragments. So we're taking the fragment idea, using the fragments to build fragments, but then treating the site plan as a collection of fragments. It's kind of the site slopes down. Once you go to this lower level, you're at this kind of lower grotto, which is inwardly focused. The beach is like half a mile away. But it's a collection of about 40 smaller buildings, some which house materials, some which house villas, some which house restaurants. This unit right here is a lunar radiator, which is a kind of interesting technological idea where you take the waste heat from air conditioners, you put the waste heat in the ground in water tanks, and at night you funnel it up into basically a metal tank and it radiates heat into the night sky. It only works when there's a super predictable change in temperature. Here in this kind of Tabuk region, the nighttime is almost always 20 degrees Celsius cooler than the daytime. So it's a really interesting place to try kind of new technologies for heating, ventilation, and cooling. It also allows us to get rid of fans on roofs. When you have a terracing facade, having fans on roofs is not the best, it's not the most relaxing sense of wellness. It's the physical model, and just to wrap up, a couple examples of the facade prototypes. This is that main piece. This is glass fiber reinforced concrete. It's about, I guess, 15, 20 millimeters thick. This is at a quarter scale. We're trying to see how thin we can get it before it would be chip off in a sandstorm. We have another language which doesn't have any GFRC in stone, but is glass and bronze, which we can't forge, but we're making out of these laser cut bronze sheets, where you laser cut these 3 patterns and lay them on top of each other to give them depth. This is one of the prototype panels for that. It's about, 2.5 meters tall. This is 4 layers deep. We're trying it at 2 layers and 5 layers, seeing what the aesthetic effects are we get for the budget we have in hand. On the left is a glass fiber reinforced panel at full scale, which shows that corduroy language with this bronze alloy inlays, and then these 2 metallic languages, one which happens at a very big scale because you only see things from far away, and the one I showed previously, which is something that happens at kind of human scale level as you're walking along the circulation paths, which are pretty extensive. The last image I'll show here is of the part of the buildings which meet the ground gets a more figural fragmented treatment that's made out of solid stone. So these are CNC milled out of solid stone with bronze inlays, and each of these is about a 3-foot study, but they're at about 1/3 actual scale. So this had 2 functions. One is to see if the stone carvers could build the geometry. 2 is to see if the metal workers could work with the stone carvers to inlay the bronze. And 3rd is to just see how it looked and felt in real life as an aesthetic object. I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, hello everybody. Thank you for bearing with me. I always knew it's going to be a hard, tough act to follow, Mark, but here I am. I would like to say thank you very much to Mario Carpo and to Francisco for the kind invitation today to be part of this amazing conference, Symposium. And before I start, I want to apologize a little bit about the very personal, autobiographical nature of the lecture. But I think also for that, Mark put quite a high bar. So no, I'm not traditionally classically trained, but let me try to get there. All right. So I would start to say something about the Städten. So basically, I grew up in Vienna, right? A city defined by a very specific, sanctioned weight of history. The classical there is an inescapable presence. It dominates the Ringstraße, where buildings stand like a shiny row of teeth, broadcasting an image of imperial stability, power, and tectonic perfection. This is the Vienna of the history books and the travel YouTube channels. However, I spent my childhood in a different landscape. I lived in the outskirts. I went to school right in the center of the city. Every morning, the bus I took rattled through the Simmeringer Heide. This is a wild industrial prairie. It is a patchwork of glass houses, farms, and slaughterhouses. It is a place characterized by the smell of sewage treatment plants and oil refineries. Vienna is a city of layers. And this peripheral layer is perhaps one that rarely appears in the polished tourist websites. I mention this because this landscape is not only biographical, it is a very way of reading architecture as a surface effect of infrastructures, material, logistical, energetic, that remain mostly unseen. Keep that in mind. We will return to it when I speak about AI and its physical footprint. During those bus rides, I saw a giant sitting amidst the farms and glass houses. It was an abandoned Renaissance palace, Schloss Neugebäude, throning on a large terrace. It was surrounded by a Städten. This is a Viennese term for those wild, unmanaged patches of land where the city control begins to fail. It was an overgrown garden that had been left to its own devices probably for centuries. The entire scenery appeared as if it had been lifted from the pages of a Brothers Grimm fairy tale. At that time, the palace was strictly closed to the public. It was a dormant archive of the Renaissance, locked away from the world. One afternoon, I decided to enter the palace, by all means necessary. I walked into the Städten and began to circle the perimeter. I had no interest in the front gate. In any saturated system, no matter if it's a building or a body of knowledge, the front door is designed for the legitimate user, which I wasn't. So I circled those massive walls until I found a hole in the masonry, a structural failure in the classical authority of the wall. Squeezing through that hole was my first real architectural lesson. It was a physical act of inference. I was moving from a known exterior into a latent interior, hidden away, literally. I was tunneling into the saturated archive through an unofficial opening. As I made my way deeper into the vaulted spaces, the air changed. It became cooler, it smelled of damp brick, centuries of stagnant silence, and I'm not going to describe further the smell in there. I eventually found myself in a deformed dark space with no windows, a circle of bizarre columns supporting a wonky but sturdy vaulted ceiling. This was a room that felt less like an intentional piece of architecture, more like a huge accident. The columns in this space defied every rule I had been taught to respect. They were composed of raw brick, built from drums that rhythmically expanded and contracted. They alternated between round and square, pulsing with a restless energy. They looked like a mistake. To my young eyes, it appeared as if the architecture was stuttering. It was as if the building was trying to remember how to be classical and was suffering from a strange amnesia. Little did I know that I had stumbled upon the unfinished grotto of this palace. I stood in that subterranean circle, realizing I had found a strange room, hidden within the heart of the canon. It was familiar enough to be recognized as a room, yet strange enough to provoke the uncanny, das Unheimliche within that space. This grotto became the site where I first understood that the most interesting architectural moments occur when a system is pushed to the point of collapse. Oh, by the way, this was a teenage experience of mine. Like you mentioned before, the adolescence of the architect being 50-something. No, this is literally when I was 17. So this demands a new theory of mimesis. Years later, while sitting in an architectural history lecture, those stuttering columns from my teenage exploration returned to me. A professor projected an image of the rustications of Giulio Romano's Palazzo del Tè. Suddenly, the strange room of my youth possessed an author. I found out that Jacopo Strada, a student of Romano, was the architect behind this strange room. In that moment, I realized that the rhythmic expansion and contraction I had seen in the brickwork was a calculated architectural operation. Strada was practicing licentia. License. Licentia or licencia? Both okay? Latin? Let's go with the Latin one. He was engaged in a deliberate transgression of the rule. He was pressing against the boundaries of the classical authority to reveal where the system begins to fail. Strada had reached a point of epistemic saturation. He was training on tradition so intensively that he knew the rules of the classical order by heart. Within such a saturated system, the only path forward is to comment on the canon. He pressed upon the logic of the column until it buckled. In layman's terms, when the canon becomes complete, deviation becomes the only retaining form of intelligence. Strada was much more than a builder, he was an antiquarian. He operated as a curator of the archive. In the 16th century, the role of the architect was synonymous with the role of a manager of data, in a way. Strada famously acquired an unpublished manuscript and drawings of Sebastiano Serlio. I've often described before already Serlio's work as the first true architectural dataset. His Libro Straordinario was a systemic recording of architectural features. It was a catalogue of 30 portals. Each portal functioned as a probabilistic variation upon a remembered order. Serlio provided a taxonomy of syntax. This allowed architects to navigate the canon as a field of features. They were no longer following a fixed set of instructions. They were performing inference on a dataset of classical forms. I have to say, though, there is a crucial differentiation between how data was collected before AI and how it's done now. Unlike in the Renaissance, antiquarians, today's datasets are not shaped by human judgment alone, but by automated capture and aggregation through scraping, for example, which radically changes how authority is encoded in those datasets. Strada took this data-driven approach even further for his time. He was commissioned by Johann Jakob Fugger to compile a massive dataset of European heraldry signs. He produced 30 volumes of visual information because he also understood that power resides in the collection, the classification, and the rearrangement of visual data, which is very similar to what's happening today. He was a sapper of the Renaissance. He was tunneling through the enormous sediments of the classical past. He extracted specific features to construct imperial legitimacy. The long barrel vault hall in the Neugebäude, which you see here on the left, is finished with plaster, presenting a smooth conventional surface. However, the grotto, on the right, remains in raw brick. This distinction is vital for my argument. The naked, unfinished walls of the grotto represent the underlying rule set of the architecture with total efficiency. In finished, decorated spaces, the architecture is often obscured by what we might call random noise. Ornamentation makes it difficult to recognize the basic features of a system. In the grotto, the architecture is the historic data. There is no noise to hide the logic. We see the weights and parameters of the construction made visible in the raw masonry. The pulsing brick drums are the data points of a probabilistic divergence. They represent a stochastic stutter. The architecture is trying to remember its own rules and failing in a productive way. The realization serves as the foundation for our contemporary work with artificial intelligence. We are standing at a similar threshold of saturation today. The digital archive is our contemporary antiquarium. Like Strada, we are training on a tradition that has become an immense weight. We are moving away from the act of singular invention. We are moving toward the act of inference. We are navigating a territory of resemblance. In this space, the anti-classical move is a tectonic necessity. The grotto reveals the rule set in the moment it begins to buckle. It proves that the most profound insights into a system occur at the point of its formal aberration. Yes, and that space is occasionally used these days for goth parties, because who wouldn't like to have a goth party in an old palace, right? Okay, so let's keep going. The historical logic of Jacopo Strada, the architect as a manager of saturated datasets, requires a broader intellectual framework. This is where the personal narrative of the grotto and the historical evidence of the stuttering brick find their anchor in the work of Werner Hofmann. And here we go again, autobiographical. Medusa's Gaze, Werner Hofmann and the Structural Logic of Saturation. So the architectural evidence I encountered in the grotto, Neugebäude, remained an isolated visceral memory until 1987. That year, I visited the landmark exhibition at the Künstlerhaus in Vienna called Zauber der Medusa, The Magic of the Medusa, curated by Werner Hofmann. This encounter performed a tectonic shift in my understanding of architectural history. Hofmann was not a traditional art historian. He was a pioneer of interdisciplinary, non-linear methods. He looked at the vast archive of the human culture and identified patterns of recursive behavior that defied the standard theological narratives of progress. Hofmann's work is essential to my own universe of thinking because he articulated that mannerism is not a historical period, but a permanent structural logic of the human mind. Hofmann was the first to articulate with clinical precision that mannerism was not merely a historical niche or a fleeting period between the Renaissance and the Baroque. Instead, he proposed mannerism as a recurring structural logic, an epistemic state that crystallizes whenever a representational system reaches its terminal point of saturation. When a discipline becomes too full of its own memory, it ceases to invent in the classical sense and begins to operate through the distortion of its own internal rules. In simple terms, the system stops drawing new lines and starts bending the old ones. I wanted to, for Andrew quickly, so in the 80s something happened about mannerism. But this is a very typical Viennese phenomenon or Austrian phenomenon that Austrians or Viennese are either way too early or way too late in the discussion. So I guess this is one of those things that happened here. See? Yeah. Hofmann's interdisciplinary approach allowed him to see the same formal logic in the distorted composite heads of Arcimboldo, where the human image is assembled from a dataset of fruit, flowers, and marine life, as in the caricatures of Daumier or the estranged rustications of Giulio Romano. More relevant to our conversation today here, however, is Hofmann's demonstration that the same impulse that drove the distorted composite faces of Arcimboldo was vibrantly alive in the shattered geometries of Coop Himmelblau, Frank Gehry, Daniel Liebeskind, Peter Eisenman. I do not remember anymore if Hadid was also in the exhibition, maybe. I don't know exactly. He revealed that the constructivists were not simply breaking the modernist grid, they were performing a mannerist operation on it. They were the ones who realized that the classical equilibrium of the modernist project had become a dormant palace. And the only way to breathe life back into the discipline was through a calculated distortion. Hofmann and the concept of the Medusa gaze to describe this condition. The gaze of the Medusa has the power to freeze the living flow of tradition and fragment it into 1,000 shards. In my research, I recognize this frozen territory as the dataset. When we train a neural network on the entire history of architecture, we are effectively applying the Medusa's gaze to the canon. We are turning centuries of tectonic evolution into a singular high-dimensional manifold. And this brings us back to the raw walls of Schloss Neugebäude. In its unfinished state, the grotto reveals the architecture as pure data. I disagree with the idea that architecture is merely a background for historical information. In the subterranean rooms, the architecture is the historic data. The naked, unfinished walls represent the underlying rule sets of the structure with total efficiency. In its naked brick state, we see the weights and parameters of the architecture made visible. The pulsing, stuttering drums are the physical manifestation of a probabilistic divergence, like the one you see here in the images. They are the architectural equivalent of a stochastic stutter. My work today is a direct extension of Hofmann's thesis applied to the era of artificial intelligence. If you look at the latent space of a neural network, what we are seeing is the ultimate Medusa's gaze. It is a mathematical manifold that has frozen the entire history of architecture into a singular compressed territory of information. When we interact with this space through inference, we are performing a mannerist act. We are not creating in the humanist sense of ex nihilo, we are navigating a saturated canon. The formal aberrations we find here, the columns that pulse, the walls that shiver, the strange rooms that mirror my experience in the Neugebäude, are the aesthetic evidence of a system negotiating the limits of its own training. This is where my interests and Hoffmann's converge. In the realization that estrangement, defamiliarization, or Australanie, as described by Viktor Szlowski, is a core methodology. By making the familiar strange, we force the saturated palace of our tradition to reveal its hidden tensions. In the 16th century, Jacopo Strada used raw brick and contracting drums to comment on the perfection of form. In the 21st century, we use probabilistic divergence to comment on the perfection of a digital model. Instead of using a tool, we are participating in a Viennese lineage that understands that architecture's highest calling is to choreograph the uncanny, finding the breach in the dataset, slipping through the hole in the wall, and discovering that the future of architecture lies not in the resolution of the classical, but in the productive instability of the Mannerist grotto, the ultimate anti-classical move. This navigation of the saturated archive through the lens of Hoffmann's structural logic is not merely a theoretical exercise, it has profound implications for our agency as designers. When we interact with these high-dimensional manifolds, we must confront the reality of the machine as a physical and cultural entity. We must address the problem of the machine as an extractive technology, both in a material sense and a cultural one. The navigation of the saturated archive through the lens of Hoffmann's structural logic possesses deep implications for architectural agency. Interaction with high-dimensional manifolds reveals a physical and ethical layer. Werner Hoffmann's Medusa's gaze describes a tectonic event. It represents a process of solidification. The fluid history of the architecture freezes into a dataset. It transforms, it functions as a site of cultural extraction. And this is where things get a bit difficult. The historical sediments of the Renaissance, the halo designs created by Strada or the portals recorded by Serlio, emerged through specific patronage. Today, however, the digital archive aggregates through the automated mining of the global commons. The dataset abstracts the labor of thousands of designers. It compresses intellectual property into the weights and parameters of a neural network. This process creates a frozen canon. It remains skewed towards specific geographic and ideological centers. If the training data remains saturated with the Ringstrasse, the probabilistic divergence of the machine functions as a commentary on that specific authority. The cultural bias of the dataset is a tectonic condition. It defines the boundaries of machinic imagination. The anti-classical move involves an awareness of these boundaries. The latent space is a political geography. The fragments rearranged in our models result from an extractive process. History becomes a raw material. These extraction processes are profound physical presence. The latent space appears as the ethereal dimension in common discourse. It is, in reality, deeply tethered to the earth. It's not just up there in the sky as a cloud. It's very physical. Every formal aberration generated by an inference engine is the product of material consumption. The strange room of the digital age is supported by a subterranean infrastructure of server farms and cooling systems. These are the contemporary equivalents of the slaughterhouses and oil refineries I saw from the bus in the Semiheide. The post-human aesthetic is inextricably linked to this ecological saturation. And here, the old Viennese term returns, Tekstetten. Tekstetten has expanded to encompass the entire planetary ecology. The minerals extracted for silicon, the water used to cool hardware, and the energy required for every act of inference constitute the real raw brick of our digital grottos. The architecture of the machine is a physical assembly of terrestrial matter. It is a material reality pressed upon the computational demands. Hoffmann's philosophy remains relevant because it is about shared agency. Creative intent is distributed across a system that acts as both an intellectual archive and a material consumer, and the uncanny arises from this collision. Digital speculations are tethered to the exhaustion of the planet. A Mannerist approach today involves the acknowledgement of this weight. It renders visible the cost of the Medusa's gaze. The architecture is an assembly of cultural sediments and material energy. The formal aberrations found in the latent space are the aesthetic registers of this planetary tension. Design in this state involves choreographing an unstable equilibrium between a data-saturated history and a resource-depleted future. This navigation of the latent space brings a shift in the understanding of architectural agency. The raw, pulsating brick of the Neugebäude shows a rule set pushed to the point of formal aberration. In current practice, the machine operates as an active participant in this process of saturation. It carries the weight of the entire canon. It functions as an inference engine that reorganizes the sediments of history into new high-dimensional topologies. This is also where Mario's comments on hallucination, for example, come into play very specifically. A post-human aesthetic emerges from this recursive interaction. It represents a shared agency. The designer transitions from a role of deterministic control to a role characterized by the choreography of probabilities. How probable is it to get to a good design? This is a move away from the projective cast of the Enlightenment. It's a move into a landscape of intromission. We are no longer projecting will onto a vacuum. We are navigating a manifold that is already full of information. This process is linked to the physical reality of the machine. The digital grotto is supported by a subterranean infrastructure. The architecture is an assembly of both cultural sediments and material energy. The stochastic data that I mentioned already a couple of times, seen in the raw bricks of the Neugebäude, is not a primary design signal. It is the aesthetic register of a system negotiating the limits of its own training and its own material reality. We are seeking the strange room within the math. We are looking for the point where the architecture begins to shiver. We are looking for the moment where the rules of the canon buckle. The trajectory from the industrial prairie of the Simmeringer Heide to the high-dimensional manifold follows a singular continuous arc. The hole in the masonry, the raw brick vault, the pulsing column signaled the arrival of a discipline working against its own density. The subterranean spaces emerge from the terminal point of architectural saturation. The current navigation of the manifold extends this same structural tension, accumulated from reorganized through a logic of deviation and repetition. Classical and anti-classical reside within a shared field of features. The archive continues to thicken. Rules remain present in a state of productive strain. In this dense interior, the data becomes the primary architectural signal. The question remains, what form of architectural intelligence emerges when the canon becomes a landscape navigated from within and every entry point functions as a breach? Thank you.
All right, it's great to be here. Thanks very much, Mark and Matthias, for your insightful presentations. And also to you, Mario, Francisco, for organising such an excellent day. As Amin said, I'm Sam, part of Group Work, an employee ownership trust of Architects. This is Amin, as you may know. And we'd like to add to the discussion on mannerism today with some ideas that have been percolating in the studio. Namely, mannerism as an inevitable, critical, and counter-design approach that has been and can, and arguably must be, employed to embed meanings that reflect contemporary cultural and political contexts, as well as the experiences and the personal positions of its authors. And that's where we think the ethical dimension comes in. So we will use Giulio Romano's Palazzo del Te, one of the earliest examples considered to be Mannerist architecture, and Nova Arup's structural design for Basil Spencer's Coventry Cathedral, as well as a couple of projects by Group Work to frame our discussion. We'll touch upon Giorgio Vasari's ideas of innovation as a result of an intimate understanding and mastery of materials at hands, Karl Bertke's notion of Kernform and Kunstform, seen in the middle there, and Gottfried Semper's notion of tectonics as the proper joining and binding of materials, and in doing so, these becoming symbolic and emblematic of culture and technology of the time. Ultimately, we'll focus on flashpoints, moments of particularness and individuality as Venturi described in 1987, to result in a certain tension and richness in the buildings that we mentioned. The Palazzo del Te, Coventry Cathedral, and a couple of projects by Group Work. to present mannerism as a scenographic approach that deviates from and subverts standard orthodoxies, to convey specific cultural anxieties and beliefs of an era, and what beliefs or what ethical standpoints these may or arguably should be today. So, in his Lives of the Artists, Giorgio Vasari describes Giulio Romano as inventive, versatile, prolific, gracious, and absolutely abounding in the finest of manners. Pretty high praise. And having met Romano in Mantua, Italy, and having spent a few days leafing through his collection of drawings, Vasari's opinion was based on first-hand experience. For him, Romano embodied the ideal Italian Renaissance man, someone who possessed enormous talent and the manners of a perfect courtier. For Vasari, innovation and artistic excellence, as he heaped on Romano, only arises through an intimate and proper understanding of materials and processes. So in his book, he describes how a young apprentice might join a workshop at age 12 or 13, spend 7 years sweeping floors, visiting quarries or forests to source materials, grinding pigments, and gradually learn to make with the materials at hand. And only once an apprentice gained a kind of real understanding of materials, developed over time, could they, as Richard Sennett describes, freely and unconsciously play, improvise and innovate, and inevitably innovate in a way that's idiosyncratic and unique to their own personality. Artistic excellence in architecture, painting, and sculpture for Vasari was defined by the craft of the maker, honed through years of experience and practice. And it's worth noting, I think, that Vasari writes up to 10 times the amount of words on Romano that he does for someone like Leon Battista Alberti, who he praises as illiterate and inventive in his drawing, but because of his noble background, unwilling to dirty his hands, to master material technologies, consequently failing in his architecture. And it's this craft-based system of learning that stays broadly in place for another 2 centuries, until the mid-18th century, when the Enlightenment period began. Enter Johann Winkelmann, a proto-academic who, with others, marks a shift from practice to theory. He's not a painter nor a sculptor or architect, he's a librarian. He's taken in by wealthy patrons to organise and update their private collections. But he's also ambitious, and he asks for research funding to travel and update Vasari's work. His History of the Art of Antiquity was really the first major text to establish a taxonomy of styles. So here he's defining art and architecture by appearance, by shared formal characteristics, rather than a process of making. And he's really odds with Vasari in that respect, who says that art is about process and individual craft. The taxonomist's noun now defines the work, where for Vasari, making, the verb defines the noun. So we enter the period of products, not process. For Winkelmann, art and architecture do not belong to individual makers, but epochs, to nations. He's more interested in the final product and its appearance. We would suggest a group work because he did not understand the process of making it all anyway. And of course, he makes plenty of mistakes. After his first book, he writes another bestseller, Reflections on the Imitation of Greek Works in Painting and Sculpture. And his opinion is, the Greeks are best. Why? Because they build in white. And therefore, they're pure, rational, democratic. He doesn't realise, of course, the Greek temples and statues originally polychromatic, painted in bright colours that have faded over time. Nevertheless, his publications have great effect, especially in Northern Europe, which at this time is industrialising. If we are to be as great as the ancients, he says, we must build like the Greeks. We must mimic Greek architecture and adopt their style as an image of innovation and emancipation from autocracy. And while Britain is one of the first to adopt his educational campaign to teach the Greek classical orders alone, after a single generation his views are challenged. In France, we have Auguste Choisy, who questions the assumption that architecture should merely copy historical styles and images. He's one of the first to really suggest that the classical motifs we see and we blindly copy actually have their origins in the making of those structures, that classical motifs derive from earlier methods of assembly, often in timber and later then translated into stone. And around the same time in Germany, Karl Friedrich Schinkel is also questioning Winkelmann's approach. He's visiting Britain's industrial heartlands in 1824 when he came across vast amounts of structures being assembled that bore no reference to the neoclassical style. Factories, warehouses, housing, bridges, viaducts, infrastructure, docks, and so on. So Schinkel encourages his younger German colleagues, Karl Bertiker and Gottfried Semper, to investigate the etymology of architecture further. And together, they provide a lens for us to read architecture as a legible act of making. For Bertiker, as I'm sure many are aware in the audience, just like August Choisy, architecture has its origins in the assembly of materials, the Kern form representing the work form, the structural frame, and then the Kunstform, the aesthetic, the expressive fascia, or the muscle tissue or skin. Semper extends this by insisting that architecture is the product of joining and binding materials. These come from processes of weaving, stacking, tying, and moulding. Architecture emerges from craft rather than abstract geometry. And in doing so, buildings become symbolic and emblematic of the culture and technology of their time. Structure, material, expression encode belief, authority, and historical moment. So mannerism, this nebulous term that Robert Venturi and Denise Scott Brown acknowledged in 2004, was so hard to pin down and define. Where do we think mannerism fits in this run of theory and approaches to reading and practicing architecture? And of course, the term mannerism, as I'm sure we're all aware now, after today, and previously were, was originally coined by late 19th century historians to describe a body of work that sits uneasily between the perceived harmony of the high Renaissance and the exuberance of the Baroque. And the term identified works that retained the classical vocabulary of antiquity while deliberately deviating in part from these established norms, manipulating it in unstable, paradoxical, seemingly incorrect ways. And this became possible once antiquity was understood in the current period as a historical past rather than a living, inherited authority, allowing architects to treat classical architecture not as a fixed canon, but as material open to critique and reinterpretation. And so for us, importantly, at group work, we'll be discussing some of these ideas in the studio. Mannerism represents a certain kind of loosening or friction within the relationship between the Kern and the Kunstform that Bertiker describes. And in this process, the tectonic significance, seen through Semper's perspective, is altered, and the conveyed sematics are reorientated. We'll now dive into Romano's Palazzo del Te to expand on this notion. So the Palazzo del Te was, of course, designed by Giulio Romano between 1525 and 1535 for Federico Gonzaga, Marquis, later Duke of Mantua in Italy. Built at the city's edge, the palace was conceived not as a seat of power, but as a suburban villa for leisure, spectacle, and display. And it forms part of a kind of broader landscape of courtly pleasure, where hunting, festivals, and diplomatic receptions and intellectual performances take place. Federico was an ambitious and cultivated patron. He's eager to assert his cultural authority, to seem at the very cutting edge. And Romano was given unusual freedom to experiment. And so, in a state of inhibition, as Colin Rowe wrote in the Architectural Review in 1950, Romano flounces the established Renaissance rules of architecture to leave the spectator with the thrill of delicious horror. And it's definitely full of both complexity and also contradictions. Elements are seemingly belying their structural role. So here we see two elevations of the palazzo. Above, the north facade, the entrance to the palace, and below, one of the courtyard's elevations. And one of Romano's most well-known subversions, of course, is found in the courtyard entablatures, where he employs dropped or slipped triglyphs. In traditional high Renaissance architecture, the Doric frieze is a symbol of structural integrity. However, Romano decides several triglyphs to slip down below the horizontal line, as if the building's skin is failing or the stone is finally succumbing to gravity. This, we think, creates a kind of proto-ruinous effect that really would have shocked a contemporary audience accustomed to the unshakable rigidity and stability and firmness of Roman classicism. And indeed, the Duke's guests were expected to navigate a long topiary maze within the courtyard to reach the front door. And should they choose the wrong path, they'd find themselves back outside, unwelcome within Romano's world of wit. Several other instances of both kind of complexity and also contradiction. Romano plays with the rhythm of the bay system and the logic of support in the courtyards. The north facade and the courtyard uses an erratic spacing of columns and pilasters that defines the Renaissance law of uniform intervals. and he often places heavy, rusticated stonework over smooth, refined surfaces, reversing the natural hierarchy, where the rough foundation should theoretically support the smooth finish above. Furthermore, he utilizes disproportionately large keystones that appear to burst upwards into the pediments above them, effectively breaking the frames that are meant to contain them. Niches that seem destined to hold statues deliberately left empty, and he plastered brick masonry to imitate massive marble blocks and created blind windows and doors that lead nowhere, lending the building a certain scenographic quality. So here we see a loosening between the kern and the Kunstform. The correct elements are present, the triglyphs, the pediments, the pilasters, and so on, but they're behaving wrongly. They don't express or emphasize the kern form, the building structure, and act independently in parts. Many historians have made connections between the Palazzo del Te's design and Giulio Romano's experience growing up in Rome. In their significant 1971 essay, Kurt Foster and Richard Tuttle write that Romano is able to effectively apply a historical understanding of antiquity formulated in Rome during his early years. He brought to Mantua and brought to the design a generation's experience in the archaeology of ancient villas and their realization in modern terms. And so in other words, he brought a real understanding and a real intimate understanding of both materials and contexts, to which he could then innovate with, as Vasari would attest to. So by subverting the classical order, remixing it in part to invoke this delicious horror, as Rowe writes, the palace was, of course, a pleasure palace for the Duke. Vasari's treating the past as a field to not only blindly mimic, but to draw creatively upon. And in doing so, he's really mirroring the courtly culture at the time, which is shaped by instability, theatricality, and overt display. And in doing so, he's symbolic of his time, in which there's a great deal of cultural, also political uncertainty. And when these harmonious ideals, preconceived at the high Renaissance, are no longer felt convincing. So now, let's jump forwards 400 years or so to Coventry in 1962, where Arup loosens, in a similar vein, arguably, the relationship between kern and Kunstform in a manner that enriches the perception of the building's purpose and expression. Engineered by Over Arup, Basil Spencer's Coventry Cathedral stands along the ruins of the one cathedral damaged in Britain beyond repair by the Blitz. And so its rebuilding in the 50s and 60s was therefore a real symbol of Britain's post-war regeneration and hope. The modernist concrete structure stands in contrast to the sandstone ruin. A vaulted roof structure is supported by tapered columns, which are really extremely slender. To allow for the thermal movement of the vast concrete roof and to prevent bending moments from cracking the slim shafts, Arup described them as pin-jointed members. Therefore, structurally, the columns do not grow out of the floor, but they terminate at a single concentrated point to allow for slight rotation. And so here we see a drawing made by Spence in 1953. It's an early iteration of the design. And here you can see glass spheres terminating the columns. Shown in detail there. So by placing a sphere at the base, the design is really communicating the idea of a pivot. The sphere is the perfect geometric representation of a point that can rotate in any direction. Here, paradoxically, the base of the 19-meter-high columns don't grow wider to distribute the load more evenly, and actually Arup belies the weight of the building by introducing this glass. The closer you get to the ground, where the accumulated weight of the building and of the roof should be most heavy, the structure becomes most fragile. The relationship between kernform and Kunstform is seemingly loosened from the bonds of common sense stability and almost tightened into a sense of high-performance theatre. So mediated by these glass spheres, divorcing superstructure from ground, the building, and in turn, the symbolic burden of wartime memory, we think is theatrically rendered almost weightless. Our firm institutions, established in 1,000-year-old stones, smashed to ruins in one night of bombing, shown here consciously and existentially fragile. Much like...
Did you mention that glass is fantastic in compression?
Go ahead.
That's all. And that's why Arup went for it.
And so much like the slips triglyphs of Romano's Palazzo, Arup's spheres evoke a kind of similar visual paradox. seemingly weak but very strong in compression. This notion can similarly be seen at two here of group works projects, 168 Upper Street and Bleeding Heart Yard, designed and respectively completed in London in 2017 and 2024. Do jump in whenever you feel fit.
Feel free, go on, you're doing well.
So Upper Street rebuilds a missing segment of the 19th century parade left incomplete since World War II. Rather than replicate the past with outdated materials, our approach was to remember, or really rather to misremember, the missing piece, returning the original symmetry of the terrace through a full-height, double-skin terracotta cement structural shell, cast as a one-to-one monument of the bombed building. A computer model was generated using historical photos, a laser survey of the site, and the mirrored southern building on Waterloo Terrace, the other side of the parade. External mouldings, facade features, and cornice details were interpreted, modelled, and accurately composed against the survey model of the adjoining ornamental facade. Formwork panels were robotically routed according to the 3D model, assembled on site in 1.2 metre bands and poured with a continuous mix. Once cured, the formwork was then carefully removed, revealing a textured facade that really bears kind of memory of the construction process. And the digital fabrication process, while critical in the production of this accurate construction information, introduces here traces and imperfections of the manufacturing process. The cast facade bears the mark of the tooling head, as you can see on the right, in that slight detail there, which traced against the formwork geometry. Understanding that on occasion, the translation of the CAD information into the manufacturing equipment could result in these lost and distorted details. Areas likely to fail were almost encouraged to do so. And these digital glitches sometimes result in oversimplified details, or even skewing or losing them altogether. And this digital manufacturing process, having as many opportunities for failure as the physical handling of formwork and pouring of the monolithic mix, reinforced the notion of misremembrance intrinsic to the building's construction and the broader cultural treatment of our past in London. It's often deliberate editing, elevating false ideals that inevitably must come down. So the building needs scrutiny. What appears as a whole received cultural narrative, under closer inspection, reveals itself to be full of errors, of quirks, and particularness, as Venturi described. At Upper Street, and here at Bleeding Heart Yard, window openings that correspond to the new interior levels punch through the structural shell with a disregard to the exterior composition and original internal layouts, large for double-height living rooms and smaller for scattered bedrooms and ancillary spaces. Cross-laminated timber floor decks fixed with brackets on the inner faces of walls, and all internal walls in Upper Street and also in Bleeding Heart Yard are made from timber, offering a warm contrast to the hollow enveloping shells. So this flawed cast monument of Upper Street, with a kern and subverted Kunstform 1, and the seemingly established brown stone edifice at Bleeding Heart Yard melting into air when sunlight passes through its perforated 3mm brass skin. Here, Semper's fabric Kunstform is suspended off superstructure and ground in the lightest possible of building materials. And in a similar way to Romano's Palazzo del Te, the Kunstform and the Kernform act independently in parts and evoke an almost scenographic quality. The Kernform at Upper Street is the monolithic cast shell, while the Kunstform slips and fails in parts. The facades evoke the fallibility of memory and also the impossibility of reconstruction. There's a certain tension between what the building is and what it appears to represent. The window openings of the old shop front at the bottom, now opaque, perhaps harking back to Romano's Palazzo del Te's bricked-up openings. And here at Upper Street, is that at the bottom kind of right? Is that Romano's dropped triglyph, reappearing some 400 years later? And so this Mannerist quality lends itself to projects other than those whose facades offer a rhetorical and critical play on both standard and canonical architectural language and their respective cultural symbolism. These are two tables that everyone should burn into their retinas. We'll freely send them around. So group work has, for the last 15 years, been innovating with hybrid stone and timber structures, materials that have up to 99.7 less embodied carbon than reinforced concrete or steel, and also carbon negative for timber. Carefully combine the two, and the building has taken out and locked in more carbon than not building at all, offering a new paradigm, we think, for a sector currently responsible for up to 40% of the world's carbon dioxide emissions. And so today, this, for us, is the key ethical position, to radically decarbonize our designs and seek a carbon negative outcome. Just as formal characteristics were conflated with narrative themes of renewal for Romano and Arup. In 15 Clerkenwell Close, the exposed limestone skeleton, exoskeleton, serves as cairn form, making apparent the building's structural logic. While the stone's varied textures, the result of the quarry master and stonemason's skill in extracting, cutting stone, reveals fossils, ammonite shells, quartz crystals that address our loss in the simplest of building tectonics, evident in the neighbouring church, limestone church, and beneath our feet in Norman archaeology in Clerkenwell. And so their innovation that limestone, when extracted, is easily worked and is able to be keyed together. So within months, it hardens to make firm, impregnable fortifications, evolving to soaring ecclesiastical structures of minimal skeletal stone frames. Here we see details of the ammonite shells and quartz crystals, formed millennia ago. And so from a distance of first kern form and an approach, a Kunstform that is both tactile when finding these details, symbolic of rediscovering a low carbon, also low cost structural method that is natural in spirit, and literal in its fallen carved Ionic capital, and also scallop shell gate motifs, reminding us that the St. James's Church opposite takes its name from Santiago, whose remains in Spain draw the annual Camino pilgrimage, accompanied by the scallop shell symbol. There isn't a photo here, but on one of the gates, you have got details, these scallop shells, quite kind of beautifully peppering the
Go and
gate.
visit, you'll see it.
Yeah.
Photo next time.
Here we are today, at first believing Clerkenwell to be strikingly innovative, when yet is an appropriation of the simplest and earliest of structural forms, trabeated post and lintel. It's effectively Britain's oldest still standing structure, Stonehenge, stacked up across 5 floors, arguably a bombastic reminder of a lost pedagogy of tectonics and the ethical agency in our craft. So in 1988, Venturi proclaimed that Mannerist architecture is architecture that was strange and is now. We hope to conveyed, and I'm sure Amina will elaborate in kind of questions and answers and roundtable discussion. We hope today have conveyed that we believe Mannerist architecture is architecture that is valuable and necessary and worth sitting with and worth reflecting on. For a Mannerist attitude, we think, is one that casts a critical eye on standard practice, be that the formal orthodoxies that Romano flouted, or the structural standards that Arup innovated on, or the ethical questions surrounding material specification and embodied carbon that we find ourselves facing today in light of the climate crisis. For us, at group work, a Mannerist approach is an inevitable consequence of mastering your skills to ethical ends. And a transformation, or at the very least, a subversion of standard practice, is something we should all be aiming for, in our own manner, but with a shared consideration for today's urgent ethical questions. Homo faber, as defined by Appius Claudius Caecus, tools, mind, and craft, not just for our welfare, but for our common wealth. Thanks very much.
I thought I would be wiser to what mannerism and architecture would be at the end of the day than I was at the beginning. But maybe because of the celebrated differences, this seems to be a very mannerist occasion to come together and celebrate maybe a subject of differences that make a difference. For me, it's a little bit striking to hear language that I was educated in as well. This is probably 30 years ago plus. A lot of the slides the same, and yet the subject matter actually with different pressures and very different contexts, and that somehow makes me a little bit uneasy, and I declare that only as a way of just sharing my bias. One of the things that I think is very important, and I appreciate the conversation and the sharing of all the work, because I feel like in some ways it's very important to have a context, to give, I think, a certain identification to language. Language for me is very limiting, and I want to share maybe one AI, not anecdote, because sometimes Mario and I do not share maybe some of the same AI precedents, but we share, I think, a great affinity for discussion and conversation. There's a man named Jan LeCun, who was a chief AI scientist and AI researcher that was very recently at Meta. And he is one of this kind of trilogy of fathers of, let's call it generative AI and this kind of subject matter. And he has been, I think, a recent critic about large language models and this kind of thing. And he makes this kind of assertion that language is simple because it's strongly a statistical property that one can somehow project on it. Serialized versions of our thoughts that can be recombinated and reconstituted with the idea that there is some form of meaning. He speaks about somebody named the Morvac paradox. And because I saw my old boss, Peter Eisenman, on the screen, and this idea of cats, I thought I would share two other anecdotes on this. There was a man named John Conway, a mathematician, that said mathematics is easy, but his cat was complex. Morvac's paradox spoke to the fact that teaching higher ordered skills in statistically driven kind of ideas of artificial intelligence was actually very easy. But the skills of a cat and its association, once again, with us and with each other, were very difficult because we don't put a value system on those as features or values of skills. I state that because LeCun basically mentioned one other thing, and it was in the news recently, and he tried to understand and make a distinction between pattern recognition and what we call intelligence. And he basically stated the fact that the largest large language models that are being used today are trained on roughly 10 to the 14th power of bytes of training data. He equates that to the whole internet in itself, and really that expansive degree of magnitude. And he suggests that that would take us around 400,000 years on an individual level to work our way through that. He further speaks about the fact that a 4-year-old child with the bandwidth of an optic nerve, through those 4 years of observation, operates with the same, let's say, ability to source, to scavenge, to pattern recognize, to learn. And learning, I think, is a very important word relative to what we identify, in particular to generative AI, ideas of intelligence, and primarily most of the AI conversations are predicated on what we qualify as human intelligence. Most of our AI systems are trained on us. But there is a recognition that intelligence is not something that is native to us, and all forms, living, non-living, machine, non-machine, have things to offer us. So today, I think there was also words like agency and other things that were being spoken to, and I feel like those things also need, I think, a context to be able to reevaluate their purpose. So for me to speak very frankly, I felt that the presentation here opened up a very paradoxical thing, where mannerism seems to be a way of constructing a reading of work, a framework, let's say, that we can discuss projects. And the most value that I got today was really in those conversations that in some sense we're trying to wrestle with how mannerism, if with a big capital I and F, could offer a way to have a conversation that maybe is missing today. The reason I also state that is because I think from the projects and the three participants, there are very, very different practices, maybe using similar tools, maybe not, but the implications of how we speak to architecture makes the same demands to all of us, which is how do we differentiate the delineation, translation, and if language needs to be shared to be operative in terms of how we deal with architecture, urbanism, the city. The reason I also mentioned that is the issue of the question of style, or the question of the things that bring stuff together. And AI, in some sense, problematizes that even further with words like curation, with the idea of database, and the challenges that that actually makes, because it brings us back to a certain language that I think, for some time, I would like to make the argument had fallen out of favor. It's now being reconstituted, but I'm not sure it has the same meaning. So I set that with a kind of stage to just kind of open up a conversation that I don't particularly feel I can lead, but I think just to put that on the conversation of some of the implications of the challenges of using systems and techniques and translations and particular historization of, let's say, art history and history in itself. Like history at some moment is something that we can say is a construction, and there are many histories. The challenges of actually reverting back to a particular age when maybe the world was a little bit simpler is that maybe it doesn't necessarily allow us to really deal with uncertainty and latency today, which I would say is the spirit of a lot of the conversation, but is somehow refigured with a kind of referencing of a kind of historical continuity, which for me seems slightly paradoxical. And I may be completely off topic. And once again, I'm just showing my bias to the subject and my lack of knowledge. But I made the disclaimer that I tried to be wiser by the end of this. And the reason I'm stating it is because I think that there are affinities on the table relative to work in terms of projects, conversations that I think would be interesting for the participants maybe to see. If, for example, Mark sees an affinity to group works, translation. I think the issue of translation relative to AI systems, if there is an AI mannerism, is in the nature of how we're translating, how we're reading. And the reason I mentioned about some of those early AI conversations that Mario mentioned, that we're at a very critical break. One of the values of looking at some of those early AI conversations was that everything was conceptualized with the notion of the black box. Today, when algorithms are actually interacting with other algorithms, we have an input, we get an output. There is no process. We are living in a moment of pure, instantaneous response, which we cannot conceptualize. So I think the same conceptual project that maybe Peter was arguing for in the 70s is probably not exactly the same conceptual project that we may necessitate now. Maybe the only guiding feeling is that around the table, there's an opportunity for a kind of more collective, rather than individually authored, idea of what those sensibilities, those value systems may actually be. I feel that that's where the AI model is an interesting one to challenge the orthodoxies of the author in the tradition of actually some of the work that we were looking at there. Because it's somehow in the dialogue of, let's say what Mario mentioned was the master. We've had a conversation a lot in this particular place, and many particular places, about copy, remix, a whole series of analogous ways of reconsidering. I think that it's an interesting moment to reconsider all of this, and I think that that's an interesting part. But I'm not necessarily sure I would use the same historical references to outline, I say, the challenges that we find ourselves in. So I think the curation of databases and how it's being discussed the subject of matter, error, translation of materials, the subject of classicism, all the way through parametricism to today, we have a tendency to try to label things and to put them in the box. We're good at it in architecture and in art, trying to define canons, but technology doesn't work like that. Once technologies are out in the world, they don't get back in the box. We may not feel very comfortable with them, but at the same time, we have to kind of share in their interrogation and then try to reevaluate basically what kind of conversation we can have. So I put that on the table as a beginning of a conversation, and I don't know if there's a response to that kind of statement from my side, but I feel that as an obligation to sit in this room, I felt important at least to share that perspective for someone who has also been involved in these things and I think shares, the same problems as everybody who's sitting on this side of the microphone and everyone who's sitting on that side as well. So I open it up for you guys to tell me I should step away and enjoy my Friday.
You mentioned curation, and we're all aware. You have to command. Started off with commands, but what are the criteria for these commands for this curation? That's the question. What would you start with?
Yeah, I knew this was going to come back to me.
Well, please feel free to open it up to everybody else as well.
But the reason I'm making this point, and I feel the need to share it, is mostly like in the 60s and 70s, there was this idea of control, this desire for a lot of these systems to come from that place of control and a place that we knew what we wanted. And the reality of that stuff was it was clearly understood as an illusion. And a lot of the same subjects and semantic language in AI disappeared with the death of the perceptrons and the conversation of Minsky and Papert, and then at the same time now they reemerge. In its reemergence, when we have a history, then that kind of gives us a certain kind of informed way to both learn from mistakes, but then also ask us, like, why are these things reemerging today? And I think that that's maybe the most important part, to try to understand the nature of the conversations that we would like to have today. So I only mention, like, I see Cirilio and I get hives, and it's not because I'm against that work, it's because I studied it within a particular context and understood it in that context. So when I see it in the context of AI and mannerism and some of the challenges of architects that believe in practice, which also don't make this artificial divide between theory and practice, I feel encouraged. But at the same time, the nature of the subject tries to make a rupture between these things, and I feel slightly uneasy about that. So
I can feel your anxiety.
I know it's very legible.
Yeah, of course.
So, I mean, it's a whole can of worms right there. So, I mean, I would actually, maybe to make it easier, divide it into 4 projects. You have the technical project, you have the, you can call it technical project, aesthetical project, ecological project, and political project. These are all things that are touched by what we discuss here, what the technology we're discussing, but we're not going to solve it today because that's like 10 symposia. So maybe I would suggest to maybe try to talk about one, and it's you, the moderator, to tell us which one of those. Because I don't know.
I mean, the subject of what AI mannerism means to you, let's start that with a question. That is less about what I think, but I just thought that I should state something.
No, thank you.
Now let's start, I guess, the moderation. Matthias, AI mannerism.
Okay, good. I'll try. I'll give it a try. Okay, one of the reasons I think why we're discussing mannerism, and you probably could do this in a variety of different stylistic areas of art or architecture, is because first and foremost, AI operates through existing data, thus it's operating with things that already are there, it's learning from the past, so to speak. In that kind of context, it can generate things that look maybe unfamiliar to us, but they're still going to be part of an existing pot of data, right? So in a way, when we talk about mannerism, it's because within this, I like it to call it also primordial soup of architecture, where you have like all these different styles and ideas and artists and architects and examples, yeah, you can steer it, and that's why there's the idea of curation, into a particular direction that you want an output to have, right? So this can be, and it will be different for different architects. It's not going to be like I don't think that this sort of mannerism within AI is a style, for example. I don't think that's what it is. Yeah. It's rather the operational system that you're using behind it that is related to mannerism, because mannerism was basically taking classes, and we don't have to repeat this again, we heard this really wonderfully today morning. It's basically taking classicistic rules that were developed during the Renaissance and stretching them to the breaking point, which was demonstrated also very beautifully with the example of the Palazzo del Te. So it's this kind of bending and stretching and moving and distorting and making it somehow strange, but still familiar enough for us to recognize as a particular architectural technique, I would say. And by the way, this has very little to do with aesthetics, I think, right? You can stretch in a variety of different ways, right? Yeah. Well, it is an aesthetic technique, but yeah.
No, I would agree. It's more an attitude, which is why Vasari is saying Romano. It's specific to all the architects, all the great artists, sculptors, and architects, and then specific to Romano. So Romano's personal take for any project, for any environment he's in, let alone the Duke's. So it is your personal mission, but it results from the mastery of a skill. I mean, in that period of a classical language, which he then rails against, he takes ownership of. It's already existed for multiple generations. It's interesting that Inigo Jones, when he visited Palladio and Romano's work, bringing the classical language back to England, couldn't cope with Romano's because it was already established after several generations and being broken, subverted. And Jones wanted to bring back the sort of purer classical form, introduce that to the UK. So I would try and resist the idea that there's it's entirely based on a style. It's more the attitude, the mission. But coming back to how you curate that, again, it's your personal ethics, as it were. I mean, we have common ethics. Architecture still does have a common. I mean, we might argue about does it have a style, a common language that we understand it, especially for urban purposes. And I would argue, yes, it does, if you understand the nature of what you're making. So that is the etymology of all architecture. It's tectonics, which is what Bertica and Semper are arguing. That are legible innately, which is why we use Arup's crystal sphere, crystal ball at the bottom of these columns. That at first, to even the layperson, would be, well, why would you do that? They're transparent, surely they'll break. Well, the fantastic impression, but it's not just about the structure. He's telling you this cathedral that's replacing the one that stood for 1,000 years and vanished in one night. That cornerstone of this of society's establishment, the church, and all our established institute can vanish overnight if we choose to. So these are tectonic principles, but they're also mastered by people who understand them, who then use them to their personal narratives, whether they're ethical or otherwise.
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts. One thing I think about, which is, I'm sure you've all heard, that the president of IBM in the 60s thought there was a worldwide market for 4 computers. The 4 most powerful countries would each have a computer, and that would be the end of IBM sales, because it was just totally incapable of seeing the world, not through any fault of his, but he couldn't see the world 30 years in advance. And I'm pretty sure, I'm always very cognizant of this, that anything I say about AI, in 30 years is going to look totally moronic. Like whatever we say up here, we're going to get it wrong. But I do say that there is something that we haven't really addressed with regard to the Alberti, Vasari, Mannerist issue that I did think does link to AI, and that is Mario wrote a piece for a book that Peter did on revisiting Alberti, and I think you mentioned just the concept of authorship, that if you would have, in Alberti's era, said, oh, do you want to go visit that new Alberti? Like nobody would have known what you were talking about. But because the concept of the architect as somehow an owner of the building would have just been totally preposterous. That it just wasn't an idea that architects had any claim to ownership of their building. But now we use it like, oh, have you seen the new Zahar, the new Gary? Did you go to Bilbao? Did you see the Gary? Did you see the new Taha in group work in London? Did you? It's like a shorthand, right? That there's this direct relationship between authorship. And in Vasari's era and in Vasari's Lives of the Artists, like, I think of the people that were included, I don't know, was it 60 or 120 artists and architects? Yeah, included himself. Can you imagine how pissed you would have been if you weren't included in that? Like that there is an aspect to that this was the beginning of, if Alberti's era declared that the architect could be the author, then Vasari codified it and said these are the different authors, and it was the beginning of architecture. I mean, Vasari's job was, he saw liberating architecture from what was basically a craft like carpentry to the level of artistic, the level of an artist in society. And I think it's, hilarious and stupid that in the last 20 years, like, architects have gone, oh, celebrity bad, we're not starchitects. I mean, this is Vasari's dream, was that architects would have a power and culture that they would command a level of respect at the highest level of celebrity. And we've just completely given that away. Like, oh, no one wants to be a starchitect. We make fun of starchitects. It's derogatory. So I think there's a crisis in architecture right now of our relationship to authorship. And I think AI makes that 10 times worse, because I see tons of work on AI that do my work better than I do. My 9-year-old nephew spends half of an afternoon typing "Library" by Mark Gage in Chicago and it's better than anything I can do. And of course, there's a crisis of authorship that we're not allowed to be famous for being authors anymore. There's a crisis of authorship because we're no longer in control of our own work because AI can do it better. And if I was going to psychoanalyze this, I would say one of the reasons, at least my friends and so many of my friends and I are like retreating to reestablishing our relationship to a discourse in history, is that we want to prove that we're expert and meaningful and valuable, and that it's not just the work, that there's a kind of connoisseurship in not an elite way, but we have some knowledge that we bring to the table, and we're producing these things that have cultural value that extends backwards and forward into history, and that's something that AI doesn't give us. And I think we're like desperate to reclaim some form of authorship and control over the products of our labor, even if it's not in the kind of celebrity status way.
I mean, there's more to be said about that whole authorship problem. That's a big discussion too. But one thing I would like to say about it is that, first of all, I think we have to reconsider what authorship actually means, because it's it's a 16th century idea, basically, that came up during the emergence of book printing and so on. That's when actually all these ideas that we have today about authorship come from that time, right? So this was also the time, the humanist time, where there was like a clear understanding that the human is on the tip of a creative pyramid. Let me put it that way, yeah? So now we're here in a time where we're starting to understand, hey, maybe we have to reconsider what the human project or what the human agency actually means. Yeah. Meaning that at that point, when we start to acknowledge that maybe the human idea, the humanist idea is not unique, we may have to start to share also what authorship actually means, right? Maybe we can say goodbye to it and say, well, we can, why not? Because you want to be a star architect. Okay, got it, fine. No, but seriously, I think that once you acknowledge that there's more than one intelligence on our planet, you have to say goodbye to the concept of authorship as we know it till today. Because then you're going to start to understand, and you talked about this. It's like this whole wonderful book on James Bridle, Ways of Being, where he describes like a variety of different intelligences on our planet, and you're like, huh, yeah, well, maybe I'm not as unique as I think I am, which changes the game.
I mean, I think maybe to get to one point that Peter brought up in the conversation, he spoke about Pochet. And I was thinking when he was there speaking about this thing, you could apply that as a way to look at all architecture. It doesn't need to be situated at a particular period. And there's a difference between kind of instrumentalizing it as a tool for kind of critical analysis.
Can you, no, I have to apologize, I was probably still coming in. So what was he
I mean, he was
expanding on Pochet?
He was speaking about the issue of Pochet and questions around its history in terms of architects and its relationship to Mannerism. And
I'm saying in the 15th century there was a big move to differentiate geometry from architecture, and the mechanism to do that was Pochet.
Yeah. Okay.
But
I mean, it's not. It's
yeah. Precondition of architecture.
What I notice is Pochet is not a word that's used that often in the UK, is it, in England, but it's quite often in the States. Yeah, you love Pochet.
We have the best Pochet.
We've got Pochet here. It still tends to be the same blank area between the inside line and the outside line, which is
yes, that
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's still the blank area wherever you go. But there, I would say, is the loss of agency. We're sort of talking about what you're suggesting. There's a loss of agency in potentially the way the building looks. That your 9-year-old son could punch it in and he'll come up with a better version of what you might design. It's probably highly likely with all of us. But that's because it's the visual image. Why? I mean, I dare I say that our last agency is that visual image that's now beginning to go. We've lost the agency.
Yeah.
We lost the agency in that Pochet, which is the structure. What else is in that Pochet apart from the cost, the structure, the fireproofing, all those ethical criteria that you could put back into your AI if you wish?
Yeah, I mean, Peter's point was that he never recognized the word mannerist in a sense in the work or in the readings of what he has. But obviously that it became a tool for a different kind of conversation that one can read. And he tried to make a discussion about what a critical reading or a critical project is. Yeah. And I guess my lead-in into the questions and to the moderation was more about this mashup between AI and mannerism is not something that I think gently resolves. I think that there is both a paradox, a tension, and it's something different when we're using it as a tool for understanding, like AI imaging, checking cancer, being diagnostic, and it's something different when it's being used as a tool for generation. And in that, then comes the whole questions of postmodern kind of sensibilities and language and aesthetics and meaning. And then those questions then get refactored when it's not tied to individual context, but it's coming through a collective mining of databases of information, of visual culture, and of writings. And so I'm speaking more about even this word of machine is a word that has been used through the history. And what that means actually today relative to this. So my slight difficulty was more with these two words together. I understand mannerism on its terms. I understand AI on the other. The provocation to bring them together is what I think Mario and Francisco are very lovingly sharing with people like myself. And in that sense is where I think a little bit of the intellectual wrestling, maybe with one's own reading of something, starts to become something important.
Maybe quickly, I think that you mentioned Peter Eisenman's comment on the critical project versus the non-critical project, yeah?
Yes.
And I understand absolutely in the context of the conference today, for example, that there is a certain problem there, I would say. Yeah, because I mean, you mentioned, for example, I said before, there's like a variety of different projects within AI. One can be like aesthetically, one can be technologically, but there's also, of course, the political project within AI. And I think this idea that you just mentioned about the optimization capabilities of AI, for example, in medicine, is one specific project that also almost goes into the political dimension of that project. So my question would be, within the context of a conference called the Inevitability of Mannerism, yes. What is a critical project and what is not a critical project in there? Anyone? I'm just curious. I'm just curious, sorry.
AI is incapable of producing a critical project.
Yeah. Well,
that's a stance.
I mean, what value, what measurements are you giving it? I mean,
I think to have a critical project, at least in Eisenman terms, it's not Frankfurt School terms. Any project that is innovative is inherently critiquing the thing it's innovating away from. Okay. And AI has no knowledge of when it's innovating and when it's not innovating. So I don't think AI can inherently produce a critical project. Maybe, I mean, BIM has taken the coordinating aspects of architecture away from architects, and image making is being taken away from architects. Maybe all he has left is our critical capacity.
Well, I mean, but actually this is really interesting because it just said basically that AI cannot create a critical project, but you can. You can basically analyze the result you're getting out and say, yes, that's interesting, that's a critical thing, I'm going to follow up with this, I'm going to choose,
but it can
I choose this one.
Images and
yes.
It can coordinate. In the future, it'll be able to coordinate and make things cheaper, but it'll never have the capacity to curate critical. It can curate things into red and blue and tall and small, but unless it develops the capacity to, and this is partially my conversation with David Chalmers, is to consciously understand an embodied world where architecture takes place. Sorry, it's maybe that's the last refuge of architecture is its criticality. I'm not throwing that out. I'm not sure.
I mean, you could train it to do it.
Maybe we can open it up to other questions.
Yeah. Sorry. Do you really need a mic?
Great. Okay. Well. Fascinating work, and I will come to it. I mean, but posing the question whether this is a political project or whether it's criticality, I think in this discourse that we don't get there because we're largely staying within the discipline, the culture of architecture, citation, cross-citation, canons, the breaking of canons, and it runs idle, as far as I'm concerned. But it doesn't have to, and for me, my project certainly doesn't idle, and the history of architecture doesn't run idle in my universe. Now, so for instance, when we're talking about the canon of the Renaissance, we need to realize, and then when we're breaking it in order to evolve a new canon, and that would be, for instance, the Baroque, we have to see the fundamental progress and historical adaptiveness and superiority of Baroque in a new stage of evolving European civilization. And first of all, the advent of the Renaissance to begin with, the first time architecture was conscious and theory-led and exploring design. You said Serlio is the first treatise on architecture, maybe Alberti was, but Serlio has at the same time visuals and drawings, and then does Palladio. And there's a discourse of designing for the first time buildings from scratch. It's beyond tradition-bound building. They're innovative and they're critiqued and argued for through discourse in Alberti. The good household, the good villa, but also the good city and the ideal city has been drawn up. This is monumental. But the canons of the Baroque, of the Renaissance were limiting to something like a pre-capitalist city-state. These were the kind of societies. They were small city-states, which they're structured and they could plot out the ideal city. By the way, it's a kind of rationalized, evolved late medieval city. And then what is the Baroque delivering? And just to give you a hint that we need to look at the canons and what they deliver. Ultimately, Renaissance is relatively additive. It cannot create large structures. What does the Baroque do? It creates a kind of complex for Versailles, the nationally integrated economy, a huge institutional bureaucratic structure, or the Vatican. St. Paul's, which is the Vatican is ruling over most of Europe and integrating and holds property across Europe. And what are the means which the Baroque advances? First of all, simply on the level of scale. It operates colossal orders, deep relief. You can see these projects from afar, but it's integrating. In the inner city, if you look at the ideal city, if they build a core of the city, Filarete, there are three structures, isolated. It just becomes additive. How far can you get before it falls apart? The Baroque uses curvature, asymmetry in the part, mirrored over to a large, huge, integrated whole visible through the distance, etc. So this is the purity of the Baroque, allowing these new kind of larger societies to be kind of represented and large institutional structures without getting lost in a kind of additive chaos. That's the spirit in which we have to, I think, analyze these canons, and I don't want to go through all the other periods in neoclassicism and neo-historicism of the 19th century and into the modernism and so on. What is interesting when coming now to more too close to where we have Eisenman and this complexity and contradiction already with Venturi, what does it signal? And not signal necessarily in them consciously, because they are the American formalists, but they realize society is different from the 50s or let's say Fordist, modernist, planned city. It becomes more complex. It kind of becomes more dynamic, and then we're looking for new categories of composition, the difficult whole, the Porcher allowing for treating the interior different from the exterior and seeing that as a separate project. And then Eisenman coming in with these formal operations, which I think are similar to kind of post-humanist aesthetic methodology, in terms of these automatic writing style, automatic processes, abstract machine. This is what we've lived through that for years and years. And we've grappled with generating complexity and also retaining unity across complexity and articulating this. For me, the project is organizational project, but then it's also the articulation project. So making architecture speak, the communicative project where ornament comes in, where characterizations and atmospheric differentiations come in. It's not just naked technology, not naked, engineering project. And that's why I find fascinating. And AI builds on that, has a huge potential for us. And it's not just regurgitating. We've been trying to kind of hybridize, inter-articulate, intersect, even Michael Graves, Eisenman, morphing we discovered in the 90s. And now AI is kind of on steroids, the kind of style transfers and the hybridization of multiple nuances calibrated with proportions. And in this context, I think, you just formal researchers, and I respect this. The formalists are doing formal research. We can't do it at the same time with a pistol on the chest delivering full functionality. So I've always defended that, and even if you personally yourself doesn't instrumentalize it. And what is the greatest pleasure for me today is to see your work coming to fruition powerfully. Yes, you win against us on Bjarki, and you deserve to win. And this project, when I looked at your previous work, these kind of little, and it's sometimes a scale matters. And whether it's the Batman Tower or a small this and that, or the joke of the Helsinki project, it leads somewhere. You break through, and for me, even though it's not the final discourse, the large scale matters, and I see a kind of articulation and sub-articulation, so many ideas. And the Alula project, I think, helped a lot. It's a wonderful project. There's so many different atmospheres, materialities, glass, stone, orchestrated and refined and worked through. And I love it, and I will study it. And it's very intuitive, I guess. But you have clients. You have clients where you have to distinguish the private rooms, the lobby, the smart areas.
I think it's good.
That's for me this kind of deep semiological project where these repertoires come to fruition. And I think Matthias isn't there yet because he doesn't have we need these jobs, these challenges, and pulling through, and then these resources flow in. And because you've done this formal research for 20 years, you beating us on that, and I will learn.
Patrick,
and
can
put
we
the next thing together?
Okay, you guys can all find a newfound collaboration, which I think would be the best outcome for this symposium. But maybe there are some other questions that maybe people have that.
And next time it's not the resort, but a living, breathing knowledge economy district.
I mean, is there a question somewhere here?
So you have your own microphone. Okay.
I know, I'm getting, Harriet is, last one question. There's a bar upstairs where the conversations can continue after.
It's a very simple and crude question. Why is so much of this work, both in the presentation and in the finished designs, for instance, that Mark showed, why is it so prolix? I mean, it's like as if somebody has discovered a device of almost limitless means, but with no actual particular kind of asymptote or goal or telos to it. It's just, you know, prolixity and more prolixity. Can anybody kind of find some way of, you know, it's like, it's a bit like Spanish Baroque, but at least you know when you look at those very prolix Baroque interiors in Spain and Mexico, that it's still sort of more or less in all for the sake of that religious purpose of that church. In what I got the sense of again and again was this wow, 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 and more wow, and then more wow. But then, you know, after that, what's it for?
Beauty.
I just tried to outline that telos.
Okay. And there's some drinks.
They don't need to necessarily.
which I think will serve everybody better.